people standing by waiting, while people be waiting for the cricket.
It's a good sign.
Friend of mine in Canada, man. Sonny, you I know him, man. Pace, they call him Pace.
Oh yeah, you know him.
Sonny Junior. A pleasant good afternoon wherever you are in the world. Hello and welcome to the beautiful Wanderers cricket ground here in Darrells Road in Barbados. This is the final day of this Barbados Cricket Association Series 5 three-day match featuring Wanderers, the home team, up against defending champions Wildey. And as you can see on your screen, this is the situation. Wanderers 11 for 2 on the final day, chasing a target for victory. Wildey with no 8 wickets would put them in the control position. Yours truly and Mark Goodrich Boyce. And for the opening half an hour of this match, alongside the marketing and communication manager at the Barbados Cricket Association, Stephen Leslie, as the players begin to make their way out in the middle. The umpires are already there. And what an enthralling finale we're in for. Good afternoon to you, Stephen. Hello and welcome. Give us a bit of an insight in terms of how local cricket has been going. We are almost at the halfway stage of this competition. Tell us, how has it been going from a Barbados Cricket Association point of view?
Good afternoon, Amar. It's always a pleasure to be here at the Wanderers Club, the oldest club established 1877 here on the island, and a club that I actually represented for about 5 seasons at the then called Division 1 level. But definitely we at the Barbados Cricket Association, we began the season back on April 4, and we've gone through almost 5 series. Today will basically be the 5th series being completed. And as you know, at this level, there is a promotion and relegation. So a lot of teams are ensuring that they do their best to get themselves out of the relegation zone. So watching the game here, Wanderers versus Wildey, has been truly an experience. And we have every Saturday or Sunday, basically 1,200 cricketers, male cricketers, playing across various divisions. We've also got a ladies team, a BCA ladies team called BCA Walker Ladies, and they play their home games at Rubisats in the 2nd division. So thus far, we're extremely pleased with what has been happening in the local cricket season.
Yeah, and extremely proud and pleased and impressed. You mentioned about the Barbados Cricket Association having a female team. It's always good, that we continue to develop and improve the females game. A game that is continuing to emerge here in Barbados, and not only in Barbados, but throughout the world as well. And Stephen, I'll ask you this question because your team, likes of Shari Ross, yourself, Stephen Leslie, doing a fantastic job in terms of the marketing and the organization of cricket. Paul Skinner, the Chief Executive Officer as well, the cricket operations manager, Mr. Wendell Coppin. You guys do such a good team. Tell us, how difficult is it to organize this entire season of cricket? I don't imagine that it's an easy task at all.
It's not an easy task, and you will see here from the first delivery of this particular day, that ball goes off into the hands of the keeper, no run. And what we have, Amar, is a situation that you've got these different divisions. You've got to recognize that clubs have some variables in terms of how they're able to utilize their resources. So yes, putting together a cricket match at a club is one of the things that are challenging. It's obviously a costly endeavor, but critical to it is the fact that we've always tried to communicate with the presidents and the secretaries and other officials at the various clubs to try to pull together what we believe is a product that is the Barbados brand. As you see, that other delivery goes just outside the off stump into the gloves of the keeper again. And Amar, one of the things about organizing these games and putting together fixtures, you've got to look at the various divisions. We in Barbados have the Elite Division, First Division, Intermediate, Second Division, and then the Schools Division. And the season would have began back on April 4 and it runs until scheduled down into the month of November. So you've got so many games, and you've got to be able to balance that. And in between there, we've got schools cricket on the 19th, on the 15th, and on the 13th. So it's quite a bit. That delivery again into the gloves of the keeper, no run. And one of the things, Amar, is the beauty about putting together cricket is that it's allowing at least 1,200 male cricketers and those females to be engaged in an activity on weekends. I was there speaking a bit earlier to Phil Wallace, which he really brought insight to me in terms of the opportunities, even the fact that we started to stream local cricket this year. How we've got some 15 and 16-year-old young men who are part of the technical team led by Gary Bell, who are putting together this product, and how could you really impact the 15 and 16-year-olds to get them also involved? Because those two young men, for example, are not on the field of play, but they're involved in the sport of cricket. So it's interesting, and it was really an insight eye-opener for me. That one is a fuller delivery wide of the all-stump into the gloves of Demetrius Richards and Noran.
But before we'll chat a little bit more extensively about the stream, and I want to ask you, Stephen, because I know the under 13 tournament is still very much alive and well and still playing. Tell us what stage of the competition we're at, and some of the teams that will be competing or who are competing rather in the under 13 competition, which is ongoing.
Well, the under 13 tournament bears the name of one of the former Street W's, famous Surbiton Week. So the BCA Surbiton Weeks on the 13 is at the semi-final stage, and we've got a situation where those two semi-finals are scheduled. First one, we will see Harrison College versus Lodge on June 16, and the second semi-final, which is between Combermere and St. Leonard's, that's scheduled for June 18th. Now these games are 35 overs per side games, all scheduled to begin at 11, and the victors of those two games will then go on to the grand final. Well, those two semi-finals, as I say, are being played at the Empire Club in Bank Hall, which is the home ground of the famous Surbiton Weeks that he played all during his local sojourn. And then the big final is on June 23rd. So those victors will play at the Kensington Oval, the home of cricket, the mecca of cricket, on 23rd June, which will be at 11 o'clock at Kensington Oval.
I want to take you now back to the streaming as we came to the end of that over. 11 for 2, Wanderers. Tell us about the streaming, obviously a new aspect, a new initiative at the Barbados Cricket Association, where cricket in Barbados is not only viewed here, not only around the region, but throughout the world. A fantastic initiative put on by the BCA. Give us a bit of insight in terms of the streaming.
Well, we've always, in recent years, been streaming the finals of our local cricket competitions and the limited overs and the schools tournament. This year, we've expanded it to our local season, which we basically, on any given weekend, select a game of the series. So there are 5 matches at the elite level, so a game of the series will be one of those 5. And what we do is that we bring together a commentary team, which yourself and many others who've got the experience are part of it, and we allow that to be basically beamed all over the world. You could see from even before we started today that there were many people that you know and I know who are waiting for this production to begin. So it is something that's really been accepted quite well, and I find that the players are getting opportunity to see their exploits, and that is important. And you get then, even with a lot of franchise cricket that is played all over the world, teams are able now to see the BCA production and be able to identify players. They can put names to performances, and one would not ever understand the type of reach that can create opportunities for people who may not even be seeing it. I mean, playing for the country is obviously an honor, but there are always other opportunities that are being presented. Yeah,
and I was just about to make a mention to that, because a good friend of mine, Hassani Pace Evelyn, he's watching wherever he is in the world right now. He just sent me a message saying he's already logged on to the BCA TV on YouTube. And I'll ask you this question, Stephen: how has the response been like to this new initiative where our cricket can be seen on YouTube by Bell imagery?
Extremely positive response. I want to say hello to Hassani as well. I know him very well, and he's a cricket at heart. Attended one of the better schools in Barbados, No, but really the response has been extremely positive, and the good thing about it, even the right arm off spinner here, I think this is like Terry O'Neill, who's just delivered one that was played in the offside for no run. Terry O'Neill was part of a Barbados A squad that just traveled over to Dominica, and being able to stream a person who would have seen his exploits in Dominica can then watch what he's doing here at local level for his club Wildey, as that one is played into the region of fine leg. It looks like the batsmen have crossed for two. And then you've had others like even young Joshua Dorn and others who were part of that Barbados A squad. So streaming really provides that extra exposure. And I mean, you can tune in at midday where these matches begin, and you can go back if you're not watching it live to see how the particular day played out. And you see the quality of innings. The centuries are being made, but you also want to be able to see the type of batsmanship that would have been able to create that century. So it's a wonderful opportunity for these young men, and I hope that they utilize it, not just playing the club, but the fact that the stream is giving them that extra exposure.
Yeah, and apart from the exposure and the visibility here on YouTube and stuff like that, in terms of video, there's also radio coverage as well on Starcom. Tell us about that as well.
Well, radio coverage, I was told, started back in 1978, so that's almost 5 decades ago, and it's a wonderful avenue. So again, what happens at 1:30 every weekend, the elite matches are actually brought on Starcom network. We've also worked in the past with CBC, so these two major radio stations in Barbados have been exposed during that 5-decade period. And what happens as unique to that radio coverage is that the radio commentator paints a picture of the ground. They don't have the opportunity that the stream would allow you to be able to see when a player is actually, delivering his ball or he's playing the stroke. So these young men that do the commentary on Saturday is led by a number of experienced persons: Andrew Mason, Keith Holder, Philip Hackett. And there's so many of these guys who have been involved in this delivery of the product for so many years, and it's really well received. For example, in Barbados, there's a program, as you know, is Down to Brass Tacks, Monday to Friday on the same Starcom network, and it starts 10 a.m. and it goes until 2 p.m. There is a particular caller called Alvin. Alvin calls in every day or most days, and he's very political in his contributions of brass tacks, but he follows cricket. And my understanding is that he has challenges with his sight. But you know what Alvin does on weekends? He tunes into the radio broadcast. And that radio broadcast makes his weekend in terms of him being able to listen to top flight cricket. So that type of example is extended to many others who are really interested in Barbados cricket and following what is happening on weekends.
And I must say, Stephen, during one of my breaks, because obviously, we take half an hour stints in terms of our commentary here on television, I got the opportunity to really sit down and listen to Wayne Holder deliver his commentary on radio. And I'll tell you what, Stephen, absolutely impressed with what I heard. You mentioned painting the picture, and for someone just listening, not being here at the ground, he described it perfectly and really, put the listener here at Darrell's Road. So that's just one of the indications in terms of how useful the radio commentary is here at the Barbados Cricket Association. But as we continue our conversation, Stephen, can you give us a bit of insight in terms of some of the other initiatives that the Barbados Cricket Association may have ongoing or coming up?
Well, one of the things that we want to do is to really look at the opportunity that even the commentators are having. We want to have formal training of commentary. You would look at the fact that the same Wayne Holder, Andrew Mason, Keith Holder, Philip Hackett, these guys have been around for more than 3 decades in some instances. But we want to bring on a younger group of talented experience to really be the next group of persons who can be able to be part of this particular commentary team. And training is important, educational purposes. We've got the Surbiton Beach Center of Excellence, and there are a number of initiatives that will be made public in the short term of what we want to do within that program. But as you would know, Amar, for those who are viewing and listening, the Surbiton Beach Center of Excellence really assembles the best on the 13, on the 15, on the 17, and on the 19 male cricketers that we have on the island. We also have a female component, which is for junior, on the 19, and then senior. And there basically have exposure to the high quality coaching that we have on the island. We predominantly do the training at Kensington Oval, but because of logistics, sometimes we have some other satellite venues that we go at, but that's where we actually build. And one of the things about the Surbiton Weekend events, since we want to be able now to incorporate a number of things, there are financial literacy programs that we do with some of our sponsors. There's the opportunity to give those young persons the insight that playing for their country is just one avenue in terms of being involved in cricket. So those are some of the things that we're going to be hopefully being able to announce in the public domain a little bit more in the not too distant future.
And I know you are here, Stephen, and I want to remind our viewers and listeners that this broadcast obviously is brought to you with the kind compliments of the Barbados Cricket Association. We've spent a lot of time talking about the players, the coaching as well, but I want to ask you about the officiating, because I know the Barbados Cricket Association always happy to welcome new officials onto the scene of cricket. Umpiring obviously is one of the different ways that you can get involved as well. How has been the recruitment of umpiring been going for the BCA?
Well, the Barbados Cricket Umpires Association, they are the entity that have responsibility for the recruitment and training. So we facilitate in terms of the infrastructure. Some of their training is done at the Kensington Oval, and that entity really would be charged with that responsibility of being able to manage all of the officiating as it comes to umpiring. So the BCA does lend support. We've paid umpires fees now for maybe the last 6 or 7 years. When I played, and Philo and most others who would have played local cricket, that's a lovely shot which is stopped at extra cover, with the score being 15 for 2. And one of the things that we have at the BCA is the fact that with that exposure, you've got individuals who had to pay the umpires fees then. So at lunchtime, what will happen at Hamar, you play, and the guys will come around in the dressing room, and there may be 11 of us in the team, and each of us contribute towards the umpires fee. So the BCA took a decision years ago to eliminate that element. You can see these guys being outfitted in their whites now for this 3-day game, but they're also limited over, so they wear their color clothing. So the BCA also has started and continues to provide clothing, both the white and colored clothing. And then one of the beauties about it is that you pay one of the biggest expenses for the actual cricket ball. The cricket ball is at least 45 to 50 Barbados per ball. So we pay all those ball fees. So those are some of the elements that we've been able to put together to try to reduce the challenges that a club may have and allow me to continue.
And I know we do have some very good umpires at the local level, the regional level, and also at the international level as well. For a number of years, Gregory Braffett flew the Barbados flag high, and Leslie Reeford Jr. as well. He's part of the West Indies series ongoing right now in Jamaica. So umpiring, of course, is another avenue that if you don't make it as a player, you could still be involved in and around the game as well, scoring another avenue as well.
Administration of the game is very important. I mean, being at a club, there's always a chief cook and bottle washer. Maybe 1 or 2 people. I know, for example, this being one of my former clubs that I play for, I can speak openly. Like, I've observed Melissa here at Wanderers, Ricky Clark at Wanderers. These people have to be individuals who sacrifice not just their time, but a lot of energy and brain power to be able to pull together. Because when the young men go and represent the club, somebody has to put things in place for them to come. The persons have to be catered for at lunchtime. There has to be the preparation, the pitch. So administration too is an avenue that I think a lot of young people should be able to explore. I remember after playing local cricket, I took a decision in my 20s. Why play club cricket every Saturday, even though I love the game, when I could consider administration? It's something that I've decided, and I've enjoyed it since I've done it maybe just over 2 decades ago. So these young men who are here on the field, they have opportunities now, a lot more franchise cricket, as I said, but being involved in administration, being involved in scoring, being able to play the game they love, it's all there for them to be able to take the opportunities that present themselves.
And you mentioned about the opportunities and franchise cricket always being an interesting topic. I know a couple of months ago the BCA did mention the idea of perhaps having a semi-professional league. I don't know if you could give us a bit of thoughts in terms of how that planning has been going, if that is still on the horizon for some of the players.
Well, the season began on April 4th, and one of the major aspects is that each of these players are entitled to a stipend, and that is a step in the direction for the semi-professional league. My understanding is, in addition to the players, you've got some coaches who've had an increase in their contribution that they get on a monthly basis. So we've started in that vein, and one of the beautiful things about giving an opportunity to a person to earn doing something that they love is that it should bring a lot of more energy and a lot more commitment. I mean, I've been to this venue and maybe 4 or 5 other venues during the season, and predominantly players are arriving earlier. There's still a few of us that are a little bit late in the arrival. I've observed some practice sessions. I can see that the intensity has improved in terms of that. But one of the key things for us is that if you make that investment, you want to be able to see the returns. And I'm very happy that, I mean, sure, the players are happy that they are receiving a stipend for elite cricket, but predominantly you want to be able to build the brand, improve the quality of play. Quality of play is important, Amar. So what you see here hopefully will be development in the right direction for what we want to do as part of the semi-professional league.
Yeah, I think you're looking a bit at my notes, because that was the next question I was going to, in terms of you've watched so many cricket, Stephen, throughout the different seasons. So I was just about to ask you in terms of the quality. Have you noticed anything different this season so far?
Well, I'll tell you this, and that's a stroke into the extra cover region for no run. A young Jonathan Drake, score being 15 for 2. The quality of play has been very much, well, there are more centuries being recorded. Predominantly at this time of the year, because it's a drier part, you will see better performances. What I can tell you for certain is that the young players want to be able to put together performances that make them proud, get obviously proper results for their club, and obviously make, by extension, their supporters proud. Now, from a technical standpoint, I would think that the coaches are at an acceptable level in terms of what they're getting from the players, but there are some performances that we want. Like, for example, it's been discussed on this program, we've not really had a lot of fast bowlers in the numbers that we would want, bowling at 85 plus miles per hour, but you have seen some talented young fast bowlers in the tournament. So overall, directly to answer your question, I think that we can, and that one is played very nicely, pull shot for 6. Jonathan Drake's really taking full advantage of that one. That definitely was not an aggressive short ball, but I think that predominantly everybody's very pleased with the standard, and I'm hoping that we can get performances that this builds on what they do at club level, because Barbados has a history. The right excellent cigar officer, July 28th of this year, he's been the greatest cricketer that has ever played the sport, and he played club cricket in Barbados. So these young men have something to see as what you would consider the standard bearer. And we've had so many other wonderful cricketers, fast bowlers, batsmen, and we're extremely happy with what we're doing here and giving them the avenue to continue playing the game that most of us love.
Yeah, Jonathan Drates has made the ball disappear.
Yes.
Seems that way, and the match referee Ross is about to make his way onto the field, so the umpires can have a look. Drates scored 6 runs from 27 deliveries, so hasn't started pretty quickly, but has some time to spend out there in the middle, and he'll be looking to dig deep and play a dogged innings if he has to. New ball, not new ball, but another ball is onto the field of play now.
And I said something about even Amar, simple as that exercise was changing the ball just now. I remember there was a time where the expense of having replacement balls was all at the club. So it looks simple, but again, all of these are things that eliminate the type of financial strain that a club may have, because most clubs in Barbados are not rich. I mean, they rely on subscriptions, and I think that that's one of the things that the BCA is very hopeful will be part of the whole arrangement. You're paying the players, giving them an opportunity to have a stipend, those 11 or 15 guys should be paying their subscriptions, and they should be also assisting the other people in the club who play at different levels who may not be able to pay their subscription. So all that helps in the maintenance of the club, the revitalization of the club, because if clubs are not strong, Amar, you can do whatever you like. Club cricket, which is an extension of school cricket, once those two are strong, you're going to have you're going to have a stronger product at the national level.
Yeah, well played by Dritz.
Yeah, I knew the bowler was not going to go back into the turf after being struck out the ground so easily. And Dritz is a young player who's made it into the Barbados side. It's about his third or fourth season consistently playing at top level, and he's a very critical part of the Wanderers batting. He does extremely well, certainly at local level, and a very disciplined player. He's someone who hit those additional balls. I'm sure after his club practice is finished, he hits because he's thinking about the next level and about getting better. So being able to watch him, everybody around the world will be able to see how Jonathan Dritz plays.
Final ball of the over. Yeah, just a single to end. 22 for 2. And Stephen, and just before you go, I know you're such a busy man. This competition, some of them are not here right now, but it still attracts some of our international cricketers. The likes of Craig Brathwaite, Jason Holder, just to name a few, continue to play in this competition. How important is it for these players, to come back and represent their clubs, and also to lend their experience to some of the younger players in terms of the development of our cricketers here on the island?
Well, I'll tell you a story. And I played one season at Spartan Club, and I remember Phil Wallace, who's now on the commentary team, was opening the batting for the West Indies, and he came back to play a club game. And the fact that he was able to come back into that dressing room was such a experience for the young players who were in that group. So you translate that to now in 2026. Anytime you can get an international cricketer coming back into the dressing room, playing local cricket, that should inspire. I mean, if you're a batsman, you want to be able to show how really you can score a century with that same player. If you're a bowler, you want to get wickets. So I think it's important. It helps the brand, and it not only allows people to be able to play with these experienced cricketers that are playing international level, but you're able to really get some knowledge that will be useful to your own game, to develop your game. Imagine a Craig Brathwaite who does it consistently for Empire. Well, for Wanderers, our Empire club, you've got Kevin Wickham and these other guys that still who play at national level, and sometimes they come back and they play it. Those younger players are going to benefit, and those younger players are going to want to be able to show how much quality that they have, and I think it's a very good thing for the cricket in general.
Yeah, thank you so much, Stephen. Is there anything else you want to say before you head on out?
Well, I want to encourage persons to continue supporting the stream, continue to support the radio commentary. More importantly, we've got our website, www.barbadoscricket.org. You're able to follow these games during the week, certainly when on the weekends live, and critically, we are able to give that experience to all and sundry who love the game. So let's continue to support Barbados cricket.
Yeah, thank you so much, Stephen, for your time and your presence here in the commentary box, and do continue the fantastic work you and your team at the Barbados Cricket Association.
Thanks, Amar.
So we continue here. Tariq O'Neill continues. Wanderers 23 for 2 after 12.3. Pius Emilian, batter on strike. 4 runs from 35 deliveries. His partner, Jonathan Dritz, 8 from 30, and current run rate 1. Main destroyer for this Wildey team in the first innings. Wanderers require another 315 runs. As I say, good afternoon to Philo Wallace for the first time. Philo.
Yes, please. Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm well. I'm solid as a rock and smooth like silk. How are you?
I'm all right.
How's your family?
Doing pretty well.
Yeah, I can see that because you look tired.
Yeah, not much rest last night.
Not when they're young.
What do you make of this
But Wonders has clearly set up that they're looking to bat the entire day. Not sure if they're going to get up to 338, but the approach obviously is clear that they're trying to rebuild in this overnight partnership with Drakes and Emilian. And you have to give credit to the Wildey bowlers. The pitch is obviously flat. It was rolled just before start of play. But the approach of the Wonders batters is good, but I would expect them to look to score. 338, it's a lot of runs, but you still have to show the intent to score, because if this partnership is broken, then you're going to get into the middle order with not a lot of runs on the board, because they're 23 for 2 in 13 overs. Only added some 12 runs from the overnight 11, and it's just over half an hour, 35 minutes to play. So it's very slow going by Wonders, and all the running now has to be for Wildey to get wickets.
Rashad Gill continues. On the leg side.
Gill has bowled well, but one would say unlucky. Bowled some very good deliveries. He tested Jonathan Drakes with a short ball. And the first innings he looked quite ungamely, but a previous over from Gill bowled a short ball. He slapped it in front to square, which obviously tells me that he has control. And he played it with a lot of authority. And these are the things that batters need to understand, that when you get tight bowling, but the opportunity to score, you have to make hay while the sun shines to score runs. Another short ball. And well played by Drakes. It's the one that Wonders batting is built around. Just unfortunate yesterday for Shane Mosley and Morris. That funny period,
yeah.
10 overs, 20 minutes of batting.
Tricky period.
Go hard? Do I go soft? And they both got caught in two minds, and obviously they were out. Very difficult situations for openers. And obviously Drakes had to go in, and Emilian as a night watchman, he's still there, so he's doing his job. It's a beautiful drive by Jonathan Drakes. Once he's in, looks, he's elegant, it's very easy on the eye. One will hope that he can cash in here and try to get a big score and do himself a world of good with his confidence as well, because he's one that runs on confidence as a batter. And just because he played a first-class season this year, and he played a horrible shot in Jamaica on 96 against the run of play, and obviously that would have affected him going into that very important game against Trinidad and Tobago. So you have to put all that behind him, but use the experience to try to salvage something here for Wanderers.
And I want to take you back to yesterday evening. You mentioned that tricky period, about 9 overs to go before the close of play. You're a batsman and you're prime fellow, obviously representing West Indies, representing Barbados, one of the biggest names in cricket where Barbados is concerned. How does a batsman really navigate that period?
You have to have a clear mindset. You have to tell yourself, look, if there's a ball to knock away, I'm going to knock it away. Because in knocking that ball away, it gives you confidence and it pushes the bowler back. Short ball, and Emilian just whips it down behind square. The thing is about a batter is that you have to put fear in the bowler's heart. And in order to do that, you have to show the will to score. You got to show that you can dominate. And there are certain deliveries that a bowler will bowl to you that you have to dominate. And the other deliveries, which we will call good deliveries, you have to respect. But once you can dominate the deliveries that you can score from as a batter, the bowler then has to be consistent. Because if he's inconsistent, you're going to be scoring runs consistently. And in that passage of play last night, I would have been telling myself, it is a bad ball, I'm going to put it away. Because you also will push the fielders off you. And the fielding side might be looking for light even quicker. So it is all about your mindset and how you're going to approach it.
Yeah, Wildey would have been the happier of the two teams, of course, to grab those 2 wickets.
Yes. And it makes it easier for them coming today, the final day. Obviously only looking now to get 8 wickets. Well, if we had no wickets lost yesterday, they would have had to come today looking for 10. So a little pressure was easy yesterday, but the approach today is good from the Wanderers player of Drakes and Emilian, where they're just not looking to score at rocket pace, but pushing the ball around and batting time. The longer they bat, the more work it is for the Wildey bowlers. Although we haven't seen there's been currency here. And the more work it has to do, that they will have to do. And also the captain, Jerome Jones, is going to test his ability now to maneuver as a captain to get wickets.
Final ball of the over. It's a dot to end. Wanderers 26 for 2, and this is where we'll have our first commentary change.
Yes, and we want to say that this streaming is brought to the compliments of the Barbados Cricket Association. I think it's a good initiative from the Barbados Cricket Association. We heard the marketing manager, marketing and communications manager, Stephen Leslie, a couple minutes ago speaking about all the initiatives of the Barbados Cricket Association. As I say, good afternoon to Philip Hackett, who's wearing a wonderful, is it yellow or gold shirt?
Well, I think it's yellow.
Yellow. I see Stone Hill in black and Barbados Pride.
Yes, well, you should be proud as a Bajan, shouldn't you?
I'm a Barbadian. I don't know what a Bajan is.
Oh, okay.
I have a Barbadian passport.
You have a Barbadian passport.
Yeah, my passport doesn't say Bajan.
Well, I'll tell you, if you don't know what a Bajan is, you are at risk of losing that Barbados passport.
How are you?
I'm not doing badly at all. What about you?
How was church?
Oh, church was an inspiration, as it usually is.
I went to a supper last night, St. Silas Parish Church supper.
How was that?
Well, I'll tell you, I haven't been to the church for service. I don't live too far from the church. But a lot of people at the supper with me, they ask me, when are you going to come and worship?
Well, I'm here wondering the same thing.
You see, but
if
they start at 9:15.
You don't live too far.
No, I walk there. But you see, they start at 9:15.
You're digging a deeper and deeper
hole.
hole.
No,
for
I'm
yourself,
not digging a deeper hole at all. They start at 9:15, and I have to get to cricket for 11 o'clock.
Okay, they start at 9:15, and you have to get to cricket for 11 o'clock. Okay, I'll have to work on that one for
you know, as Barbadians, we don't like to walk out in service.
Yeah, that's true. That is not the desired thing, but I suppose one has to honor one's responsibilities to some extent.
So I go to St. Luke's for 7:30.
Oh, so you do go to church then?
Yeah, you have to.
Okay. Well,
Most Barbadians should go to church.
I'm breathing a lot easier now.
Yeah. I go to St. Luke's at 7:30. By 9 o'clock, I'm back home.
Okay, that sounds good. We can live with that.
Yeah, but they want me to come to St. Silas. I make the opportunity to go. I make the time.
When you don't have cricket at 11 o'clock.
I might have to sneak out to church, sit in the back pew.
So, good effort here by the overnight pair, I would suggest.
It's been steady. I think Emilian has come into his own. He's obviously digging in. He understands his responsibility to Jonathan Drakes. And Jonathan Drakes is batting well. Good control, not looking to overhit the ball, just playing within his zone. When he gets his scoring opportunities, he scores. But he needs to do that for a long period of time. 338 runs is a lot of runs to score.
Well, watching the cricket in England earlier today and listening to the commentary, one of the commentators said that the task is straightforward. He said it doesn't mean that it is easy, but it is obvious what needs to be done. And obviously that he meant you have to bat and bat and bat and bat.
Well, that's the only way you can get the 338.
Exactly. And I think that could apply here as well. The task is very straightforward. You just have to be sure that at 5:30 or whenever the days play and you're still there. Yeah. Whether you have reached the 338 or not, to my mind, is of secondary importance.
They have to be in the middle.
Yes, they have to be in the middle.
If play ends and they're not in the middle,
that's going to be a problem for them.
Agree.
So, to my mind, it should be a question. Not that you're going to be poking and not trying to get runs, but the thing is, you recognize you need to bat the entire day. Yeah. If at the end of the day you have 338, or if coming towards the end of the day you've got wickets in hand and you can challenge for the 338. But I would think the more important thing is to think about batting the entire day.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. Now we're going to see the first bowling change for the day is going to be, looks like Desmond Currency. The other left arm orthodox spinner. I would call Jerome Jones the leader of the spin bowling attack. Although he doesn't like to bowl himself, and that happens to a lot of captains who are bowlers. They believe that if they come on too early, they're going to stop another bowler from coming into the attack. And I believe sometimes that Jerome Jones comes into the attack a tad too late. Again, he's giving the responsibility to the young men in the club, who are the future. Obviously, he's just there to show responsibility and pushed him as well as pushed himself.
I like him as a captain, though, because when the chips are down, with both bat and ball, he's not afraid to take responsibility. He doesn't shirk.
Good
so
leader.
that if there's a partnership or there's something, things are not happening, he is prepared to come into the attack then, even if he had given the others the opportunity first of all. And then we saw yesterday when they obviously wanted to declare, and the scoring rate wasn't poor, but it could have been a lot better. He came in and blasted 48 off 18 deliveries or something like that.
He had muscle.
You know, and so he took responsibility. He certainly didn't shirk there.
Yeah, those are good qualities of a leader who understands the situation and plays for his team.
So Drakes was shown great application in this match. Not a whole lot of runs behind him, but he's shown the application, top scoring the first innings, and picking up some runs here out towards a wide long off position. So the scoreboard moves up a bit. The scoring rate not particularly impressive, but that's of secondary importance right now. They need to dig in. That first hour is one, I suppose, where they set the tone for the day. And the night watchman being able to hang in for so long, that should offer some encouragement to the guys who are picked to bat.
Yes, that's a beautiful extra cover drive. That's a flighty delivery from the left arm spinner who's bowling around the wicket to Drakes, and just got his left foot to the pitch and struck it nicely and pick up 2 good runs. And that is important for him as well to score.
Looking quite sound in defense. And when there's the opportunity to score, as you pointed out, does so with aplomb.
Yes. And another lovely flowing drive. And that is important. He's not looking to, when he started, just block. He's now looking to push the ball into the gaps, get the rotation of strike going. Emilian being the left-hander, so it serves a different proposition for the left hand. Orthodox is now going to come over the wicket to him. The field will have to turn around as well. They have to do some field changes. So all of this cognition of partnerships will bring skills from Jerome Jones and the bowlers into play.
Seems to be some dust kicking up next door.
It's so dry.
What's happening over there?
Well, they were cutting the tree down. And maybe there's a lot of dust blowing. I don't know if they're maybe it's cutting the grass. Yes, there's a lawnmower, a drive mower above by Paho cutting the grass. I don't know how much grass he's cutting. It looks like he's just cutting dust.
But I sympathize. I feel genuinely sorry for anyone with
asthma
or sinusitis. And at one point, a short while ago, I thought the players were going to have to run for cover, but that quickly blew away. Certainly not good for those who, well, not good for anyone really, but especially those who tend to be sensitive to such things as I tend to be sometimes. So
you are?
Here's hoping that the sinuses remain intact and that you don't have to do an extra shift today or 2.
It is all part of cricket. You have to fall in line. So I'm just falling in line and doing what I'm supposed to do for the sake of BCA cricket. But a good over there for wonders, I would say. Obviously, the 12th man going up with water, and that's going to be a reoccurring decimal point where the players will be asking for a lot of water.
I think they need water over there to keep that dust from blowing.
Yeah, but
that needs to be.
Yeah, but he's cutting the grass. He doesn't want to cut wet grass.
I'm not so sure that.
Yes, look.
Is that the grass that's causing that?
Yeah, he's on a drive more.
So why would the grass?
Because it's dry. You see, look, he's on a drive more.
Okay.
That orange thing that with 4 wheels.
Wow.
He's on a drive more. He's cutting the grass. That's why you're getting all of that dust coming down from above there by Paho.
Wow.
Yeah.
Certainly a health hazard.
Yeah, it's difficult. You see Emilian now remove his helmet as the 12th man comes off.
And there are 2 fielders who are right out on the boundary out that side. They're getting a full blast.
Yeah.
Not good at all. Not impressed.
And one of those 2 fielders is the coach.
Yeah.
But that is the way it is. Obviously, today is Sunday. Paho doing some remedial work to make sure tomorrow the place is bright and clean. You know, that to me, if Drakes could have just extended his arms a bit more through that ball, beat the man at short, maybe get pick up maybe another single, just to keep rotation going. We've seen O'Neill, Tariq O'Neill, he's into his 9th over, 11 runs. I haven't picked up a wicket yet.
Well, he got fair amount in the first innings, and that's how it goes sometimes. You get a bundle of wickets, and then another day you're bowling just as well and nothing to show.
Well, yesterday I spoke to him, and I told him that you have to expect Wanderers batters to bat better in the second innings, so you have to work harder for your wickets. And these are things that the players need to understand. You might bundle a team out for a low total in the first innings. If you do it in the second innings, congrats. But you would expect the team to bat a little better, force you to bowl a lot harder for your wickets, and produce those better deliveries to get wickets.
I agree with you, but the unfortunate thing is nobody gave New Zealand that memo in the test match against England.
Well, everyone is blaming the pitch. They're saying that the pitch is inconsistent in bounce and stuff like that.
Well, I don't doubt that the pitch is poor, but I mean, I shouldn't say that's my opinion. Let's put it this way. That would tend to be my opinion from this distance. But those who are supposed to be knowledgeable, who've played lots of cricket on that pitch and others, and Nasser Hussain and Mike Rubwan and these guys now, England won the game quite easily, and the English commentators, who were all former players, have been heavily criticizing the pitch. And if you read between the lines, that may say something to you. You would think, in other words, if they had lost, that one would say, well, sour grapes. But they've won, and they still are showing that, yeah, we won, but that's not good enough in terms of the pitch. I don't know if you saw this morning, but, I mean, I've got a lot more respect. I've always had respect for Ben Phillips. But that's gone up even more today, because some batsmen would have packed it in.
But he batted well.
He batted well, but not only batted well, he was not only trying to protect his wicket, he was virtually protecting his health as well. Because, I mean, and with these stump mics, it's a good thing that he has some control over his language. I think at one point when he got struck, he said something like, "Oh my goodness," or something like that. He could have said a lot worse. And but it was the ball just battered him. And if you maybe go back and watch that, you would see, I think it was Emilio Gay who was feeling close to the wicket. He was also, he put his hand on his head. His reaction was as though he probably said to himself, "Well, thank God I don't have to go and bat again."
This is his first test match. I want to congratulate him, actually.
Yeah.
Emilio Gay scoring a lot of runs in county cricket, and he's been given the green light by his captain to bat the way he knows how to bat. If he's in a tight situation, just bat and don't worry about it. And another thought that would be going through his mind, you go into the headquarters of cricket in England at Lord's, you get a pitch that is a bit up and down. In your first test match, you score 50.
Yeah.
So it sets you up, obviously, for the series, the next test match. Not certain where he's playing, but it sets him up quite nice. If he goes on a better track or a better pitch, you will look now to cash in there.
Well, he would have to be going on a better pitch, because anything worse than that, I think they would have to
Yeah, I'm
abandon
not
the game.
certain where the second test match is playing. I don't know if it's at Trent Bridge. Not certain, but you would expect the pitches now to get better as the series go on. So it was quite difficult. The first pitch, England won. Congratulations to them. And New Zealand, I would have said, were lucky because there was no job for Archer. For his exploits in the
They
IPL.
would have had to stop the game.
Yeah, if he was playing.
Joe Archer was playing.
Yeah, it'd be.
Or somebody would have been injured.
Yeah.
I mean, he gets awkward bunks on a perfect pitch, doesn't he?
Yes.
So. Yeah.
Let me see this umbrella field. We don't really get to see it so often. Desmond Currency bowling with a slip, a Galia silly mid-off. That ball was badly lined though, and Emilian just working into the leg side for an easy single. And now we see the right-handed Jonathan Drakes coming to face, and the field is going to be spread. And that is one of the good things about being a senior batter and at the crease. The teams will relax their field to you and give you a bit of freedom to express yourself, but you still have to be cognizant of not looking to be over-aggressive to give your hand away. So he's bowling out to a slip, backward point, extra cover on the boundary, short extra cover, long off, mid on. deep mid wicket and the man at silly mid on the leg side. So it's giving Drakes the opportunity, a little free to the offside, but he needs to be careful. He holds the glue to this Wanderers batting.
Yes, 16 off 48. I admire his patience.
And he's not a doctor.
But Pius Million, though, I mean, if you remember the first innings when he came in as that watchman, he looked as though he would be dismissed at any point. He was dismissed eventually, ironically after he had played a couple of deliveries with a bit more confidence.
Yeah.
But now we are seeing that it's not necessarily that he's not capable of holding men, but he simply didn't look the part when he came in the first innings. Yeah, but he's certainly done a pretty good job now, more than necessary for the night watchman.
Yeah, he looks good. He looks confident. And you can see him running between the wickets. He's playing the ball on its merit. And he just did a shadow shot to hit the ball over the top.
Well, I don't mean to put any commentator's curse on him, but yesterday you were talking about guys not being aware in terms of reading the game. And here's a player who I would give him credit for that because he's batting with Jonathan Drakes. If I'm batting with Jonathan Drakes and I normally bat at 10 and 11, there's no need in this situation to try anything ambitious.
No.
If the bowlers get you out, they get you out. If you get a ball that you're confident you can attempt to attack safely, fine. But there's no need to try to be a hero. You're batting with Jonathan Drakes. You're not batting with another tail end. You're batting with, well, realistically, one of the best batsmen in Barbados, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a talent.
He's in the Barbados team, so he would have to be one of the best batsmen in Barbados.
And he'll soon go up as well. I think he's going to be stepping up shortly as well. And
you see him as a Test cricketer to make it? That's what you mean by stepping up?
Well, from franchise you go to the next level.
Yeah. So the next level is Test cricket.
Well, the next level is 18.
18. Well, okay, 18 in that sense, yes.
Yeah. So I think he'd be close to that.
Yeah.
I believe he would have missed out on the 18 series against South Africa last year by a whisker.
Mm-hmm.
And the opportunity, I believe, it presents itself in 2026 once selectors of the West Indies are looking at him, and I think they are.
Okay.
And he's a talent, and he has to carry that with him. So being a first-class cricketer for Barbados is one tag, but making the next step is another tag that you have to live up to.
Emilian playing that delivery from Currency quite well.
And not a lot of our senior batters play local cricket.
Mm-hmm.
So it's Jonathan Drakes, you have Shane Mosley, you have Jack McAllister. Those are the senior guys here. Ray Matthews is obviously seasoned as
a local cricketer.
A local cricketer. So that's it. There's no Jason Holder. There's no Raymond Reefer. So they missed a lot of their players. Ian Bradshaw now is down in second division.
Mm-hmm.
So the responsibility is on Drakes, Mosley, and McAllister to shepherd this young side, into the future for Wanderers. So he has a big role to play, and he looks good. He's 17 from 51 balls, but his whole approach is quite good. Now we're going to see the experienced Jerome Jones come into the attack, and we must tell our listeners as well that the ball they started with was knocked away, and they've changed the ball. So you have to start with a BCA branded ball, but once that ball is lost, you can replace it with another ball. So this ball is a lot different, I believe, and we'll see what the spinners can get from it.
So a slip and a forward short leg, they're close catchers.
And Jerome Jones will make things happen, Philip. He plays with a lot of energy.
He does. And as I said, he's the one who comes in very often after, they've had a partnership or something, or during a partnership, and can often make a difference.
That is a wonderful shot, but very good fielding by Rashad Gill. That ball was short, and Drakes went onto the back foot and crunched it through point. Gill running from extra cover to cover point to his left, his strong side, and restricting the batters to a single. Very good cricket, which brings now Emilian into striker. He's going to be facing the experienced Jerome Jones. And I bet you that Jerome Jones fancies his chances against Emilian.
Of course. But this guy, Rashad Gill, though, I think he's a nice little cricketer. I know he was a bit worried yesterday because he wasn't, at one point he wasn't getting him on the wickets, and one or two people around were encouraging him, just reminding him that, sometimes you bowl well and you don't get the the success, and then there are other times when you just bring your hand over, no particular merit, and the wickets flow. So just be patient, But what I liked about that was his desire to do well. He really wanted to make a difference, and who knows, he may get a chance to do that even before this game ends.
Yeah, he has to bowl, I believe, another spell, but it's good to see the intention of him. I like his attitude yesterday. He gave it his all, bowled the variations, then he went to the short ball theory. As well. So he has it in him, but obviously wickets weren't coming. And sometimes you have to just resign yourself, Philip, as a bowler. You bowl some good deliveries and you don't get wickets.
Yeah.
And that is the state of the game. Sometimes you will see a leg spinner come on to bowl, bowls a long hop, and the batter slaps it in deep with wicket hand. So these are the things that make or break cricketers, but you still have to remain calm. And when you get your opportunity, just take it. Now with another adjustment to the field, that short extra cover is going to come to silly mid-off. So he's bowling to 2 slips, a silly mid-off, a silly mid-on. So pressure clearly on the million here by Jerome Jones.
When you mention things like that, leg spinner coming on and oh, loud shout, and what does he say? No, says the umpire. But that was a loud shout. In fact, the keeper went down on his knees. He's still looking in the direction of the umpire.
No, that's a silly mid-on,
and
silly mid-off fielder.
Yes, silly mid-off fielder, in fact, yes.
Yeah.
So, well,
Can look at
he's still there. Let's have a look at the monitor.
That's a short ball. He went back and looking to force it into the leg side. A very big appeal. Appeal full of confidence from those close to the bat.
Yeah, I don't think this angle is going to tell us much, but the previous one was probably revealing a bit more. Not too high, I would say.
No, not too high.
Probably felt it was missing leg. I don't know, missing something.
Missed the bat and crashed into the pad.
Missed the bat and crashed into the pad, okay.
But, obviously, the umpire felt that ball was going to go down the leg side. And immediately live to see another day. But that is the quality of a Jerome Jones.
Yeah.
Always making something happen.
So Currency is ready to start a new over. And not surprisingly, pulled down to mid-wicket because that was definitely short. In fact, I think he was lucky to get away with that. On a different day, a different situation, that may have been going over the boundary. But Drake's probably opted for
safety.
Pulled it into the ground.
He got a right long hop, man. He pulled it along the ground down to deep mid-wicket. Ray Gill is there. That's got a single. But on another day, Philip, he would have spanked that straight into Garrison Savannah.
I guess some people would say he should have done that nevertheless, but you can't blame him for, let's say, observing game awareness. It's not necessary to necessarily take that chance. You could easily, it deserved to be struck for 6 or even 12. But the bat can twist in your hand. There's so many things that could have gone wrong. And then he could have found himself walking back into the pavilion to be criticized by fellow Wallace and others.
To be totally gifted, you.
Exactly.
I don't criticize for that.
Yeah, I think he did. He took the best option. Put it into the ground.
Safety.
Rotate the strike. Oh, well, that's a very good catch, is it? In fact, he started to walk and then he waited. The umpires are going to have a chat, but they're claiming the catch, no doubt. The umpires are doing the right thing. They're having a chat. They're walking toward each other. And meanwhile, the umpires are not going to get the benefit of what we're going to get here now, which is a replay.
Drives at the ball.
And yes, Dorn, he certainly had to work for that one. We saw a couple yesterday where they came into his lap. What's happening here now? Well, he's still there, so it looks as though the umpires felt that it didn't hit the ground. Okay.
Ball would have struck the ground, but that is a very good reflex catch.
Yeah.
Because there's a full-blooded drive. The ball flew off the face of the bat. Emilian opened the bat face a bit too much. And Dorn just moving to his left, claiming the catch, but the umpires, the decision makers, they said no. So the fielders have to go back to their respective field positions. But Wildey should not be down about this. They had 2 opportunities to get 2 wickets, as we can see again. A full-blooded drive. And then Dorn just going to his left. And he's a right-hander, so that is the weakest side.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they have to go again. They cannot be daunted by these decisions. They have to pick themselves up there in the driver's seat, 38 for 2. So 300 more runs needed by Wanderers.
Well, yes.
And 8 wickets to get by Wildey.
Well, the first target would be getting to 300. So he'll need one more run to have that psychological advantage. Here's Emilian driving powerfully. So is he going into a different gear now, Philo?
Well, normally you used to teach people how to drive, and I believe it's manual.
How did you know that?
You told me that about 6 months ago.
Okay.
My brain works sometimes. So you start in first gear, not so?
Yes.
Right.
Most
And then you
times.
come
As
down
long as
to
you're going forward.
Yeah, you can't start in first gear and go back.
Yeah.
So you start in first.
Uh-huh.
You get to a certain speed, then you have to come back into second.
Right.
Right. Then you get to second, you get to a certain speed, you move to third.
Right.
Right. So Emilian now is moving into third gear.
Okay, but does he have the capacity to drive at that sort of speed that would require the third gear? Or should he simply continue to occupy the crease?
I think he has the ability to drive at that speed, but he has Jonathan Drakes as his passenger.
I think the passenger, if he continues to bat with such boldness, the passenger may decide he's going to take over.
Well, Drakes can drive too. And he's skilled at driving in the fourth and fifth gear.
He looked a bit shaky in that over. Well bowled though by Currency, because to bring a couple of false strokes, they won that was almost a catch. And that last delivery that beat the batsman, to do that to a batsman who's been in now for over an hour, even although he is the night watchman, but he's survived everything they've thrown at him for over an hour. So well done to Currency, I would say.
Yes, it's good bowling by Currency to induce the false stroke from the night watchman, Emilian, and he might not like us to call him the night watchman, from the batter, Emilian, who looks good. He's starting to grow in confidence. And you know, Philip, when the guy who comes in as a night watchman starts to grow in confidence on the following day, things can happen, either positive or negative. So Emilian still has to be, focus on what the team wants. He's in a discussion there, and I don't think he should get into any discussions, because the umpires made a decision. It's going to be Jones to continue from the southern end to bowl to Drakes.
And Drakes is opening up here. That's gone a long way out towards the deep extra cover position, and they will come back for a couple of runs. But that was, you can almost say, against the run of play, fellow.
And he's hitting with a wind, but he hit it so high, it actually lagging the wind, almost giving Gill the opportunity to take the catch. But he struck it to his right and picked up 2 runs. He just needs to be careful. He doesn't chip to the ball, Drakes. He uses a lot of arms, so he still needs to be careful.
Jones probably encouraged by that. Now he gives himself room and will get more runs. So the fielder, this time he gets a boundary, and Gill must be wondering what's really going on. He had to chase around to his right initially, and now has had to move around to his left. This time, though, not successful.
That's smart batting from Jonathan Drakes. He hit the one over extra cover. Gill ran to his right, and he got a short delivery, went back and bang it to the left of Gill, who is sprinting to his left. And if he's going to think about coming back for another spell, it's going to put pressure on the captain. But it is good batting from Jonathan Drakes, manipulating the field and the fielder, making him run left and right. But 2 good shots. He needs to continue.
Well, the captain may have to rethink who he's going to use on the boundary out there. Gill has done a good job. He's quick, he gets around, he has a good arm. But he may need to, well, here he is again. He may be needed to bowl a couple of lively overs a bit later. So the captain will have to decide, well, if he's more valuable as a boundary fielder, or if he will allow him to conserve some energy to have a go at the batsman a bit later.
Yeah, Philip, our mics are very sensitive. They're picking up that excavator that's doing some work in Paho and in the yard in Paho. I had to take my headsets off because you can hear it reversing now, that beeping noise. And I was wondering what it was, but that is what it is, Philip. That is making that hush kind of noise.
I'm not going to make any more comments on what's happening over there, because it certainly wouldn't be positive comments. But another boundary here to the cause of Wildey. This time the night watchman joining the act, and he goes into double figures with that very attractive and well executed pull.
A lovely shot there from Emilian. A short ball, he went back onto the back for the banging over mid-wicket, 1 bounce. And he's playing against his former club.
Yes.
So you want to prove a point. Good shot. Very good aggressive shot.
Jones not deterred by that, though. He's got 4 fielders around the bat. So he's still backing himself to breach the defense or to deceive Emilian in some way as the over comes to an end. 26 off 58, Jonathan Drakes, Emilian 11 off 57. Mosley and Morris falling cheaply, 3 and 2 respectively. And there's still some batting to come. Lovell, Watson, and both very capable. Matthews as well, yes.
Yeah, they've added 38 runs in just sort of an hour and 10 minutes. So they haven't been really setting the ground on fire, but they've been occupying the crease, which is very important. These two, Jonathan Drakes and Pius Emilian, batting well. Emilian getting into some confidence, playing some good shots, but he still needs to stay focused. The job is not finished. They need to get up to 338, which is beyond them, but if they can bat the entire day, it would be a big boost for the Wanderers side.
Well, it would also be a boost for a couple of other teams. The likes of Spartan, Empire, Guardiola, because a win here for Wildey will take them back among the front runners.
Yes, and as defending champions, after 5 rounds, they'll like to be up in the first 3-4 teams, so they'll be well positioned. Spartan has done well. They've won the last game in 2 days, and they've pushed them to the top of the tables. Obviously, Gladiola and ESFE Pittway is going to be a key battle this afternoon. And Wildey, they have to be the ones to make all the running here at Dallas Road if they're going to come up with a victory against Wanderers. But some resolute batting by this overnight pair. Obviously showing some signs of batsmanship. And we see Jerome Jones again being very, very attacking to Emilian.
A step, a gully, a silly point, and a forward short leg. There's also a short mid wicket and a short extra cover, so he's
I'm
not afraid to attack. They've got the runs to play with.
Yeah, but I'm not a fan of the bowler keep throwing the ball at the bat down the pitch. I don't like that. That is not fair play to me.
You mean when the bowler fields and throws it back at well, unless the batsman is clearly out of the crease and you're genuinely trying to run him out. I think most of the time it's more about intimidation than trying to run anybody out.
Yeah, but I'm afraid that the batter will get hit. You know, so you got to be careful here. But this is good batting. Just showing that the Wildey, some frustration coming into the Wildey play.
Well, remember yesterday you had a situation where McAllister was quite aggressive. At one stage, you saw a couple of one delivery that was called a no ball for height, a couple of other full pitch deliveries that didn't quite qualify to be no ball, and we also saw him throwing the ball in a supposed attempt to run out the batsman as well after the ball was fielded. So I suppose it's a bit of tip for tat here.
Yes, and I was out on the pitch earlier today because I like going on the pitch along with the score from Wildey, because if you remember well,
Mr. Seeley you're talking about?
Mr. Seeley? Yes, Nigel. Because remember, McAllister bowled some full balls at Jerome Jones, which he did not pick up.
Yes.
And they weren't high enough to be called the balls.
Correct.
So obviously they were below his base.
Just one of them was called.
Yeah. When McAllister is bowling from the northern end, there's a sight screen, but it doesn't line up with the pitch. Yeah, because obviously this pitch that they're playing on is very eastern.
Right.
The sight screen would line up.
And the sight screen is not mobile.
Not at this end, there's a wall.
Not this end. I think at that
the
end.
only way that wall become mobile if it gets knocked down.
Well, this is hurricane season, so don't even talk about that.
No, but McAllister's ball from the northern end yesterday.
Yes, right. But I think the other one looks as though it can be moved.
Yeah, it has wheels.
Yeah, it has wheels, yeah.
I don't know how the last time it was moved. So when McAllister is bowling from this northern end, he's bowling, he jumps, he goes over the short wall.
Right.
And he's actually bowling out. The background then becomes the houses.
Yes.
And there's a red trimming board. Obviously, they're playing with a red ball. So I believe that is where Jerome Jones is missing the ball. So Nigel and myself over there today, we were just having a look at it. So there's the wall you can see on the screen now. So McAllister bowls, when he delivers, he's on the shorter side of that wall. Out. Very lazy shot there from Jonathan Drakes. Again, the cunningness of Jerome Jones. Making a good effort. He's bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Drakes. That ball was hit on the onside of the playing pitch. And Jerome Jones to his right, trying desperately to take the catch. And the ball just dropped in front of him. But good effort from Jerome Jones. Good smart bowling, taking the pace off the ball.
So Jones looking to break this very stubborn stand between the established Jonathan Drakes and the night watchman Pius Emilion. They've been going now for, 70 minutes today, and maybe about 10 minutes or so yesterday.
Since there's a good partnership, and what they've done, they've forced Jerome Jones to make bowling changes, obviously field changes. He's gone very aggressive to Emilians. They'll have those 4 guys around the back, a short point, short extra cover, which is just driven the ball up quite nicely. That's Desmond Currency. And there's some words being spoken to there by the close-in fielders. Now they're going to swap around, try and see if swapping short leg, silly mid off or silly mid on, if that's going to work. Trying all kinds of connotations to get this partnership broken.
I thought you were going to say it's psychological
warfare
or something like that.
You got to be careful with that language,
Okay.
There's a lot of wars.
we wouldn't want that sort of war.
No, we don't want rumors of wars either.
Not even that.
No. But it's good batting. You're hearing the support from the Wanderers players in the background. We are sitting here on the deck of the Eric and Dennis Atkinson Pavilion. Very breezy there here at Dallas Road as a motorcycle that zooms by.
Well, they tend to do that nowadays.
Yeah.
Sometimes in great numbers.
Yes, particularly on Sundays.
And holidays.
Yeah, they have fun. But when you look at it, this pair obviously is starting to frustrate the Wildey bowlers. And that is what Wanderers want. They want obviously to frustrate the Wildey bowlers for as long as possible to make it easier for their batters. Drakes is going to continue. He's going to face up to Desmond Currency. He's bowling just to a slip or silly mid on a backward point. Extra cover, deep short, extra cover, cover catching, mid off, long off, mid on, and a deep mid wicket. And Drakes in his approved fashion just defends. But when you look at Jonathan Drakes, Philip, you can see that he oozes with class. He carries himself well. He's always well presented, well groomed. And you can see he looks after his kit. Everything is clean. You can tell the guy that loves cricket and loves what he's doing.
Great personality as well. He's not one of these cricketers who's oblivious to all and everyone around him, but can engage. Not necessarily the most chatty person, but would engage and discuss the game and so on with those around him. I'm not only talking about his teammates because that would be natural, but I'm talking about engaging others who may be around.
But one thing I want to tell him, and someone would tell him, is that he has to keep it simple. Don't complicate his game. As a batter, sometimes you go through periods where you hit the ball well, you can't score, or your timing is off. It just needs one good innings, and it all comes back into focus. These are the things that he has to remind himself of. Because certainly he's a class act. He has the temperament, to bat long and score big runs. And he needs to be consistent. Once he can find the consistency, the method of consistency as a batter, he can go places. That ball was short and he just banged it out to extra cover for a single.
Well, you know what people would identify as the biggest challenge that he may face? And I wonder if you can guess what that is.
Standing in the mirror and seeing your reflection.
I hardly think so. I don't think that would be a problem for him.
Not played by Emilion. I like what Emilion has done so far. He's just now getting into stride. He just a full delivery. Instead of looking to hit it hard, he just opened the bat face. Very aware of where the field places, where the fielders are. No field at backward point. And he just ran the ball off the face of the bat for another single. Obviously, the right-handed Drakes comes in to face now. The entire field has to change. And this is good batting.
Yeah. No, this is not a problem for me, what I'm going to share with you now. But I know it's a problem in this part of the world for many people, and it is something that I find particularly frustrating. Drakes is, 31 years old, so there'll be those who will be saying, well, a bit too late.
You think so?
I know so. I'm not saying that I believe it. I think that whole aspect as the players get a break here.
For water, yes.
A water break. Yes, I think that whole age thing in this part of the world, it's not only in cricket. I find that
table tennis do.
Well, in table tennis too, but I meant it's not only in sport. Then I should say I find that we tend to be very dismissive of people as they age, and we tend to ignore the fact that with age comes experience, and quite often with it additional wisdom. And sometimes we throw away people, both in sport and otherwise, just at the time when really and truly you should be reaping the full benefit.
Yes,
of,
when
of
they
their
get the kick
development.
on. Yes, I
You know.
agree with you. And at 31 years old, he's not old for cricketing terms because he can still get into a West Indies, even a West Indies senior team and do well. You can look at people like Michael Hussey.
Well, he started he played
Adam Voges.
Test cricket, I think, around 33.
Yeah.
Even Graham Gooch, who would definitely go down among the greats, like Hussey. Gooch started a little bit younger than that, but never really excelled until he was well past 30.
Yes,
And
because
by well past 30, I'm talking about maybe 32, 33.
Yeah, because then he understood his body, he understood batting, and that is important. We're seeing here on the screen ASCFE Pickwick. They declared 158 for 9, and they've set Super Blend Gladiola 301 runs to win.
And yesterday we were talking about Tino Bess, and you know, I'm sure now there's some people who say, "Oh, Tino Bess." This is not about Tino Bess. We're using the Tino Bess situation to show that if players are fit, it's more about if you are ready for the task, if you've prepared yourself, and fitness is part of that. If you're ready and you're capable and you're able. Now, if Tino Bess can be the fastest bowler in Barbados at 44 years old, how could a batsman be too old at 31 to score runs?
Yeah, the maths don't add up.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, the maths don't add up because if Tino Bess is the fastest bowler in Barbados at 45, not 44, he's 45, I believe. Jonathan Drakes cannot be old at 31.
But that's what I'm saying.
Cannot be. That's what I'm telling you. The maths can't add up because at the end of the day, they both bring that experience that you're talking about. They want to do well. They're fit as well. Both players are fit, and they still have the passion to drive their clubs and their careers forward. Look, Tino Bess be looking at Masters.
Yeah, but I'm not suggesting by any stretch of the imagination that Tino Bess should still be playing at the first level. But I'm just trying to show
if Tino Bess
we look at age when really there are other things that we should be looking at.
If Tino Bess plays at 45 for Barbados, we should have snow.
Yeah, I wasn't going in that direction, lest some think that's where I was going. I was simply looking at the fact of the importance of looking after yourself, and as long as you are in the condition to do the job and you're getting the runs, I don't care how old you are.
Yes.
You're getting runs, you're in condition, you're not a liability in the field. I don't even want to know how old you are.
You're not missing any cricket. I'm happy to see Shea Mosley out there. He's in all over black and wearing some Crocs. He wish he was out there because one of the worst things for an opening batter for is to watch others bat on a long day like today. And he's obviously offering that advice to Jonathan Drakes and Emilian, who's drinking the water.
On a day on which he didn't have to bring his gear.
No, not even a Sunday meal.
Yeah.
But he just sits and watch. But it's good to see him out there making the contribution for his club. That's the Tario Prescott, tall fast bowler from ASFU Pickwick, bowls the delivery to Rashawn World, and he just leaves it. Not a lot of carry the ball going through to be taken by the wicketkeeper down by his boot laces. So a good challenge here for Super Blend Gladiola.
Yeah, and while we're on the subject of age, I remember they retired actually Ryan Chandapal without even a proper send-off. Have you found anyone yet half as good?
But you know the truth behind that?
I know a story behind it.
Okay, good.
But, you know, there are always three truths.
I know. Let's look at the one in the middle.
Yeah, so which truth are you going to share with us?
I don't know.
Okay. But the point is, I'm not here to rehash that. Or what the point I'm making is, he was let go because he was old. It wasn't because he wasn't scoring runs. He wasn't scoring any less runs than anybody else.
No, he was old.
He was old, as far as those who made the decision are concerned.
You put it so blunt.
Right. So what I'm saying is, who have we found that has contributed half of what he has contributed?
Not a single fella.
You know, so I think sometimes we got to look at performance and forget people's ages. I honestly believe that.
Yeah, I think that once your performing age doesn't come into the equation, and as you said, once you have all the attributes for success, then you should play.
So we're going to get some action again.
And I'm going to get some water.
While we're on the subject of Drakes, though, 23 first-class matches, and again, that's evidence of this sort of season that we have. You know, 23 first-class matches, a high score of 170, an average of 34, which is a more than decent average.
Yes.
In regional cricket nowadays. 3 centuries and 6 half centuries. So decent record, but we need to play a lot more first-class cricket in the Caribbean, Philo.
Yeah, we're playing less, and we're not even certain if we're going to get a Super 50.
And if you're not going to do that, then at least we need more A-team tours so that it's not difficult to identify the guys who perform at regional level. The runs are there to show. But then give them that additional exposure then at A-team level.
Yeah, but you know they're going to say it with 18.
Or she said the runs and wickets.
Yes.
But Philo, what in life that is meaningful doesn't have a cost?
Win.
The win. That can have a cost because it can take your roof with it.
No. But you need air in order to live.
You know, I hate to hear that because if I'm charged with the responsibility of doing something, I've got a budget to run an office or a business or whatever, and I can't get it done. I don't think age comes into it. I think I should just resign from incompetence.
Yeah, but you're a man.
You know, we can't keep using that excuse of cost.
No. You have to find a way to get these players to
and
play
there are
more
other
cricket.
entities that don't have any more resources than you do that pressure you when they meet you out in the field.
Yes. It's not about planning. Those machines over there.
What about those machines?
They're just affecting our microphones. That bobcat now has joined the excavator. He's now moving the soil. And he's dumping it on the below side, so the dust now will be blowing in our direction.
So what are you suggesting then, that the club should probably send the fixtures to the neighbors so that...
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just stating the facts.
Yes.
You cannot stop them. They're doing work and they're being paid for it, I believe.
Of course. To be honest with you, the noise is I get where you're coming from in terms of the production, but the noise is not my biggest problem. But that unhealthy dust that people are forced to breathe in, that's unfortunate.
Yes, and Jerome Jones, after the break, operating from the southern, and I like Emilian. Emilian is bringing calmness to this batting partnership. When you saw him in the first innings, he didn't even look so assertive. But now in the second innings, he's batted some 70 balls, which is quite a lot. These 12 runs, but he's there. He spent time at the crease with Jonathan Drakes, and he's starting to form a partnership. They're starting to build in confidence. Obviously, they're 53 for 2, starting overnight at 11. So they've added 42 runs with them.
Yeah,
but
well,
they're going at 2.12 runs per over.
285 more required, and unless Wanderers genuinely believe that they can get the 285, it doesn't really matter how slow Emilian is batting, because the longer he bats, the less batting the others will have to do. So he's taking pressure with every delivery. He's taking pressure off his teammates to come, and he's putting more pressure on Wildey.
On Wildey, the longer this pair bats, the more pressure there is on Wildey to obviously go for the kill. And he's going to obviously... Well, one thing I want to see is the imagination of the captain.
There we go again. A delivery that on a different day he may have tried to maximize in terms of a boundary or 4, but he was very determined to keep that one down as short as it was, and he again tugged it into the ground.
You can see his
just
intent.
took the single.
His intent is to bat long, bat all day. And it's not beyond him.
It's not beyond him, but the thing about it is that you got to have the right intention, the right approach. Now, if the bowler is good enough to outwit you, well, that's a game, But what you don't want to see a batsman batting as though they're not aware of the situation in front of them.
Correct is right. But what I like about Jerome Jones' leadership is putting pressure on Emilian. And Emilian so far has dealt with the pressure quite nice. But it is going to be a cat and mouse game here with Emilian and Currency.
Yes, Currency has probably looked the one to given the most trouble. We've had some good deliveries from Jones as well, but Currency is definitely challenged him a bit.
Yes, he has. The Currency is operating from the northern end, Stephen Farmer end, as they call it.
And it's interesting too, because that brings into play this other bit of nonsense. Sorry, this other thing that's often discussed called, what is it, matchups?
Matchups? I only know what matchups.
And the ball turning away from you is supposed to be the danger ball. But I always thought that depended on the batsman.
Yeah. My thinking here, Philip, is that I would like to see the off-spinner bowl from the northern end. And obviously with the wind and the drift that he gets, force the right-handed batter to drive at the ball and maybe get him. So with Currency bowling to the left-handed Emilian, obviously he is looking to bowl the ball, to gate him, to bowl him through the gate like that. But that is a wonderful shot. Get into the pitch of the ball and just opening the back fist slightly, hitting it down behind point for 2. But that is the type of delivery that you want the left-hander currency to bowl to the left-handed Emilian, that drivable delivery.
So the over coming to an end. Looks as though Philo Wallace's stint has come to an end as well. And we're about to welcome back Anmar Goodrich Boyce. 56 for 2 from 26 overs. Jones continues from the far end. And Drake's, well, that was well played. Didn't look to be a boundary, heading for the boundary initially, but he gave himself enough room that he's able to steer it past the left of the backward point. And there you see it on the replay, well placed indeed. No real power, but the timing and the placement working together to bring a boundary to Jonathan Drakes. Well played. So, did you enjoy your short break, fellow?
Yes, sometimes you just need to stretch leg. You know, we're not as young as we used to. We're not as young as we used to be. We're not as young as we used to be. So
Yes, for sure.
we need to get up and stretch.
So, slipping a forward short leg, the close catches for Drakes. Yes, a 2. Different state of affairs when Emil is on strike. More runs here for Drakes, maybe just the 1. Pulling the fielder off the forward boundary. So Drakes having full confidence in Emilian, as he should. They both face, well, Emilian 74 deliveries, Drake 75. Emilian on 14 and Drake's on 35. That's not surprising. Drake's being, of course, the specialist bat. Emilian coming in as night watchman. Picked mainly, well, I can almost say exclusively for his left arm spin. The fact that he can hold up an end, I don't think that would be a factor in his selection at all. That's just a bit of a bonus. Well, what happened there?
Jerome Jones, obviously, you know, was a fast bowler. And I keep saying it, he still has that tendency in him. And he's big, he's tall, he's strong. He bowled a short ball, actually. And Emilian went for the pull and was struck. And he's in some discomfort as he drops the bat and obviously flexes his hands. Not certain where the ball has hit him, but he's in some discomfort. He's just leaning forward and he's getting some attention now from Jonathan Drakes. I hope that there's a first aid kit at this ground. And these are things that the clubs and the BCA should be obviously looking to emphasize, that clubs have a first aid kit. And he's calling for a helmet as well. So I don't know where he was struck. See Coach Ricky Clark going up with a first aid bag. It's see-through, but it's not liquid for that.
But yeah, I think that's a very good idea of having a first aid kit at each ground, and it would be good to have someone who is capable of using it as well.
Yeah.
So now we're talking probably about hosting first aid classes maybe for the various clubs and so on. And
Yes.
I'm not only talking about at the elite level, I'm talking about all the levels.
Clubs.
Because at the elite level, and especially if you get to a point where the professional system is intensified and you have maybe just 4 to
He's a plan
6.
spray to his left elbow.
Well,
so
I'm
he was struck
kind of
there.
glad that's where he was struck because the elbow would be raised as he tried to pull that ball, and I was hoping that he hadn't been struck in the head or anywhere in the neck or anything like that. You know, he'll survive a blow to the forearm, however painful, and he seems already to be, composing himself. So, not pleasant to be struck, but it could have been a lot worse, and good to see that he seems to be feeling a bit better. Still feeling the sting of it, but I believe he'll be all right. He's tough. I don't think he will let that defeat him. But yes, so the training for that. But what I was saying is that if you get to a point where the professional side of it is intensified, and you have maybe even fewer entities playing, whatever you want to call them, franchises or whatever, it could get to a point then when each entity could actually have a physio assigned to them, and that would be a good move as well. I don't know how far we are away from that. I remember police.
But it is 2026.
Police having their own physio some time ago. I don't know if they still do. I think UWA as well. They've had that. Although the last time I saw that in operation, there was one physio working between two teams.
Right.
So I don't know how he determined which game the player would be injured at. But, it's good to see at least the recognition that such support is required, even if you can't afford, let's say, to do it to the full extent. The fact that you recognize it is good and is important.
It's
important.
making
the effort.
That first aid professional is important at grounds, and particularly cricket. When you look at it, Philip, playing in these harsh conditions, a guy could be going down to field a ball and it can pop up and hit him in his face. He can dive at a ball and it can hit his finger and maybe have a little crack. So having that first aid person on board is important. And I believe that these are things that the Barbados Cricket Association will be looking at doing as we go down the road to developing our cricket even further.
Yeah, I believe they will. And sometimes it's not always easy to. You don't always necessarily focus on something until, for some reason, it appears then that, hey, you know what, this is what we need to do.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that's something that they will take on board sooner rather than later.
Yes, after that eventful over from Gerald Jones, where Emilius struck very painfully on his left elbow. He's in some pain. He survived the final delivery and just walked away. Hancho, obviously, there is some piece that the hand is not moving as freely as he would like. And he's gone up to speak to his partner, Jonathan Drake. They continue to fight. There's 62 for 2 wonders. There's still 277 runs away from getting up to 338. But the beauty of this innings is that we have 2 batters who started last night, and they've continued to bat. Now we're going to see the off spinner, Rashid O'Neill, facing up. He's going to be bowling to Jonathan Drakes. And Wayne Holden has made a grand entrance. He's not a domino player, so he's disturbed the domino table.
Well, that's how you find out things about people.
Yeah, the things they don't like, they like to get rid of.
Clearly, he's not into dominoes, as you said. He's not familiar with the table. I think that's Boyce helping him, Ian Boyce?
Yes, that's Ian Boyce. His mother is here. She watches every day's play.
Wayne's mother or Ian Boyce's mother?
Ian Boyce's mother. I don't know Wayne's mother.
Yeah, neither do I.
Yeah, she's a banker. She works at First Caribbean.
I know one of his sisters, at least one of them.
Wayne has sisters?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm not going to tell you anything more about Wayne.
No, I know. I don't
have to ask Wayne directly.
No, I don't need to know anything else about Wayne. That'd be rude. It's going to be Tariq O'Neill. A very confident young man. As Virgin Atlantic comes into the Gratley Islands International Airport. Obviously, that's from London. A wonderful place. Good airline as well.
And 35 to Drakes and 1,014,000, you were saying?
Yeah, it's a beautiful aircraft. A330.
And the swept away. Will he get it to the boundary? No. Good fielding out there. And just the 1 run. So you've had the privilege of traveling on that aircraft?
Many times.
Okay. Well, yes, you made that trek to London and back.
Many times. On British Airways as well.
But how is that though? I mean, before I'd gone there for the first time, it always seemed like torture to me to have to be on a plane for 8 hours.
Philip.
I don't know.
Philip,
how could you do that with the regularity that you did?
Philip, it started as normal. And then as the years rolled by, it started to get a little abnormal.
Okay, got more difficult.
Yeah, the trip seemed to be longer.
Yeah.
Although you're flying in comfortable business class, it started to get uncomfortable.
You did have to get that in, did you?
Yeah, because I'm not doing long haul flights in economy. I went to St. Vincent last year. My seat number was 1A, and I thought it was in first class.
And you were not?
No, I was right up in front. The only thing I was looking at was a door.
Okay, did that work out? Normally the seats in the front is...
You don't fly the small aircraft.
Oh, is it a small aircraft?
Yeah, we did. I was going to St. Vincent.
Oh, right. Okay, I missed that part.
Yeah. So I was in first class, and in first class you don't look back.
Oh boy. Yeah, I guess that's kind of uncomfortable. You're about what, 6'2", Philo?
Yeah.
6'2".
Can't get to 6'3" now.
Yeah. Well, if anything, you move in the other direction.
You
They
better
say you
believe
get
it.
shorter as you get older.
Yeah, things start to decrease.
Yeah.
You've lost your hair just like me.
Well, most of that is voluntary.
Okay.
So Emilian with what, 4 fielders
Shot.
around him
Shot.
gets this one away out to the forward square boundary for 4. So those close fielders with no work to do on that occasion. Well played to the left-handed Emilian, who now moves up to 18 and continuing to give excellent support to Drakes.
Yes, good support. A bad delivery from the off spinner O'Neill. That's a full ball on leg stump, and Emilian just swept it quite nicely down to the boundary. No one in the leg side of the boundary at all for 4, and that will hurt Wildey. But they'll be happy also to see him playing an aggressive shot. But he got way down on the ball and he swept it quite nicely. A good shot, a good result. I'll be seeing our Wildey players in a huddle, obviously looking to find an answer or a combination to break this partnership. It's now pushed up to 66. They started at 11, so it's 55 runs they've added, 28 overs, but they are there. Time is important now for Wanderers as they continue to build on this third wicket partnership.
Yes, so Emilian has got 18 and Jonathan Drake's 36.
And you're standing.
Well,
so you want your blood to run down to your feet.
You said something about stretching, and we were talking about long flights. I think on long commentary stints in one location is challenging. More entertainment, though, value here because we're actually seeing a game, whereas if you're on a plane, the most entertainment you'll have will be a movie.
Yes, they got radio too. You can listen to radio. What type of music you like?
Well, I like to think I'm fairly open-minded about music, and it may be easy to tell you the types of music that I don't like or prefer not to hear, but I wouldn't necessarily do that because that may offend those who, some might be offended, but I can deal with most types of music, and I'll tell you this. Once it's real music, because there's some things that, for me, maybe more noise. So if it is more just noise, then I probably might not appreciate it as a musical form, so to speak. So there's noise, and then you get some of these songs that are intentionally supposed to be quite, what's the word I want? What word am I looking for, Philo? Not nice in terms of the
lyrics?
The lyrics. So things like that would not attract my attention. Don't get me wrong. There are some, like Calypsonians, for example, over the years, who've been able to give you that double meaning in a fairly classy way.
Right.
But then there are those who are just downright, offensive.
But you don't ride the minibuses, do you?
Very, very seldom.
Right. I ride the minibuses because I want to know. I'm doing it because I want to know why people do things. So I ride minibuses maybe twice a week. This morning, actually, I caught a transport board bus. First time I've caught a bus a Sunday in over 20 years. And it felt good. Yeah. So I rode a bus on Friday to work.
So you didn't drive your Mercedes today?
No.
Okay.
It's in Phillip.
Okay.
It'll come down to me and it parks somewhere out there and I'll pick it up later.
I see.
But I rode a minibus on Friday. It was in Whole Town. So I caught the bus in Whole Town to Bridgetown. And the guy played some decent reggae music. And I said, well, this is what you like to hear early mornings, not the high amp stuff. But there are some minibuses that I've rode on that the music, I want to tell the driver to turn it off. But if you tell him turn it off, you get out.
He might turn you off.
No, he might tell me get out. But you can get decent music on some Phillip, and I think it sets the tone for the day.
You said it was today that you had that experience with the
Friday.
reggae? On Friday, okay. So what did they play today?
I was in a transport board bus. All I heard was engine.
Transport. You did say transport board. Yeah.
Shot.
And that's a big one there by Drakes. And he has that tendency whenever you think that he is being cautious, he just reminds you of his capabilities. And a 6, if you watch the replay, that delivery going with the turn and hoisting that one over mid-wicket for 6.
Yes, that's a wonderful shot. The slog sweep, a very important shot now in the modern day game. The off spinner just looping it. Drake's going very low, getting the middle of the bat on it, and then swinging over mid-wicket into the adjacent property, and I believe they have to replace the ball.
Well, they've already replaced one today, so let's hope that
he started with 6. One has been replaced. That is 5.
Oh, it started with 6. You were able
He
to
has
determine
6
that?
balls in the box.
Uh-huh.
I'll always check.
So when those of me use that, what will happen?
Well,
Is there plan B?
I hope so. If not, Crapo smoke the pipe. Because Wildey will be supplying the balls.
So you're saying that Wonders could virtually come back and win this game then if they
saying
knock away enough balls?
I'm not saying that, but somebody will have a ball in their bag. But once the ball goes into the adjacent properties here, it's hard to retrieve. And I find it a very bitter pill to swallow because this is a cricket ground that's been here for a very long time. 1877.
Before the houses?
I don't know if it's before, but anyhow, this ground has been here, and there should be some
understanding.
Yeah, a little leniency. You know, in land law, you have servient and dominant tenement, but you have to have a passage.
Yeah.
A right to pass, and I believe that the cricketers have a right to just go and retrieve the ball and come back. Having those big dogs out on, not tied up when cricket is playing is obviously a clear indication that you don't want the cricketers to get the ball. And you will find that when you have a dog and there's a ball near it, it goes and puts it in his mouth.
Okay, but that might be a good strategy too for the field inside. Let the dog bite it a bit, and, they can't be accused of ball tampering.
And the ball biting. But no, they're still waiting.
Well, the match referee's gone out for the umpteenth time.
Yeah. Last Sunday, the match referee, Mr. Blaze, was very busy. And that's where I got to understand that once the ball goes out of the ground at Wanderers, they have to replace it. So they now have to look for a similar ball of 20, 30 overs. But a welcome break to the players. Again, Shane Mosley is out in the middle. He has on a black pants, a black shirt. He has on some Crocs and his dreadlocks up in one. And he's giving instructions. Well, it's good to see Jonathan Drakes there. He's asking to see the ball. He tosses it to the bowler. I don't know if the bowler will toss it to the batter. Yes, he's tossed it to the batter to look at it. But it is wrong.
Well, I noticed they didn't toss it to a million, so I guess they figured, well, a million probably would.
But it's just another cricket ball, which is red.
Yeah,
it is wrong. It has a seam going around, and it's supposed to be a 4-piece, 5.5 ounces. So,
if it ticks all the boxes, then let's go.
Let's go.
43 to Drakes off 79 deliveries, 18 to Million off 85, 73 for 2, another 265 required, and Tariq O'Neill in his 11th over hasn't picked up a wicket yet in this innings. Picked up 6 of them in the first innings.
This is the first time I've seen Jerome Jones, the captain, so far away from the player.
Well, he came along just below us. I don't know if he said a word to someone, but he's making his way back, and he is going to be at mid-off. And let's see how deep he's going to be, because don't forget, mid-off, mid-on, you'll know this quite well, Philo. Sometimes the captain wants to be there to collaborate with the bowler.
Yeah, but this is the first time he's been at mid-off during this game, which means he's looking now to obviously have a more front-on look at things.
Yes, maybe changing perspective. That one may be a little bit too, well, a bit high in the air, but there was no one near there to take a catch, and the ball actually stops a meter or so inside the boundary. So even in that, I don't think it's coincidence that he just decided to go there. So again, further evidence that he's thinking all the time and looking to, make an assessment of what is going on so he can make some decisions.
Yeah, he's now making another field change. There wasn't a backward point there in the previous delivery. Now he's moving the short extra cover, the backward point. He's moving the short, maybe get the short extra cover. He's having that man down on the deep extra cover boundary, which is called a sweeper, and a mid-off. A deep backward square, a deep mid-wicket, and a long on. The only man on the leg side close to the wicket is the silly mid-on. And this is an off spinner.
Yeah, the other thing I find about that field, I'll tell you after this delivery, although I think you know what I'm going to say. Right, so there's an easy single there on the onside anytime he wants it.
Yes.
I don't know if that's intentional. I don't think they could be looking at putting a million back on strike. I don't know if it makes a difference which one is on strike.
But
both have batted for quite some time, and they've not been able to dislodge either one.
But this is what I would have done. I would have taken the deep extra cover and put him to deep point and keep the short mid wicket in. Because you want the batter to look to hit the ball through the leg side. If the arm ball comes down, it brings in the outer edge, the slip comes into play. And if he flights it and the batter doesn't get to the pitch, he will chip it to short mid-wicket. So you can take that man at deep extra cover and bring him to deep point and just relax the field on the leg side.
So I think Philo is going to go for another stretch. To Anwar. Well rested, I would imagine.
Hello, Philip. It's good to be back. And this is the situation. Wanderers requiring another 262. Pius Emilian. What a knot this has been so far. Night watchman.
Well, that's what we're calling him. We'll have to find out now what his opinion on that is. He may now think he qualifies to be a batsman.
Yeah, has really played his part and his role in this Wanderers team, given the situation. Bit of a tricky period late yesterday, and he's come in and he's done so well for this team. He's done the job that the coach and his other teammates required, and the longer he spends out there, the better for his Wanderers team. And he's not been a slouch at all. He's played good cricket shots. He's put away the bad balls and he's respected the good ones.
Yes, he has. Good rotation in the strike between the two as well. Always important in the partnership.
And his batting partner, Jonathan Drakes, is closing in on a half century. He's on 46. And this is frustration for Wildey team, having snatched those two early wickets late yesterday. They've yet to get one so far, and you have to give credit to Wanderers who've clearly set out a game plan, especially in this opening period of this, the final day. And so far, Philip, the game plan seems to be working.
It is. I must say that given what we saw in the last 15 minutes or so yesterday, when with all action, 11 for 2 at the end of the day's play, I wondered at one point if this game would possibly be over by tea. Unlikely for that to happen now unless there's an amazing collapse. So credit to Wildey so far credit to Wanderers for winning the first 90 minutes for sure, going up now to 2 hours virtually. Will they be able to say at tea that they've won the first session? Only time will tell. But so far, so good. They haven't put a foot wrong.
Yeah, another single for Drakes. He moves to 47. Just the one delivery remaining in this, the 31st over, the 7th for Jerome Jones. He's gone wicketless for 20.
So slip of silly point of forward short leg, short extra cover. And well played by Pius Emilian, just coming forward and pushing that one up into the onside. The over comes to an end. And you can see the summary of the game so far. That first day action seemed a long distance away, and now if we go across to the UWI game, you can see the action there. Windward lead by 89, and they've only got 1 wicket left, it would appear. So they could be in trouble.
Yeah, 108 for 9. Windward against UE. Current run rate, as we can see there, 2.82. You mentioned that lead only of 89. We continue here though with
UWI, starting on 44. If they can pull off in a right wind there. Here is a big shot that clears the boundary with the greatest of ease, and what a way to bring up the half century. Jonathan Drakes going to 53 in fine style of 88 deliveries. And 3 6s in his knock, 2 4s. Congratulations to Jonathan Drakes, an important half century for Wanderers. Well played.
Yeah, what a shot. And I think I'm going to have to go and move my car.
Well, it may be a bit late for that.
Yeah, it's landed right on top of my roof.
It did? Which car is that up from here?
The white.
And it's actually struck your car, Anwar?
Right on top of the roof.
Wow. I hope you've got a good insurance policy. I must say you're taking it rather well.
Once it's not the windows, it's fine.
Oh, okay.
Roof is alright. Just a minor dent.
Minor dent.
Yeah, but Jonathan's my friend, so we'll settle it after the match.
Okay, well, fair enough.
Yeah, but what a fantastic way to get up to another milestone, and it's just half the job done though. Philip, he is the type of player that will want to push on and get a big score here, and would do well not only for his individual confidence but for the team as well. The longer he's out there, the closer they will get to this score. Now, whether or not Wanderers are playing to outright win the game, I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, I would hate to think that they're thinking victory at this point in time. I think, you know, that may very well come into play at some point in time. But right now, I would think that they would simply be looking to bat and you know, dig in and really frustrate the bowlers. And what could happen later in the day if wickets don't fall and runs flow, then you maybe at some stage could look unsafe as possible. But to be going about trying to win at this stage could cause you to, you know, make some unnecessary errors. I think whatever they're doing right now, whatever mindset they have right now, I think is the one they need to keep for the foreseeable future, because they're playing well. They're being very cautious, both of them. They're very sound in defense, but then there's an opportunity to score, they take it. And I really don't see what other formula is required at this stage. Now that was a situation where Emilian thought he had a scoring opportunity, but execution there didn't quite work. That's fine. But I wouldn't want to see cross-batted shots, reverse sweeps, or any of those things that suggest unnecessary level of arrogance and even bordering on stupidity.
Last ball of the over.
And there we go again. So I think these two understand what the objective is, and they've found a way of going about it. I keep saying, if the bowler is able to outwit you, that's fine. That's a game. But no need to help the bowlers out after you've frustrated them for close to 2 hours.
I think we're going to have a commentary change now.
Yeah, yes. Well, I'm looking to my left, and there's this big figure. Well, I can't honestly say a 6-footer, but he's big. And it reminds me, as I look back and look up, it reminds me of my days in primary school. You're having a chat, you're being mischievous or not, and you look back and you see the teacher standing over your shoulder, and I'll do exactly what I probably did back then, get away from the threat. So Flip Spooner will join you.
Craig St. Hill, new bowler for Wildey, the player coach.
Good afternoon, Anmar. Good afternoon, viewers, listeners around the world. And it's customary to say nowadays, and the members of a diaspora. Now, this is an interesting, I arrive on a very interesting note because I've been obviously fat shamed by Philip Hackett, and I will have a word with him later. But yesterday, in interviewing Craig St. Hill, I asked him if he's going to be bowling, and he said there will be no need for me to bowl because we have this covered. Wow. Look who's on for a flitter. Craig St. Hill. So What a wonderful day for cricket. Absolutely pristine conditions. Fast outfield, good pitch, a target in the offing, and Drake's silky smooth, classy stroke player.
Yeah, well played, Jonathan Drakes, and he's looked really well for his half century. 91 deliveries he's faced so far. Started a bit slowly, but got into his rhythm and has played the innings that his team expected of him before the first ball was bowled this morning. And Pius Emilian has supported him really well.
I have bias against Pius. And I'll tell you why. I absolutely hate the thought of night watchman in cricket in general. I think it's madness that you send a tail ender to do the job of a batsman and expect the tail ender to do the job of a batsman and not get out. But most times tail enders do get out. But, and a massive but, Emilian has been brilliant. He has done precisely what is required. You know, it's like you don't like drinking Coke, but somebody gives you a Coke, it quenches your thirst, and you say thank you. So Emilian has done exactly that. He's the complete, painstaking, tough nut to dislodge, and Wanderers, if they get away with drawing this game, will owe him a lot. He really has showed resolute attention to detail. He understands the assignment, as they like to say. He's following the blueprint. Another one of these catchphrases. And he's done a damn good job.
It's what the young people would say, 6-7. And funny enough, the last 2 dates, yesterday and today, if you look at your calendar,
6-7. Today, the birthday of Adriel Woody Richard.
good friend of yours and mine as well.
Colleague. So we say happy birthday to Woody.
It's not your friend?
Yeah, Woody is a long-time associate. Bit of long hop really. It's created some noise from the spectators, but that's nothing more than a long hop. That hit closer to St. Hill's toe than Emilian's half of the pitch. So they've set a ring feel and asking St. Hill to bowl short and try to get Emilian to do something naughty, but with a short leg, backwards short leg, well left.
It's the end of the over. 85 for 2. Just want to remind our viewers and listeners that this broadcast is brought to you with the kind compliments of the Barbados Cricket Association.
We again thank the BCA for their commitment to the game of cricket and the investment in getting this wonderful broadcast. Compliments Bell Imagery and his amazing staff, hard-working, sun, rain, sleet, snow. They give it their all. And Emilian, 18 of 95. I don't think he's ever batted 95 balls. When you think about it, the average player in local cricket goes at about a strike rate of 75. So he could easily have been 16 not out. Number of balls he faced, but I don't think he's worried about that too much. Wanderers are clearly playing for a draw. They've settled on the fact that they cannot get this huge target of 338, and they're gonna dig in and frustrate Wildey. Drake's class player that he is, 55 off 92, and he will know that if he can get to T and come back afterwards, there's a possibility that he could get up to 3 figures. So he's batting for the draw and also for the milestone. So currency again from the north. Fantastic shot. Single to long off.
Yeah, Desmond Currency to continue. Yeah, Drakes have his plan cut out for him. And I get the feeling that Wanderers will be taking it in session by session, perhaps. You mentioned 10 overs yesterday.
Yeah, chunks of 10s, yeah. I think they're at the stage now where they're doing that very well. So they're chunking up. I know they're probably thinking in half hours. Can we get now, we get about half an hour to tea, can we get to tea without losing another wicket? That would mean the whole session for no loss, and that would be beyond their wildest imagination, I would think, before they started the play. But they're hemming, they've got Emelian hemmed in now, no fielders on the boundary, everybody in what is the proverbial circle, and 3 men around the back, all 3 helmeted if you count the keeper. Expansive drive, single.
Yeah, he continues to pick up runs as well. As I was making the point a bit earlier, it's not just hanging around. He's looking for every opportunity to add to the scoreboard as well as protect his wicket.
Well, he's never batted this long. He's never batted this long, they tell me, in his career at this level. So he's in uncharted waters.
Unfamiliar territory, if you want to call it that as well.
So he's accustomed on the board to St. Vincent, but he's now going towards Trinidad. So he's got additional challenges to navigate. But he's done a damn good job, I can tell you. He'll be proud of this, and I'm sure Wanderers will be grateful to him if they can earn a draw here today.
Yeah, Wildey, on the other hand, his former club, kicking themselves.
They'll be seething, really. They'll be hot under the collar at other places. There'll be a little bit. Good, solid defense from Drakes. It's something that Desmond Haynes refers to as positive in defense. And you can see the way he get on the front foot and bat met ball in the middle of the bat.
Over comes to an end. 87 for 2.
And more of the same. Wildey 292. Bowled on the standout. And Wanderers rolled for 136. Then Wildey 180 for 3 declared. Jones thumping it to all parts of the ground, and then yesterday 2 down in no time, and then Wanderers fighting back. And we see Rice's Supreme Blend Gladiola 42 for 3 off 9.1 against Pickwick. They need 259 to win, and a job on their hands. Gladiola under a bit of pressure here.
Yeah, Gerard Jilts bowling there to Shamari Gittins. Jilts so far has taken 2 for 16 into his 5th over. And he has 2 relatively new batters at the crease. Gittins has only faced 5 deliveries, and Thomas is yet to get off the mark, having faced 4.
Yeah, bustling run up there, barrel chested, chest on action, rampaging in looking for scalps. So Jilts, all action figure, charging in like West Hall in the 60s. What a shot. It's been dispatched out the park, all the way in the stands. They're cheering at Rice's.
6 more.
Oh, 3s and 4s. But nevertheless a convincing stroke there from Gittins, who looks to feast on anything loose. No player, in the moment the ball has disappeared out of the ground, Pickwick players are going to have to go and fetch a new one.
They're back here at Darrell's Road. Jerome Jones continues. Another 250 runs. Such a tall order. Required for this Wanderers team, and so far they've done really well. This man has defended brilliantly and also played some good strokes to back it up.
Very assured is Drake's. Even his dismissal yesterday was an error in judgment, and some felt that at the time it could have been gone either way. But even every shot he played yesterday looked assured. I mean, batsmen will get out. Nobody bats forever. But everything looks in its rightful place. Very classy.
Yeah, they continue to rotate the strike as well, which is good. So over comes to an end. 89 for 2 Wanderers after 35.
Yeah, they meet in the middle. Drake's and Emulian as the flock of birds. I counted about 75 of them make their way around the field. It's quite a sight to see. What are they, pigeons or doves, Anmar?
Philo was calling them pigeons.
Pigeons, yeah, I'd give them as pigeons as well.
I'm not quite the bird whisperer, but pigeons.
Neither am I, but they look more pigeony than dovey.
Those are doves, though, for
Yeah,
sure.
these are doves. These are doves. You used to trap them when we were young and roast them. Yeah,
Roast dove.
yeah, which is, some people ate it. I never did. That's kind of worrying now. I think about it. People for ethical treatment of animals should probably be calling us up, wondering what on earth was that. Yeah, but not missing any play. We're about to see Currency resuming from the Stephen Farmer end, and he's got a job to do. Wheeling away. Oh,
Will they come back for 2? No, just the 1.
uncharacteristic. Wahoo! They're from Drake's. Uncalled for. There's nowhere to go. No need for that kind of enterprise. They're not chasing the 338. They're nowhere close. They're just building a base platform laid, and he's done a good job of that. So he just needs to stroke the ball in the gap and get off the strike, get the 1s and 2s. The odd boundary will come, and he's getting good support from the Mulligan.
Has been extremely focused and has kept his concentration as well. Emilian.
He's looking a little bit more adventurous now. Shall we say? Ball is hitting the bat powerfully. Faced 99 balls.
Yeah.
So Emolian has reached a milestone of sorts. He's faced 100 balls, and let nobody fool you. It's not easy. It's very hot out there. Every now and again a refreshing breeze comes across, but he's got long sleeves on. He's got his helmet on, which in itself creates a lot of heat under your head. His protective gear, we know, but there could be some discomfort. So he must be really praised for batting 100 balls in 3 hours at the crease. Because he did half an hour yesterday, and he done 2 hours today, right? Yeah, so it's 2.5 hours he's been batting. So 100 balls, it's good stuff from the night watchman. Class. Stop in the offside.
Yeah, end of the over. 91 for 2.
Yeah, bowling figures is impressive O'Neill, none for 33 off 12. Currency, 2 for 18 off 11. He's been the X factor. Gill, none for 10 and down. All the way down to 6. And we see a rather juvenile plane going in. It's not such a thing, rather
somebody's learning.
yeah, small plane of adventure. I'm not a huge fan of flying. I fly because I have to. I enjoy being on holiday. So you have to take a plane, but putting me in one of those that you just saw there.
Will you be terrified? I remember
Oh, very, very terrible. I would fly.
one time
A couple of
traveling.
minutes, my eyes would be closed.
Remember one time traveling with the Barbados football team, and if you know the route to get to Montserrat,
Oh, no.
go to Antigua, and there's either the choice of a ferry or
Yeah.
the 4 or 5 seater aircraft.
Well, these are one size fit all seats.
Yeah, you literally could see the captain starting the engine.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Bad delivery from Jones. Frustration creeping in. And he just let his anger out, hit in the middle of the pitch. And Carlos Mena had no chance, really, of getting that and away for 4 boys. So Emulian is really doing his job now. This is evidence that he's really frustrating Wildey. He's getting under their skin, making them do things out of character. Jones, the captain, the leader, the man who's supposed to be setting the tone, has temporarily cracked a little bit under the heat. And Emulian just needs to keep doing what he's doing. And, just keep supporting Drakes.
Yeah, comes with a quicker ball there, Jones, but you're definitely right, Philip. The sense of the Wildey players being agitated.
Yeah.
This
Hot under the collar, as they would say.
It's a good shot.
Good shot. Runs for the left-hander. Well calculated, weighted shot. He waited for the ball to come and then allowed the pace of the ball to do its natural thing. He just angled it back to find like perfect way of playing under these circumstances. And the Wilders fielders are looking for answers. There's no real clear plan as to how they're going to get Emulian dismissed, because he's just fighting on. And Drake's, well, he's a class act. We know he's made hundreds at a higher level than this, so he's in. Well, ball, well left.
Yeah, and with every run, Emilian is continuing to go on to his highest score.
Yeah. But he valued this here for a long time.
Yeah, well played by Drakes, and he's rock solid. Seems like, definitely looks like he can bat all day. Jonathan Drakes. It's cut away. Only get the single for it, but they continue to score and rotate the strike.
Yeah. I think one thing about Emulian that he's demonstrating is not only is he prepared to fight and fight longer with the bat, but he's also a hair between the wickets. As they say, he tears down the pitch looking for a run. So that ball, the last ball the over was cut away. It was for what is a pedestrian single all the way down to the cover boundary. And never two in it. The fielder calmly retrieved. But you can see Emulian off to the races and challenging for the possibility of if there's a misfield, we come back for 2. But considering the circumstances that they're not chasing the target, it probably wasn't necessary. But it shows his enthusiasm and his awareness of his situation, and he wants to be in the fight. he wants to continue to perform and as they say, stick in the teeth.
If there's any man that perhaps would feel that he could break this partnership, would be Currency. So far, he's got the 2 wickets for Wildey in this innings. Obviously, Tariq O'Neill, absolutely brilliant in the first innings as well. But Currency will feel if, out of all the Wildey bowlers, that he might be the man to change things.
Good shot. Nice, pleasant stroke to mid wicket. The loud inviting appeal of the snow cone man, or I should say snow cone person, because you shouldn't discriminate, you should never assume. But the loud appeal of a snow cone cart beyond the boundary, and in this heat you could do with a cooling refresher. What's your favorite snow cone, Anmar? Your coconut man with milk?
Yep. Coconut and red.
My favorite snow cone is water.
Oh, gone. That is the breakthrough Wildey so craved. And it's Pius Emilian who's got to make the way back to the pavilion. He's done a brilliant job. And he gets a tap on his bat from Jonathan Drakes. But his time in the middle has come to an end. And I just mentioned about Currency. And he's picked up the wicket. Jones, the Wildey captain, taking the short catch to his left.
Looked like Dorn, but as you said,
Dorn.
a sharp catch. That needed some taking. That was going away from him, and it was edge. It was a thick edge, so it wasn't straightforward. That took some doing by Dorn, but the applause will linger long for Pius Emilian. 21, fighting 21, dogged innings off 106 balls in 2 hours and 15 minutes. The doctor could not have ordered a better medicine for Wanderers, and Emilian, delivering on the assignment. So he goes, but stand worth gold for Wanderers, and Drakes will continue to fight. Well done, Emilian. You did well, and as you said, Anmar, you called it. Currency, man for all seasons, and getting the breakthrough just at that point when you felt like the game was drifting away from them and some frustrations were showing. So he's bowled his team. He's gotten the wicket, and he's bowled his team back into a little bit of ascendancy rather. Because Wildey is still ahead. I mean, Wanderers are not going to make these runs today. And another wicket here now before tea, which I'm sure is what they're fighting for, would put them well and truly on top.
Yeah, all of a sudden they're chirping again. The Wildey players is back that sense of belief among them that they can get these 7 remaining wickets. Here's Currency to Watson.
5 men are on the bat now. There's the keeper, obviously. Left arm spinner ball, and there's slip, leg slip, short leg, silly point. Then there's a point, closing in, extra cover, closing in. So a lot of and if he's in a good stroke to get off the mark for the left-hander here. The 100 comes up for Wanderers. A landmark achieved. Somebody shouts 200 more to go. Probably me next week. But small achievements, goals reached, and Wanderers continue to fight.
Well played again by Watson. Over comes to an end. $100 for 3. Wanderers after 38.
Yeah, good over from Currency. Got the valuable wicket of Emulian and made a breakthrough, which they were so longing for 2 hours and 15 minutes into the day. A look at the adjoining property here at Darrell's Road. Historic ground this is, home of the Wanderers. 1877. That's 100 and
I'm not good at maths.
149 years of history. What a place of heritage, history and legacy. Producing several West Indies cricketers, both recent and pioneers. We could go through a list of the Wanderers men in a few minutes, but O'Neill's bat, Drake's defense. Wanderers, I mean, recent years have filled Barbados team with players. Drake's, for example.
Craig Brathwaite.
Jason Holder, Shane Mosley, Raymond Reefer, Jair McAllister. We go back a little bit, Ian Bradshaw, Pedro Collins. Before that, Prof Edwards, whose name is on the southern end. Stephen Farmer. Eric Atkinson, Dennis Atkinson. Famous brothers came from Wanderers. Administration. Captain Peter Short, president of the BCA and Western Cricket Board. And then if you talk Wanderers, you have to say Tony Corsia, the legend of broadcast and journalism in cricket in the Caribbean around the world. And so Wanderers, a place that has produced cricket legends in every aspect of the game, and a club with a rich history. So going back to 1877. So I'm sure next year they'll probably have a grand celebration to mark the 150. But you always used to, as a youngster, come to Wanderers and look at the wall and see the names, the pictures of those cricketers from years ago. Black and white pictures tell a story in itself. So it's good to be here at this historic venue. We're spoken and written about, for years. And as I said, the recent incarnation of Wanderers men, led by Jason Holt and Craig Brathwaite, the proud servants of this club. Played into the onside by Watson.
Come back for 2.
He struggled a bit, Watson coming back. He looked a bit heavy trying to scamper back for 2. He didn't look fleet-footed like Drake's, but luckily the misfield and he got in quite comfortably.
103 for 3. This broadcast is compliments brought to you by the Barbados Cricket Association. The conversation continues in the middle between Watson and Drakes. Not much left until the tea break, just about 10.
I was just looking at that. How are they going to play these next 10 minutes? And I'm sure Drakes would have been telling Watson nothing magical, nothing too expressive. There's nothing to be gained by going over the top or trying anything cute. Let's just up and down, ball by ball on its merit. We should be okay.
Yeah, Wildey will be thinking that if they can get Drakes, he perhaps will be the key to the game. Still to come, McAllister, Lovell, Boyce, Matthews, King, and Corbin.
Class. Stroke up the cover. Single. It's going to open up a little bit of situation now because can Watson rein himself in and take his cue from Drakes and, you know, survive his next 7 minutes or so. He's hemmed in by the fielders. The helmeted short leg and helmeted silly point. Keeper with his helmet on. Slip in Dorn, who took a classic catch just now. There you look at the pavilion, short leg. The Dennis and Eric Atkinson Pavilion, named after the brothers who represented the West Indies in the 60s and 50s. Part of the great history of this legendary club. And it speaks for itself, really. Then the ends named after two stalwarts. Richard Prof. Edwards at the south. Large sign with that name, and then at the other end, Stephen Farmer, and another captain and servant of Wanderers. I guess if they had a media facility, it would definitely have to be Tony Cozier.
Gantry.
Yeah.
So
There we go, Prof. Edwards. Hello to you, Prof, wherever you are. Good man. West Indies fast bowler and head curator at Kensington Oval for many years. Richard Prof. Edwards. And then the Steamer Farmer in, and I'm sure, Anmar, you're probably not too familiar with Stephen Farmer, but he was an outstanding swing bowler. And back in the day when you had uncovered pitches and you meet Stephen Farmer on a sticky dog, as they call it, sticky dog, you're cleaned up in no time. Stephen Farmer was a champion swing bowler. You used to see swing the ball around a barrel, and he clean you up on a sticky dog. You stand no chance against Stephen Farmer. And also a very good batsman. I believe good enough to make a first-class 100 for Barbados. So, stalwarts of the game and the club.
It's a good shot. Glorious. Hear the applause. What a drive it was.
I rate that shot of the match.
From Drakes as he continues to pile on the runs here for Wanderers.
Got to the pitch, stroke it so pleasingly. I mean, I was a big Carl Hooper fan back in the day, and that's what you came to associate with Carl Hooper. So Drakes in the Hooper mold.
Yeah, that one should have been put away, not took apart, really.
Yeah, but no need to take the adventurous route so close to tee, and I think he did the right thing there by just tapping that, because full toss is a dangerous ball, you know. Really, truly, full toss could be a dangerous ball. So I'm with Drakes on that one. Tap it, get the single, and then come back after tee, and maybe then try to be a bit more brave. And you can hear the effects of the breeze in our microphones, a refreshing breeze just coming across the crung and cooling everybody down. Also cooling the temperature of the events in the middle.
It hasn't been really a hot day. Nice weather, as you mentioned a bit earlier. Gentle breeze coming left to right here, and Watson looking to play through the onside. Offside, that is. Yeah, look at the breeze. Reflective here in the trees. Over comes to an end. Wanderers 109 for 3.
That's sick break.
That's T. As the players make their way back into the pavilion, man. What a morning session it has been here at the Darrells Road ground, home of Wanderers, and they've done pretty well in this, the first session. Started the day on 11 for 2, and at the break 109 for 3, and it's largely thanks to Jonathan Drakes, who remains unbeaten in the half century, and a very good knock from the night watchman Pius Emilian. And they really have frustrated Wildey, who started on top, having taken 2 wickets late in the day yesterday evening. I would have been hoping to get a couple more early on in this, the first session. That didn't happen though, and Wanderers perhaps will feel on top at T. I believe this session belonged to them.
Yeah, well, what started the day as Wildey hunting a victory and needing 7 wickets, with Wanderers needing in excess of 300 runs, is now balanced out really with some fantastic rearguard batting from Drakes, who has looked at ease really, hasn't looked bothered, no chances from what I remember. Just look at ease at the crease, and he will have the job to do in the second session as Wanderers look to earn a draw. Emilian was brilliant, stayed with Graves for 2 hours and 15 minutes before he sort of lost concentration and edged a wide one to slip, well caught by Dorn, and since then Watson has come and had his little bit of moments of iffiness, but he's stayed with Drakes as well for that thing. So the next session obviously holds the key to the game. Wanderers needing to bat for another 2 hours 15 minutes to be sure, and Wildey will be hunting 7 wickets. So they could only be one winner. Now at Wildey, I don't see Wanderers getting 230 runs in a session, but all eyes will be on Drakes. Can he stay there? Can he bat and bat and bat? And ultimately, can he get up to 3 figures and earn Wanderers a draw? So, intriguing session awaits us. And we hope you can join us after the break for what should be an enthralling last 2.5 hours of this contest.
We started back in October with 19 teams vying for this under-19 title. Today, we're down to the last 2. Edge found, and this time, it produces the wicket. Bellamy gets the first strike. Wicket down for Cobbermere. Driven nicely. Could be 2. Oh no, an injury. And it results in a boundary as well. Not good news there for Queen's College.
Even bounce, it seems like nothing. This one is driven brilliantly. Run away in to the boundary with it.
Yes, it does.
8 for 4.
Yeah, umpire Sheena Welch is the umpire, standing umpire. Chance for a catch, and brilliantly taken at the deep mid-wicket position. Suspect is a long off as well. Here's an almighty hit, high, hard, and straight into the Greenwich, and here stands as the international players on the back foot and caught. The wicket of RJ Giddens. He takes a short delivery and pulls it to the fielder at a straightish mid wicket inside the 30-yard circle.
Gets back and pulls this one out towards that square leg boundary. Hits the ropes now. So that's the first boundary from Akombi. Goes towards that area again. Back-to-back boundaries form a productive end to over number 33. 133 for 4. Well, gets a badly lined one there. And he punches it. So, we're looking at momentum. We're looking to take advantage of deliveries. That was a bad one. Starts the over. Brilliant. Oh, a shot of class from the young man that has spent time at the crease. This is why Cobblebere love him. Can he keep it going?
Let's see where he would bowl now.
He drags it down slightly. That's going to be a boundary. That's momentum there. Gets a gift and a gift accepted to close out the innings. What a way to end things for Cobblebere. A maximum to take them up to 184 for 5. Well, the catch is put down, but it doesn't matter, given that it was a free hit there. Driven beautifully. Great balance and great execution as well. And it finds its way into the boundary. Lovell gets off the mark. Gets through that offside field again. Could be back-to-back boundaries for him. If this is the intent that I've been talking about, this is Lovell. Wow. Hit away with disdain. Well, they would have needed a third or fourth slip for that one instead. It's into the boundary. He's not going to miss out on that. He's been informed from the time he came to the crease. And has been flowing boundaries off the bat of Lovell. And third man that was moved just now comes into play, but can't do the job.
And there is wicket number 2 as Hackett at 19 drags on to Davis, and he gets his first wicket. 1 for 19 in the process of his 4th over for her, and a lot of them have come under her 2-play delivery, which is played to the slip region, and the end of Armstrong on the turned him right around. That went to amaze Queen's College, and they did not get a name to add on to that. I'm sure that the further names have gone. A beautiful shot hit through mid wicket, lovely shot through long on. Garway, a big 6, short ball delivered by Garway, asking to be hit. He'll be hit over long on. It's on the line, the leg step, and worked away. Fine leg has a long one across and cannot get crossed. It's a little too square, the square leg or Raphael Lovell. Well played by the young man, brilliant in his 50. And his 50 came off some 33 deliveries, 66 minutes, 9 fours and 1 6. 50 off 33 deliveries, 66 minutes, 9 delightful fours and 1 6. The 54 Raphael Lovell as Queen's College amazingly moved to 92 for 3. Beautiful shot over mid-on, which is up, mid-off, sorry. And excellent shot by Lovell.
Hit hard, hit straight.
Any other batter in, take it straight home.
Long on had visions of taking that catch, and the ball cannons into the sight screen. So
Gets it wrong there. Young Patterson pays the ultimate price. They edge ever closer to what will be the first time that Queen's College hold that title in their hand single-handedly and outright. It's now 1 hit away now. And he's gone. So he will not take his team over the line. But what a day and what an innings it has been for Raphael Lovell. In 95 of the finest runs he might probably score in his schoolboy career. Deserving the handshakes and congratulations that he's gotten, because he's pretty much taken Queen's College to the front door.
Now the shatters lengthen here. You see the sweep range out. A lovely shot that by Captain Zandra Baptiste, just sweeping that one past the fine leg area, square leg area for 4.
The moment that they have dreamed of, a moment of history. For the first time, Amaze Queen's College are champions outright of the under-19 cricket in Barbados. They have earned this moment. They have delivered a performance like no other on the biggest of stages. Today, you can say they have carried the light.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for a wonderful game we've had at Kensington Oval. It's good to have the under-19 finals back at the home of cricket in Barbados. This afternoon, we were treated to a very splendid performance from Combermere and Queen's College. Queen's College has come out as the victors.
I now invite Zandra Baptiste of Queen's College to collect the winning trophy for this year. And for the first time in their history, Amaze Queen's College champions outright of the BCA Barbados Public Workers Co-opted Credit Union Limited Under-19 tournament. Herman Griffith Primary School Cricket Final 2024. It is a contest between Amazing Deals Wesley Hall and Williams Industries West Terrace. As you saw a little earlier, West Terrace, they won the toss, and their captain Ronnie Watson said that they're going to have a bat first.
11-2. Watson on 2.
Another misfield means that they can come back for 2 and maybe get a boundary as well. Oh, this too could be another boundary. Brilliant use in terms of opening the face of the bat on that one from Ford.
47 without loss.
Yeah, all out there just to do their best, just to make themselves, their parents, and everybody at school proud. Oh, brilliant on the boundary. That's the type of commitment we love to see. Lashed away. A full toss. A no ball for height as well. So add 5 runs to the total.
Then the school was 7.
There's someone teaching him the right things from early. Another misfield. Produces another boundary for West Terrace. Another boundary for the captain, Watson.
Right, also the leader runs 4, 6 for 6.
Whipped over mid-wicket. Whipped into the boundary. This is brilliant. This is beautiful.
20. 1 over for 11. Roll. 2 overs for 14 runs.
Simply sublime from the captain, Watson.
Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. Ill-directed the leg break, pitching.
That's all. So they are batting, they are getting some runs, and they're looking pretty good. More runs again. That'll head out towards the boundary and we'll get there. Played square in the offside. In the air for a bit. That's another good shot. That's going to go out to the boundary and we'll get there as well. Short and punched away through extra cover. Very well played indeed. That's going to be called a wild, I would imagine. Written on the umpire. It goes away as well. That's gone. A bit like Wayne Daniel. That's going to split the field and we'll go for 4. More runs. It'll go for 4, I believe it does. Cover coming across, could not stop it. And that ball bursting through the fielder's hand. That's gone for 4.
A very good shot again outside the off. Somebody punched this one past the cover area.
Oh, it went through the keeper and also the fielder. Fine leg, and will get bigger and better next year, I would imagine. Chance for a catch, finally! A wicket for a team that has been struggling for a long time. Wesley Hall. Ford is looking for his 50 and will get it too. Pitched up on the off stump, stroked away through the cover area. Wonderful performance by Neymar Ford.
This will be one of those two as they try to get their field right. Bowled him. Linton gets his first wicket of the contest. Oh, they're screaming, they're cheering, and they're dancing here at Friendship. He gets another one. Linton picks him up, LBW. That's 2 for him now in what has been a brilliant spell.
Bailey's primary, Welch's primary, and final delivery.
Slapped into the air, will fall safely. And a missed field, so do they get 2 to close out the innings? Yes, indeed. So winning the toss, opting to bat first, West Terrace. They posted what is a very dominant total, 214 for 3.
Neymar Ford.
Another case of interesting running to get home though. Signal leg buys. They were thinking maybe could have gotten their first wicket, but heading down on the angle. Clips into the leg side. And they get 2. Yeah, but just to go back to Corbin. Oh, wow. Is that close? Is that out? Yes, it is. Well, indeed, it's come via the run-out route. West Terrace have got a big wicket here.
Oh yes, he definitely has all the traits, all the trademark. I like his consistency of attacking the stumps.
Talking about attacking the stumps, he gets his first of the contest. They're off to the races. Another big one for West Terrace.
And
double delight for Corbin. He's disturbed the woodwork again. They're on a track at the moment. They're running all around here. And running rings around Wesley Hall.
in the ground.
Catch taken with ball number 1. He's brought down another.
Ryan Martindale, the new bowler. So they'll be pitched up.
Wrapped on the pad. He's gone. The destruction continues. And it's wicket number 2 for Martindale.
As he's bowling, as Andrew Mason rejoined us, Hines is comprehensively beaten and bowled by Martindale.
Chance for a run out. He's gone. Yes, no situation. Oh, he's bowled him. More success for West Terrace. Harper departs. More trouble for Wesley Hall. They're 52 for the loss of 8.
You know,
been given, he missed the full toss. Gittins, given by the umpire. So the many supporters of the West Terrace team, wow, that's it. That's it. Beautiful piece of bowling by Ford, and West Terrace are the champions in 2024, led by one of their best cricketers in Neymar Ford, and they're celebrated. Look at that. What a performance from the West Terrace team, defending a score of 214. Brilliant, excellent, superb. Congratulations to West Terrace. At the Rubis Sports Club on the Mighty Grinder Highway is Nichols Bakery Combermere up against Milo Lodge, the Combermere side being the defending champions. And the early news is that they've won the toss, and quite predictably they've decided to bowl first on the pitch, which should have a great deal of assistance. Chance for a catch. Catch taken. Down at cover. Mr. Pearson Bowen and his good team. Chance for a catch. Recognizing the importance of the promotion of the sport despite the fact that things are not going well for cricket in the Caribbean. Half shot for leg before, maybe heading down the leg side. And that's gone away. Bad delivery and put away for 4. Wow. What a way to go. Here now. Bowled him. Fantastic delivery. Bang on target. More trouble for Milo Lodge. The length, right on the off stump. See what I tell you? Bowled him. Right on target. Bang. Well, he's going to be safe here. Oh, he said wicket.
Free from Hines. As we see here, unfortunate. The bat coming right away wrong.
Oh, he's bowled all over the place. And Hines continues to do such a wonderful job.
So he did the job that he was asked to do. As we see here, one bang on target, middle stump, rock back, doing the job as the strike bowler that his captain brought him back to do. And really a fine spell of fast bowling from Hines.
Rounders here is row in, and it's first to be short and banged away. That's the first 6 of the game. A short ball, and that was hit with contempt. And after that short ball, I wouldn't have a man behind there because that short ball was hit further. As this delivery is in short and hit in the air, the field is under it, and the catch is dropped. Here is Toppin on the way to bowl to Fort, and Fort, like he's done all day, goes on the back foot, and the ball goes through the keeper, goes past the bat and down to the fine leg boundary. And
he's been given. Caught behind. That's been put away. A bad delivery. And despite the fact that Fort is a very defensive.
Oh, yes.
Oh, he's bowled him. He's bowled him. Lovely high action. Lots of air. Oh, yeah. Beautifully bowled.
I know you're watching this competitive game between these two sides. Chance for catch. The catch is taken. And wicket number 7 goes down with Nichols Bacon Comamere still a run shy of taking the lead.
Seems to be impressed by his action and his guile.
Chance for catch. Catch taken.
So we would love to see the end of this innings before they go in for a break.
He's bowled him. And Seeley gets his 6th wicket. This has been a wonderful spell. In the air. Chance for catch. Is the catch taken?
Catch it.
It is. So, Sargent finishing with 4. And this has been a very good comeback by Milo Lodge because at the start of day 2, they were way behind when you look at the scoreboard. Just 97. And Nichols Bacon Comamere starting the day on 76 without loss. All up for 113. A good response by Milo Lodge.
Slip in a gully in position. Backward point. Fine leg also in position. This is the bowled him. He's gone right through him. Very, very tentative. I'll tell you what. Making sure that the garrison is very well represented. They now utilize the facilities. P for leg before and given. Leg before wicket. So the ball goes for a second failure in this game. Fort steams into bowl. And the edge is taken. It might have fallen just in front of the second slip.
Chance for catch. Catch taken.
So here is Jahidi Hines. And this will be stroked. And is caught at the cover position. Sean Sargent and bowls the delivery is pitched up. And is bowled in. Beautifully bowled. A delivery pitched up and it seemed to have come in with the angle. 11 deliveries for his 12th delivery. Paris is into him. And he is forward. There's a P for leg before and given out. Given out. And
Here's Fort to continue. Bowled him. Full and on the off stump. Bowled him. Wow. Wow. So that's it. Beautiful piece of bowling by Paris. He gets his 5th wicket.
They got to try to make inroads, and these are the 2 wicket takers from the first innings, and I'm sure they'll think that they got the ability to do it again.
So, let me remind you that there's 78 runs for victory, or come American just play for a draw because they've got first innings. There are 43 overs available, and the 2 batsmen coming up to the middle, Hines and Fort, that gave them a good start in the first innings, an opening stand of 76.
Yeah.
Big appeal for a catch to the wicket, gone, caught behind. That's gone to the offside. That's gone for 4.
here is Sonico Sargent from the northern end. And this delivered on the leg stump and whipped away down behind his square. Beautiful shot for 4. 1 for 17. He's in it. He tossed up a full toss. Hit high in the air. It is safe. The fielder from long on runs back, and he will only run back to retrieve it. With his final delivery between the umpire and the stump to bowl to Paris. Paris gets short of it and steers it through the offside. And will pick up his 22nd run from his 22nd delivery. Over number 12 is done and dusted. And the tossed up, stroked, pierces the backward point in the cover. Will get 1. An easy single. Run. And here is a drive through the fella. The fielder at the cover region turns and runs behind it. Turn to come back for 1. Is a Bell on the way to bowl to Hines, and Hines stretches forward and goes for the winning run into the offside. And Nichols, Bacon, and Comamere have won the Barbados Cricket Association's Under 15 cricket title 2024 with a comprehensive 9 wickets victory over rivals Milo Lodge, finishing on 78 for 1 of 19.5 overs. Jahidi Hines, 24 not out from 52 deliveries, and Justin Paris, not out 49 from 51 deliveries, reaching the target.
Welcome back to Wanderers Cricket Club, Darrell's Road. Philip Spooner, I'm joined by Philo Wallace. We're in the chair and on the air for this intriguing final session upcoming. Wanderers versus Wildey. Resume 109 for 3 in pursuit of 338 for victory. Shem Watson on 4, Jonathan Drakes on 67. We greet you with the news that players about to restart. Umpires in their positions. Umpire Sherwin Codrington and Mario Scott. Batsman Drakes retaking his guard in a blue Barbados Pride helmet, and Watson, I didn't know, in a flamboyant yellow sun hat. Rather, it's clearly visible from miles away, with over 100 doves and pigeons descended upon the western side of the ground and the southern side of the ground, and probably feasting on small blossoms from the trees. And we're going to have first up the reception. Desmond Currency, the left arm spinner, to Jonathan Drakes. Welcome, Philo.
Good afternoon, Philip.
Ball. Wow. Action first up. Half tracker from Currency swatted into the onside, and diving effort there at the mid-wicket fence. Couldn't first take the catch and couldn't prevent the boundary, and luckily it missed former umpire Tony Franklin, who is watching under the tree, but enterprising start.
Yes, a half tracker there from Desmond Currency, and Jonathan Drakes continuing this positive intent. Not really getting a lot of bat on it, just helping it around the field, going to his right, had to then go through the doves or the pigeons, and obviously that would have blurred his vision, and luckily for him it went for a boundary.
Doves proved a huge distraction. Good shot out the cover. So Drakes on the charge from the get-go.
Yeah, with 114 for 3. Obviously, Wanderers in a good position. They started at 11 for 2. So they've scored, what, 100 and almost 100 runs in that session. They're 224 runs more required to get up to that 338. And if they're going to get anywhere close to it, Drakes will have to be the engine. He's batted well. I'd say I think that he's played the situation masterfully.
Left-hander comes into strike, so the field obviously changes over. A lot more pressure applied to Watson, who is in the early stages of his innings. 4 off 13, Drake 72 off 119. So there's a slip in Dorn. Good catcher he is. Short leg, short cover in the catching position. Extra cover push back slightly. Mid-off, mid-on, deep.
I would like to hear the thinking of Wildey over Dorn. What are they doing to help him to develop his cricket? He showed some good hands that slip. Yesterday he was batting well, and they declared. But I'm looking more at his leadership.
Yeah. Well, Craig St. Hill was in the chair yesterday. He spoke to me. He's quite an articulate young man. He told me.
He's a principal.
Yeah, he told me he's a principal of a private school. It was quite. Yeah. He's 33 years old. He said that Dorn. I'll pause. He said Dorn does the right things. He said he just is not getting runs. But if you look at him in the nets and his preparation, his thinking, the conversations that they have, he said it's all in its rightful place. So it's up to him now to pile on some runs in these next few matches upcoming. But St. Hill is confident that there's nothing really wrong. Just not getting the runs, which I guess in itself is something wrong.
Well, if you're doing the right things and you're not getting runs,
you got to do something else.
You got to do something else. Yeah. But Dorn is a talent, I must admit, Philip. And you don't want a cricketer of his ilk to just be on the outside, knowing that one good innings can turn his career, and he has to believe in that as well. He has the support of his building coach and the players and the management staff, so he has to transition consistency now. Well, you have to take your hats off to Jonathan Drakes, the Barbados middle order batter. Who's really showed his class, and this is what you expect from players who've played first-class cricket. And when their clubs are in need of them to produce, they raise their hands and they stand up tall. It's not out of the woods yet. 114 for 3, still requiring 224 more runs. But at least he's there on 72, and Wanderers will breathe a lot easier with him being there.
And it's interesting, Philo, that you brought up Darn, because he is the young batsman in Barbados that people want to know how he's doing, because it was the obvious question yesterday as well, that, you know, in our conversation, how is Darn doing, and more importantly, why isn't he getting runs? Lovely shot. Drakes has come out on a mission after tee. Another classy square cut. Away for 4. And making room for really what was a long hop. Not a good delivery.
A good
start.
A good start from Tariq Hoyt. He's going back to the southern end. And Drakes is punching that one off the back foot. Once he hits it in front, square of the offside, there's no protection. Acres of space and down to the boundary.
Yeah, during the afternoon as well, we'll endeavor to bring you the up-to-date scores from the other grounds. You know, quite a few of you who are listening to us and watching the stream will be keen to see what other teams are doing in other grounds. So we will, at some point, give you the updates. Quick single. Good running.
I think Drakes needs to be careful, though. He's jogging. The ball is behind him. He needs to try to get his wheels on to get to that non-striker's end, because he is the key. The one to get his wicket. And he has to do everything in his power to preserve his wicket. Get Wanderers to bat deep into this third and final day. On a pitch that has flattened out quite nicely and has been asking the Wildey bowlers to show their qualities. Tariq O'Neill, who took 6 in the first innings, he's yet to take a wicket. He's into his 15th over. He's gone for 46 runs. So that would be some concern.
It's a good pitch, though, really. If you can't make runs on this, you're not going to make runs anywhere.
No, this is a very good batting pitch. And they rolled it 10 minutes before the start, so it's just flattened out quite nicely.
Easy single for Watson. Straightforward.
Well, there's no mid-wicket. There's a deep mid-wicket, and a mid-on wide, and a silly mid-on. Those are the only 3 players on the leg side for the left-hander facing the off-break bowler from the southern end. So if he comes anything between middle and leg stump, the batter is just going to ease it in there for quite a comfortable single. So a slight adjustment should be made in the field. Try to keep it a little tighter with the field to force the Wanderers batters to play shots.
Virgin Atlantic goes in.
Oh, that's British Airways, Philip.
Sorry, I get my...
Come on.
Yeah,
don't be like that.
Sometimes. British Airways goes in.
Yes. From London Gatwick.
And Drake stays in. Sweat. Gone away, 4 runs. Good shot. Down the leg side. Quality players don't miss out on those.
Nope. He started with a bad ball, bang for 4. And he ended with a bad ball, swept for 4.
Yeah.
So leaking runs now, the off spinner, Tariq Hoyt. Don't have the confidence like in the first innings where he was getting the ball to spin and bounce. He's on a flattened surface where you have to show your experience, you have to show your quality, you have to have guile. And clearly, he's been erring, looking to obviously force the things, force for wickets. You don't need to force yourself to take wickets. You have to set the batter up, just bowl consistent lines and let him stop them from scoring. And then look to produce that wicket delivery. They got the wicket of Emilian, who I thought batted well. And obviously they were cock-a-hoos, hoping it'll make more inroads, but they've no bat up on a guy called Watson. He's only 5, he's faced 18 balls. Doesn't look like in any trouble at all. Very comfortable. And he will have to try now to build a partnership.
Emilian batted 100 balls. Apparently that's the first time in his career he's done that. So, I mean, I'm not a fan of Night Watchman. I say it all the time. But if there was an advertisement for Night Watchman, it was him today. Kept low, but Watson. Eyes open wide now.
Well, he went onto the back foot, he watched it all the way, and he punched it back down the pitch. So a good start for the left-hand spinner.
1, 2, 4 for 3. The Wanderers. Watson on the move. Good shot. Good effort from St. Hill.
It is a principal. He has both arms with tattoos. He's quite fit. I wonder if he does any sports at the school, seeing he's involved as a coach here at Wildey.
You can ask him later.
But clearly he trains, he's fit.
You should train if you're playing. I would imagine some sort of training goes into playing. Good delivery from Currency. A bit of bite. Creating, or is it the illusion of the angle? I don't know. But what do you make of that one, Phil? There was a little bit of chirping and noise there.
Well, it was a good length delivery. Obviously the pace of the ball of Richie Bowler, that was the key. And allow the ball to spin out of the surface. Another good delivery, a little quicker. Again, but you're seeing him looking to ring his left hand, which means he's looking to exploit any turn that there is necessary. And those two deliveries obviously would start to play on the mind of Jonathan Drakes.
Well, ball again. Throwing around makes a difference.
He's still bowling a 5.5 ounce red leather ball.
So the angle really is neither here nor there for you.
Yeah. You're hearing the spectators say you know have to bowl John on.
Yeah, well, that's the job of the spectators to talk.
Yeah.
The job of Drakes is to stay locked in the middle and first get the 100 and then bat for the draw.
But it's 19 away. That's a beautiful shot.
To the offside. Contemplating two, but they stay on one.
You know, I've never been to Wanderers and never saw
leaves.
Leaves are always there.
Always from the Bajo complex.
Yes, always.
It must be a horrible place to field.
And those sleeves are slippery, huh?
Very slippery. Anybody who's ever played cricket in what we call shack trees.
Yeah.
And those leaves get under your feet. It's a nightmare, especially if you have to sprint around the boundary and put in a chase.
It's like walking on black ice.
Yeah, you could come up second best.
Yeah, it's not Carlisle best or Tino best.
Not George best.
No, he's gone to the great beyond.
Yeah. So 1-2-6 for 3 Wanderers, trying to get up to 338, which is just of academic interest now. Drake's 82, Watson 6. They started at T, and now they continue to build. So it's O'Neill from the south. Pleasant on drive. No run. The South fellow, and I call it the South, I should have given it its rightful title. It is the Prof. Edwards end.
Yes, named after Richard Prof. Edwards, the former Barbados and West Indies fast bowler. Yeah. He also is in charge of preparing the surface at Kensington Oval, and that's going to be interesting to see how that comes out when cricket resumes at the Oval. I haven't played there for a very long time, and the northern end is named after Stephen Farmer.
We know him very well.
I know, yes.
We both played against him.
Yes.
I was a cub. Farmer was he was damn good, damn difficult to navigate.
Yeah, a good bowler, good cricketer, standout attorney as well in Barbados, Clark Giddens and Farmer.
Yeah, my family has a history of Clark Giddens. Neil again, Drake. It's a lovely shot. Late cut, late dab, easy two, comfortable. Come back for the second. So this is quality batting now. This is not just being resolute and playing for a draw. This is really good.
Yeah, Wanderers have to still be open-minded to getting up to 338. You know, just challenge Wildey a bit more. But it's good batting. You're not out of the woods yet. You still have to be responsible in your stroke play. And Jonathan Drakes has displayed it well so far.
Another easy single. I can't call it a walk in the park because a wicket now and the Wanderers are still in deep trouble, but this is as good an innings you can have played with your back to the wall.
Yes, it is. Coming in last night at the fall of a second wicket, and then you joined the night watchman. You weathered the storm last night. You went home and take a nice long sleep, got up this morning quite early, and you come to the ground prepared to battle the entire day.
Watson a bit stodgy but defiant, and end of another. Good over of combat. 1, 2, 9 for 3. Mosley went for 3. Morris for 2. Emilian for a dogged 21 off 105 balls. And now Drake's is 85. Going at a good clip. And Watson hanging in there on 6.
Yes. Wonders continue to fight here.
Continuing to fight, and led by Drakes, joined now by Philip Hackett. So we lose Philo Alfonso Wallace. He's temporarily going to go and deal with the matter, and we are joined by Philip Beaumont Hackett, a man who I know is has allegiances, if not affiliation, to Empire Club. Well, Philo and myself, it's no secret that we are Spartan men. Next week we know that's the big one, the derby at Bank Hall, Spartan and Empire. Always a thrilling contest. And again, his currency forcefully played to mid-on by Drakes. Another single, 86 now, 14 away from that magical milestone, and he continues to grow with confidence and conviction. Watson, on the other hand, is early days in his innings, but he's fighting. He's offering good assistance. Currency full toss. Should have done better that one, but he's still there. That's the most important part.
Well, Philip, if Empire can get up to beat the schools, Spartan having already defeated YMPC, that will truly be a top of the table clash.
Let's be honest, whether they're the top two teams in the table or not, is always a top flight clash. And here's a pull shot. Wide of mid-wicket, who does some running around in what we call co-corner. Watson gets 2. Oh, there. Errant throw. Well backed up by Dorn. So yeah, Spartan Empire is always a top flight clash, even if it's not top of the table, if you get what I mean. So
of course, well, it's a top flight. That's a given regardless of the standings.
Yeah.
But the bonus this time is that it will actually play a significant role in the standings. So if you don't have one reason to watch it, you have another. Big game.
Watson, quick single off the wrist. Well done. Keeps the strike rotating. So Wanderers are not just, batting for batting's sake. They're looking to score, and that always puts pressure on the fielding side. And again, getting some feedback from the Wanderers supporters who are sledging the Wildey opponents. Currency again in balls off the back foot. Comfortable. Yeah. And, this week, Philip, signals the start of the World Cup, biggest sporting event in history. 48 teams, 103 matches, 1,284 players spread across venues in USA, Mexico, and Canada. We can talk a little bit about that later. As Watson spikes this one. Throw mid off, burst through the hands of St. Hill. He was down in the long barrier, but it was struck too powerfully.
I guess the barrier wasn't long enough.
Wasn't wide enough. Burst through his hands. And a good boundary by Watson. He looks like he's come to play. And see it again. St. Hill, yeah. It's tough. Should have stopped it, but nobody's gonna begrudge Watson of a boundary. It was a good shot. So that's 1-3-8 for 3. Wanderers looking like they can get a draw. No, earlier Philo, I told Philo it was Virgin Atlantic going in. He tried to tell me it was British Airways as well. Here's another bird very big bird out of London Heathrow, and this is British Airways, there's no doubt, because expert work from our cameraman is showing us clearly that BA flight 2138 makes its way into GAIA at, I make it 1500 hours 20 on Sunday, June 7, 26, my nautical training.
I'm very
nautical
comfortable.
training coming into play there.
I'm very comfortable with all the information except for the flight number.
Well, that's my aeronautical training. You gotta be able to recite these things par for the course. But
What is the aeronautical accuracy?
We're back at Wanderers. Dorn introduced for the first time. A bit of military medium, or if you can call it that, or even slower, but Drake's well entrenched, 13 away from 3 figures.
Isn't he attempting to bowl his off spin variety today? Yeah. So he does bowl medium at times, but
I know him as a military medium, so.
Oh, really? But interesting, because I know him as an off spinner.
Oh, okay.
So I guess we've seen him at different times in different places.
Yeah. But Drake's is.
But when I say off spinner, obviously part time. I don't know.
I remember one time Craig Brathwaite got some wickets in the match, and Courtney Brown I asked Courtney Brown what was he bowling. Courtney Brown said an offish break. That's as best as Courtney Brown could describe it. He said he's bowling an offish break.
Just didn't want to give him his full due.
Yeah. Courtney Brown, we want to wish him well. Former Barbados captain with distinction of West Indies. Keeper had a bad accident a couple of years back, so we want to say hello to Courtney Brown and his family. And we're back here in the action. Watson has seen a big drive and missing, and lots of advice from the faithful here at Barrows Road telling them don't get carried away. Dorn. Inside edge into the pad. Single into the onside.
You sensed a bit of urgency since T? More urgency. Have you sensed more urgency since T?
Yeah, it's not so much that they're looking to win, but they're realizing if they get bogged down, they could back themselves into a hole like they did yesterday. So they want to make sure that no loose ball goes unpunished. And so far, they've been doing an excellent job. Close. Bit casual from Drake's. Less conviction than before, and very close to the mid-wicket fielder, just eluding his grasp. But Drake's continues to move up towards the 100. Is 89.
It certainly looked casual, but I think it wasn't necessarily a mentality of being casual. More so maybe the ball coming on a little bit slower than he'd anticipated, hence a kind of almost false stroke wrapped on the pad. Is there bat as well? Who knows? But the umpire is quite satisfied that he's not going anywhere. So Watson survives. He's got 13 from 27, 89 to Drake's. And yes, 3 figures around the corner. But be careful. One of our fellow commentators, well, not on the stream necessarily, but Kirk Strawn, who does radio commentary, I think I suggested to him a few weeks ago that he's got to be careful because he had done commentary on a few games where the players were dismissed in the 90s after he brought it to the attention of the listeners that they were in the 90s. And, of course, the moderator went over to him and needless to say, they fell short. So I'm not going to join you in beckoning Drake's 89. I will leave that and see how it works out.
Well, many a man has perished between 90 and 9, including myself.
Oh, yes.
in the derby. So, let's ease off the 100 talk until he gets there, then we will celebrate with him.
So, courtesy continuing. But it's been a great knock, really, at the part of Drake's, though, and under immense pressure. I was chatting with Pius Emilion coming up to the tea break, and I think how they were looking at it is very similar to what I suggested to Philo Wallace. That is that you bat and then assess the situation. And that assessment period was pretty much at tea. That's what they started out looking for. But I was speaking to him maybe a good 10 minutes or so after his dismissal. I think he'd managed to drag off the second pad by then. And he was constantly rehearsing what he should have been doing. And he was really distraught at his dismissal. And this is a guy who came in as a night watchman, although I'm not sure he would want to say that, because when I asked him if this is the longest that he'd batted at this level, he was, he said, no, it was a silly question. And he admitted that, he hasn't had big scores, but he praised himself in being able to hang in there. And, he did that very effectively today.
That's good intel, because we were convinced, Philo and myself, that is longest he's ever sweated in batting equipment.
Well, he didn't give me any stats to support his claim. So we may very well be correct. But the point is, he obviously doesn't see himself as a rabbit. And in fact, he said to me that he's been working especially hard on his batting recently.
It's good intel. So in other words, he left a few out there.
He probably did. He's talking about being able to bat with intent, and he wanted to, to be more positive, so to speak, rather than simply just, block. And we had a nice little conversation where he shared his plans, which worked quite well. I mean, maybe you consider that he came in just a couple of minutes before the close yesterday and batted until about 20 minutes short of tea.
2:15, yeah.
Yeah, so that was excellent work. I don't think anybody, including his captain, maybe he's the only one who expected that he would have batted that long. But he certainly did a great job for his side. And not only did he occupy the crease and contribute for himself or his own contribution to the team, but by his performance, it should have sent a clear message to the remaining batsmen: it can be done.
Most definitely, he was positive in defense, as they would say. He didn't just, occupy the crease and eat up time, because my view is that batting is a pursuit of runs and not time. But in order to get runs, you have to spend time.
You have to spend time, unless you're gifted, especially if you're not gifted with excellent stroke play.
Yeah, so you bat for runs, which requires time. I mean, Brian Lara, when he made 400, he still had a bat for 8 hours. And Craig Bradford at Kensington batted for 13 hours. Got 150 and 50 not out. So. Time equals, time doesn't always equal runs, but runs always need time. Bat with Dorn. And Drake continues to be equally competent on both sides of the pitch.
But it's refreshing to hear him talk about reading the game, assessing the game, and recognizing that batting with Drakes, who would be more fluent, what he saw as his role. That was refreshing, because yesterday, Philo and myself, we were talking, and Philo was making the point that too many players, or was it you? I don't know. I don't even know who I should be crediting, but one of you made the point that the players of this era too often don't read the situation, don't read the game.
Well, I said that yesterday, but off commentary. So maybe.
Oh, this is off commentary. I'm talking about off commentary.
Yeah, I did mention that. They don't read the situations well enough. They say I'm a ball beater and I'm going to beat bowling no matter what. It doesn't work like that all the time. Tell that.
So good to see your number 10 trying to read the situation and respond accordingly.
I'm a ball beater. Fancy that with Big Bird in the ribs. So that's all well and good when you're in the nets or you're on lower levels, but when you come up to higher levels, you got to respect the game and respect the situation and bat with brains.
It's interesting to hear you say that. One would think that you're having a discussion about basketball.
What's basketball, Philip?
That thing that England seemed to have abandoned to some extent.
Oh, England's previous tactics.
Yes, that so rudely exposed in the Ashes.
Yeah, well, several things were rudely exposed in the Ashes.
Well, actually, the writing was on the wall even when India earned the draw with them in England. But why I made that comment, not because I feel inclined to revisit the discussion on basketball, but that was my whole point throughout the whole basketball thing. That, yes, you can be attacking, and we've seen attacking cricket before. It's not new to me. I don't think it's new to you. It partly was new to some people. But we've seen positive cricket before. Years ago, we've seen it recently. But throughout it all, you've got to respect the game. I don't think that you could ask for more attacking batsmen than Viv Richards. But there were times when Viv Richards, I'm almost tempted to say, could bore you to death. Because, not literally, but if the situation required it, he would bat time. And then go from there.
Yeah, but Test cricket allows for that. I mean, that's the ethos of Test cricket, that the situation changes and you play accordingly. I mean, as you said, our glory team of the glory days were naturally attacking because they were naturally skilled. You know, they were just such brilliant players in every aspect of the game, but they were also good enough, quality enough to rein themselves in and adapt. So
there are times when
Test
Lloyd,
cricket. Test
Lloyd
cricket
was one of the most
101.
powerful hitters that you could want to see. And there are times when I was listening to cricket and Lloyd batting, and I'm frustrated because he's batting so slowly, but that was what he felt was required at the time. And it wasn't necessarily because we had seen he was in trouble. It may have been a question of maybe putting more pressure on the field inside, keeping them in the field for a longer time, whatever the reason. But those great cricketers, all of them, could adapt. And I always felt that this idea of just beating bowling off the park would only work with poor bowling attacks. How often are you going to beat bowlers of the quality of Cummins and that, players of that nature? You're fooling yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I like basketball because it was entertaining, and I like the West Indies team of the glory days because they were entertaining.
But they never
so.
disrespected the game.
I wouldn't say basketball disrespected the game.
The disrespect the game in the sense that England had some situations where they got themselves into good positions, but then didn't make the adjustment to screw the nail in completely and hand the initiative back to the opponents. That's what I mean by disrespecting the game, where you don't recognize that, okay, the same way that Pius Emilian realized, okay, let me hang in here. And then he got to a point, okay, time now to bat with more intent. Simple things like that. Cricket, Test cricket, could never be a one-dimensional thing. It has its stages. And if you don't recognize that, that's where the disrespect comes.
Yeah. Well, fair, but I'll take basketball any day, if I'm being honest. I loved it while it lasted.
Well, I would take positive cricket any day. That's what we saw when we had people like Hayden, and who's his opening partner again? Hayden and Langer and Hayden. You had Trescothick that era.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So positive cricket is nothing. Not new to me anyway.
Okay. Well, I'll leave you now, Philo. Philo Wallace is back. He's urging me to get off the air.
Dragging you off the seat?
Yeah.
Off the seat?
He's doing basketball on me now.
I see.
And he wants to come in and tell you about the glory days, his glory days in Derby. And Spartan put a beat down on Empire at Bank Hall in 1990. The most famous first division game in history. Spartan beating Empire at Bank Hall by 2 wickets to win the cup and do the double in 1990. The famous photograph supplied with people on top of the roof at Bank Hall, people on the field in front of the fielders. It was such an epic contest, and Philo Wallace played in that match. So he will tell you more of what we can expect next week when the greatest local cricket match comes to town. Over to you, Philo.
I'm just studying how much I can really accept coming from 2 Spartan person. I don't know. I'll have to take it with a bowl or two of salt. So welcome back, Philo.
Hello, Philip. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing well. Have you completed that business that you set off so hurriedly to
Yeah,
deal with?
I just need to pick up my vehicle.
Oh, the Mercedes is back.
Yeah, it's a BMW.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's just a BMW. But I was looking at the cameraman to my left, and some more Farrett came to my mind. I don't know if you know some more Farrett.
I don't think so.
He's a British athlete.
Uh-huh.
He's a
Oh, more, yes. Now that I
Some
see,
more. He looks
it's,
like more.
it's your pronunciation of it
more Farrett.
that threw me off. But now that I'm looking at the name of the photo,
Some more.
I'm with you. Yes.
Not lawnmower.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, he looks like some more. Man.
Maybe he is.
With a longer beard.
Yes.
He's been doing a wonderful job. I must compliment young Gary Bell and his team of cameramen. And there's all, you know who's in charge. You know who's wearing the lead headset?
What are you talking about?
A lady.
Oh, the lady. What's her name?
I don't know her name. I don't try not to get names. She's married. Her husband's here with her.
Oh, he is?
Yes, Philip.
Oh, where is he?
He's sitting next to her.
Okay. And he's not even smiling, Philo. So
That's why she
I
don't know her name.
I think you were quite correct not to try to find out her name.
No. She's doing a wonderful job. But again, a lady is leading us. You know, they say Heavenly Father lead us, but no, lady is leading us. But wonders continue, obviously, to grind. Wildey out there, 150 for 3 after starting the day 11 for 2. And Jonathan Drakes has moved on quite nicely to 94. Foot up.
He's crept up to 94, you want to almost say. And I don't mean that he's been slow, but, you know, you almost not noticing that he's getting that close. Oh, looking to sweep that one. And not making contact. You're 94.
You cannot take Joshua Dorn for granted. He's a bowler.
Joshua Drakes, you're 94. You've worked hard.
You don't want to be bowled by
You
Joshua
batted
Dorn.
well in the first innings for top score 42. Can't afford to fall short again. And playing a shot of ball now. Looking to cut that one away.
This reminds me of the game against Jamaica when he was on 94.
Yes.
And he played an injudicious shot and was out. He had 2 poor shots there from Jonathan Drakes.
I know those 6 runs could make a difference between waiting for next first last season or 18th tour in between.
You better believe it. And if he gets up now, he's going to open the floodgates for Wildey. So he needs to continue to bat. It's not over.
Not only that, you know, when you are
Ramsey.
Sorry?
Young Ramsey, former Maple player.
Okay.
Yeah, Shane Ramsey. It's the beard, you know. The fella's not wearing beards. You have none.
Well, the angle that I'm looking at it from is difficult to make him out from there. But Shane, there were 2 Ramseys, 2 brothers. One was Shane. You call the other one? Shane was the off spinner who played for Barbados?
Did he? Maybe he did. I'm not certain.
Yeah.
But their father played for Maple. He was a keeper. And then he went up to Bristol.
Okay.
But both Sheen and his brother represented Maple.
Yeah.
Well, in those days, it was the Division 1 competition. His name is on the tip of my tongue, but a lot of things on the tip of the tongue is something you can't.
Whose name is on the tip of your tongue?
His brother's name.
Okay. So, yeah, Shane, he played 2 first-class matches and picked up 5 wickets in those 2 matches. So he is a right arm off break, right-handed batsman. So off spinning all round. I think
he's a former Barbados cricketer.
Yeah.
At the age of 40.
40, yes.
Yeah, still a young man.
Still a young man. But his brother, I think his brother stopped playing before he did. And I only say before he did because he's here. And I'm not sure if he's playing this season for Maple, is he? Or
no, Maple has been struggling this season. I don't think he's been playing.
Yeah, probably
Andy
not.
Brand is the head coach down there now for quite some time.
Oh, yes, he has been there for quite a long time. And our fellow commentator, Andy Payne, tries to help them out as much as possible.
He's the president.
He's the president of the club.
You're not doing your homework for them.
Yeah.
You're a school teacher, but you're not doing your homework.
No, I give homework.
Yeah, but you're not setting it up to answer the questions.
No, there's certain computer programs that could even do that for you.
Oh, okay, so you're an AI specialist.
I didn't say that, but
let's check in.
Good thought.
I think he's
In
going to be
the
out.
air, chicken. So that's the end of Watson for 17. Have those gates now been open? Only time will tell. But the captain of the Wildey side in the game, removing Watson for 17. Drakes has got 94. And the new batsman, I believe, is going to be the Wanderers captain.
Yes, a very good delivery there from Jerome Jones, who's brought himself on from the northern end. Just a flighted delivery. And Watson looking to hit that ball into the practice area on the southern side of the ground against the wind. And a good running catch there by Tariq Hoyt. Not getting any battle. They don't move their feet. They use arms. And not getting close to the ball, not getting the power, as you see Watson limping as he leaves the field. So Wanderers are 150 for 4. Still required 188 runs. But that man, Jonathan Drake, stays there between a victory for Wildey and maybe a team draw for Wanderers. But good batting from him. A very soft dismissal from Watson. He could have just knocked it into the leg side and looked to get Drake's on strike rather than going for glory.
Well, this is the thing about being positive. There's a fine line sometimes between being positive and being reckless. And that's why sometimes I prefer to see a team bat in a particular way, like what we saw before the break, where it was a question of defending your wicket, and then if opportunities presented themselves to score, you took them, and in the case of Drakes, you took them with relish and with style. 3 sixes he struck, or well, so far. One of them, I believe, to bring up his half century, if I remember correctly. But since the break, I think Philip Spooner was still here when I said to him, have you noticed more urgency in the batting? And he said yes, and he put it down to the fact that they didn't want the bowlers to get on top. But you're not going to win this game now. And if you bat carefully, I'm not saying you're going to poke every ball back to the bowler, but if you bat carefully, I don't see you getting bowled out this evening.
Agreed.
Now, we had Drakes before the break. You remember he had a couple of long hops, and he could have attempted to put them beyond the boundary, but he was very careful about pulling them down to eliminate any chance of a catch or even a dismissal. And that has worked well for Wanderers so far. That wicket, I guess it's fair to say, was gifted.
Yes, it was gifted. Because you still want to, Watson has the ability to hit the ball, yes. You want to still bat deep into the day's play to give yourself a chance. With Drake showing good skills and temperament and game awareness, you just need that partner to stay with it. But unfortunately, Watson is not that one. Let's hope now that Captain Lovell can do it. Get a good delivery there from Captain Jerome Jones. The end of it sets all over. You can now see the little bunks in the Wildey fielders' steps, you know. Before they were very lethargic, obviously with that partnership. And now, because they picked up 2 relatively quick wickets, they believe they're able to shout. As a second Virgin Atlantic A330 Airbus just cruises on that southern pathway, and it will be descending to Grantley Adams International Airport. Well, a lot of British tourists will be quite happy. Philip, I don't know if you follow the weather or the temperature, but it's ideal temperature for the Londoners. It's been raining for the last couple of days in London. So to come to this wonderful beautiful weather, they will enjoy it tremendously. Do you like the sun?
I like the sun, I like the rain. It depends on the timing
Or where you are?
and what I'm doing and what needs to be done.
That's right. Do
If
you like
I'm-
the rain in the sea?
But if I'm planning a cricket game, I really don't want the rain.
Okay. Do you go to the sea?
Not as often as I probably should.
How far do you live from the sea?
It would take me about 6.5 minutes to drive there if there's no traffic. Or, well, sorry, in just normal traffic, I should say.
And that close and you don't go?
But I didn't say I don't go. I said I don't go as often as I probably should.
But you don't go.
How often do you go?
I go every Saturday morning at 6 o'clock.
Oh, well, that wouldn't work for me.
No.
You know, he did mention something about timing.
Yeah.
That timing is off.
I realized that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm pretty much doing just about the same thing every Saturday morning at 6 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And it's not having a swim in the sea.
Okay.
That one comes down towards third man for 4. That brings up the 100 for Jonathan Drakes. Maybe not his most convincing execution, but it really doesn't matter. It has gone across the boundary line for 4. 102 to Jonathan Drakes. Congratulations to him.
He has 100 from 160 balls. Well played to him. With some 3 6s, and I think they decorated with 7 4s. But you see that the quality of it. A quicker delivery from Joshua Dorn. He just ran the ball past the short third man, a sharp backward point, and down to the boundary. And that will be pleasing for him. 40-yard in the first innings, not a good dismissal. He was very upset with himself. But he's redeemed himself in the second innings on a very placid pitch. And has come up with 100 not out. 156 for 4, and he has 100 over 156 runs.
Well, that's an indication as to the dominant effect he's had on this innings. And while that may seem strange, bear in mind that he spent most of the time out there with Pius Emilian, who pretty much went in as night watchman yesterday, and who played his role expertly before being dismissed about 15 minutes before lunch.
Yes, it's Drake's. He's this one just up to short mid-wicket. Takes a very cheeky single. He still has to be careful here, Jonathan Drakes. You don't want to get too relaxed and lose your wicket and then expose the lower middle order to the Wildey side. Wildey is still hunting a victory. Still have to be sharp in your feet, still have to be sharp in your thinking. And you obviously want to back your team to safety and not leave it for the rest of the players to do.
Revisiting the Ramsey, you're talking about was it Sylvan Ramsey or something?
Sylvan Ramsey.
Sylvan Ramsey, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, the name just came back to me actually, and
but it takes time when you're growing up.
This is Shane's dad, you're saying?
Yeah, it takes time. Everything takes time when you're growing up for that.
Well, yes,
especially when you're retired too.
Well, that too.
Yeah.
And then you can also take your time when you're in that, when you have that students. You're a long way off that though, so you're only going by what you've been told.
But I want no new friends.
Yeah.
That's my 2026 resolution.
I see. No new friends.
No.
So I got in just in time then.
Yeah, because new friends bring new problems.
Oh dear.
Let me keep the problems I have.
Well, fair enough.
I don't want to add to them.
Fair
and then new friends can bring new technology.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
AI and things like that.
You're not into AI or TikTok.
You're not into AI?
I thought TikTok was a dance.
Maybe it is, somewhere.
Yeah. I'm not into AI as yet. It's something that you have to get accustomed to. I know it's coming fast, ticking fast.
Just sending you a memo, I feel it's here.
Yeah, I know. I went to a house party or house gathering a couple months ago. This guy is an IT specialist. He took a picture of the room that we were in. And then AI produced a description of the room accurately. If I didn't have my glasses on, I would swear that I was seeing double. AI also described the amount of people in the room. Yeah, about 15.
50?
15.
Oh.
Yeah. It's a good shot from Jace. It's punching off the back foot down to the sweeper. But again, you're seeing Jerome Jones. This is the first time he's been bowling from the northern end.
Yes.
Trying to just allow a bit more freedom from the southern end of the other bowlers. Taking responsibility, which is always good in a leader.
While we are very neutral as we bring commentary on this game, I would honestly have to say that I'm glad that the unnecessary dismissal of Watson didn't put Drakes off his game, because the dismissal at that point in time, what Drakes needed was support at the other end to help him to that century, and then of course to continue the task of trying to save the game.
Yes, it shows clearly that he's focused on what he wants to do. Bat the day, score 100 and continue to bat. The dismissals around him have not interrupted his clear.
So 158 for 4, and scoring that to just under 3 runs and over, and another 180 required. So Lovell getting off the mark with a single, the captain of the team. Scored a lovely century up at Lucas Street a couple of series ago. Player who likes to be positive, but one who can adapt his game as the situation requires. So we'll see how he will approach things this afternoon.
Well, he has to play a responsible knock here. 159 for 4, 53, 54 overs. Still a long way to go. Wonders, obviously, the longer they bat, more runs they accumulate, more pressure, as I said before, they're going to put on the Wildey bowlers and fielders, and particularly the captain. So it's important that he reads the script and reads it well. Jerome Jones has bowled 12 overs, he's picked up 1 for 26. But they thought that by this time they would have obviously completed victory. But they're 179 runs. Wanderers require 179 runs for victory, which is beyond their reach because we're going up now to 5 minutes to 4. You make it, Philip?
Yes, and I know you love overs.
Sprinkle the spectators. I used to eat turnovers.
Yes, but
when last you had one?
Turnover?
Yeah.
Well, not recently. I try to avoid things that will not necessarily give me the sort of nutrients that I need at this stage of my life.
Are you a Barbadian?
Well, but I've had things like turnovers. Those things are not new to me. So if I've reached a stage now where I'm more selective about my eating, I think I'm allowed.
But you eat chicken?
Of course.
You've been eating chicken for over 40 years?
Probably closer to 60.
Okay.
Yeah. Plus. Yeah.
Played. It's a beautiful shot.
That's going to run away for 4 as well. So, boundary to boost the score.
The pigeons scatter. Reminds me of being at Lord's. Josh Dorn, Josh Dorn, a tall cricketer, bowling the off break from the southern end. The ball bonks, but Lovell just went onto the back foot, give himself a bit of room and just spanked it down to backward point for 4. Good shot. But Wildey wouldn't mind.
So are you as excited about the upcoming derby as your clubmate, Philip Spooner?
Yeah, Philip Spooner is a historian. Keith Foley is a statistician. I'm just a player. I'm in the Spartan chat. It is written in this chat that Spartan have not beaten Empire since 2019.
So since the onset of COVID?
Yeah, since 2019. COVID was 2020.
Well, they call it COVID-19. It reached Barbados in March of 2020. So if they haven't beaten them since 2019, it means they haven't beaten them since COVID.
Well, they haven't beaten since COVID, if you want to be absolutely correct. But I would say they haven't beaten since 2019, from what I'm reading.
Well, it's the same thing, because if they beat them in 2019,
this is 2026.
That was before COVID.
Yeah, so 2019,
COVID came
2020.
in 2020.
Yes.
And they haven't beaten them since COVID.
You told me I haven't reached it
yeah.
on the 2020, but we haven't beaten Spartan. Spartan haven't beaten Empire in 7 years.
But
that's a long time
in that period of time,
that
is across all formats.
I am not certain across all formats, but that is a long time not to have won one single game against them.
And what about how many games have Empire won against Spartan in that time, or they've all been draws?
They haven't been draws. Empire have gotten the better of Spartan for a number of years now. I don't think we haven't beaten them. I don't think we've beaten them either, maybe in a T20 game.
Well,
we don't win. Spartan don't play white ball cricket well, I must admit. And I find that there's a blockade in how they play the T20 and the Super 50. But I think over time they will have to improve. They won their last 50 game against Yorkshire, but you need to up the ante a bit more, as Jonathan Drakes is asking.
Well, I think you guys hosted
for some water.
I think you guys hosted a T20 tournament some years back.
I don't know if you
recall.
Ago.
Yeah.
And I had a beard.
You had a beard. You obviously played in a number of those derbies over the years. I would like to think so. You recall how many you played in, roughly?
I've played a lot, Philip.
A lot.
The one that hurt me
Uh-huh.
the most. We played a one-day game at Empire.
Uh-huh.
And now the under-19 coach of the Barbados under-19 squad, Robin Parrs. Silverman Ben was bowling the final over. And he
Okay, who was bowling the final over?
Silverman Ben.
Oh, Silverman Ben was bowling the final over. Uh-huh.
And Robin Parrs hit it for 4, which was a 6.
Uh-huh.
I won the game. I scored 100 in that game. I felt like a small pebble in a big rumble of rocks. And we stayed to Empire Club until the morning.
Until the next morning.
We were all shocked. We had a good time after, but it was shocking. You've done all of that work.
So you stayed at the club until morning because you were in shock or because you were having a good time?
Shock and having a good time. You don't know the combined things, do you? You live alone?
Oh, a bit of a false stroke there. In the end, it dropped well in front of the fielder, but it looked a bit anxious for a while. To get back to what you were saying, of course.
You cook peas and rice or rice and peas?
Well, sometimes rice without peas.
Brown or white?
Rice or peas?
They never saw white peas, yeah.
Okay.
So you got to be rice, Philip.
Just testing.
You're trying to be naughty. You're a former school teacher who used to set homework for people. And then you go to the computer and look for the answers. That's what you told me.
No, I didn't say that. I said
Just
that there are
checking.
computers that can actually mark it for you.
Well played. Lovely sweep. Just helping the ball around level. Don't giving chase from first slip. Pulls it inches back. And very good running. Very good running indeed by Jonathan Drake. He's been there since yesterday evening and this morning at 12 o'clock. And he's still sprinting the 3 runs. So good presence of mind. Shows his fitness as well. And obviously his intent is still there. It's good support by Lovell and Jonathan Trace. It's good that they continue to push the Wildey fielders. You don't want them to think that they're just sitting down and playing for a draw. Make them fight for every run and every wicket.
Well, it's good that one can detect a player's fitness from his performance rather than a beep test. But, yeah, certainly the Drakes must be in good shape to have batted this long and still be sprinting around.
You and I in some chat groups about cricket, you always on about fitness.
I always talk about fitness.
You're not a fan of beat tests. And
you said that I am always.
You're not a fan of beat tests, are you?
No, it's not that.
No,
hold on.
Go ahead.
It's not a matter of not being a fan of any particular thing. It's a matter of applying things where they make sense to be applied.
But a beat test makes sense in cricket.
I like cars. But I don't think I would take a car to drive from my home to my next door neighbors.
But a beat test is important in cricket. It's one of those tools that helps cricketers.
Explain.
Because
I don't know where you got the impression that I was saying to the contrary. I simply said, I said, let me repeat it.
Okay.
I said it is good when you can see the fitness of a player manifest itself in performance and not just a beep test.
But a beep test can help you perform.
Well, I don't think the test will help you perform.
A beep test tells you how fit you are.
Right. So what I'm saying is,
and with that beep test telling you how fit you are, then you can move from that level of fitness into the next stage of performance. Because in order to perform, fitness have to be a criteria.
But I'm not arguing with that part. So you want me to get to the part that where I'm talking about relevance?
What's the relevance?
Right. So you are saying that the beep test, initially you said that it helps you to perform. And then you certainly correct yourself without realizing you were correcting yourself.
But you're trying to tell me that
by
I'm a fool,
saying,
in a sense, but I'm not a fool. A beep test is
not.
important in cricket.
Hold on, let me get the point.
Because people like you believe that you can just turn up and play cricket, score runs, and you're okay to go to the next level.
Do you believe you can, let's
so
say,
I'm just trying to articulate
make your point
I want you to know that a beep
by
test is
saying
important.
everything and not me talking?
But you're trying to make me out to be a clown here.
No, I'm not trying to make you out to be a clown. You would have to do that for yourself if you so choose. What I'm saying to you is that the beep test measures the level of fitness.
It gives you an idea.
Right. So therefore, you can do your training. You got to do the training. That's where the fitness comes from. So you do whatever training is applicable or relevant to the particular person. You do the test. And then that test, the result of that test will help you assess where you are and help you and guide what you do moving forward.
So what you doing
when you use the test to select teams, I think that's misusing.
I never use it. I never said select teams.
But Philo, you're going places that have never gone.
No, you're going somewhere that you're not supposed to go. Because
we're not talking
selection
about
comes
you.
down to performances, huh?
Philo.
For some people.
Step back.
No, I'm not stepping back.
I'm not talking about you.
I'm not.
I'm saying
we're talking about beat tests and performances.
Are you a West Indies selector?
Not yet.
Good. So therefore, I can't be talking about you.
No, but not yet. So I just want a little guidance.
So you're saying that when you become a West Indies selector, you're going to leave people off the team because they fail a beat test?
No, that's irrelevant. That's not right.
But that's what.
That's what's happening now.
That's what I was saying to you, Philo.
A beat test can determine your
the
selection.
problem is you don't listen sometimes.
I listen quite well, but beat tests don't merit your selection.
Well, say that to the selectors who. I'm not talking about Darren Sammy, who's the sole selector now. I actually think now that the current process now seems to have recognized the folly of that, but that did happen in the past, in the recent past. And I thought it was, and that's why it would have come up in the chats that you were talking about.
No.
I would have criticized it then, and I criticize it now, and thankfully they don't do that anymore.
Who in their right mind would select a
Well, I don't know. Well, now you're saying, you're seeing why I was critical of it.
No, Philip, any person who selects
but that has happened,
or not
Philip.
selected a person on fitness. can only be insane.
But Philo, that has happened. You're well aware
So
of that.
there are a lot of insane.
You're trying to make me out now to be a clown.
No, I'm not.
Or to be misinformed.
Yeah. But
We've even had situations where I even know of a player who had a niggle and was went to do the test, all right, and felt, you know, the niggle started to act up and he stopped. He was then told that he will be retested on such and such a day. They selected the team the day before the day he was supposed to be retested, and obviously he wasn't in the team.
That's wrong. That's completely wrong.
So I'll get back to my opening statement in this debate. It's good to see when the fitness of a player manifests itself in performance and not based on a beat test.
A beat test should not base your selection. That's all I'm saying. Performances do count.
So thank you.
Maybe that selector was a
forgetting-
little. That selector
Thank you
was
for
a little.
getting to the same point that I've been trying to make from the beginning.
That
Although you
selector-
did take a while to get
No,
there.
I understand what you're saying, but that selector is a little funny. Because at the end of the day, Jonathan Drakes has displayed fitness, good intent, good game awareness, good batting skills, which is good ingredients for a proper batter. He hasn't played a lot of bad shots either. And he's played each ball on its merit. And what he has done, he's respected his partners, which is the key to a partnership. And he has done that from yesterday, and he continues through to today. And he has to do it until this game is called off.
Until the game is called off. I like how you put that. That's gone through, but it may have been deflected enough that the fielder can pull it in before it reaches the boundary. 2 runs nevertheless. Good work done by all.
Yes, I'm just watching Jonathan Drakes. He's sprinting for that too. The ball obviously was cut to the field at point. And normally when you cut the ball, you open the bat face, the ball hits and spins to your left. And the batter came through for 2. But if you look at Jonathan Drakes, he's ready to bat again, to face the next delivery. Which means he's in that zone of just wanted to bat.
That one seemed to have bounced a bit unexpectedly on him, but he handled it well in the end, kept it down. So the over comes to an end.
Yeah, and that's the skill of Jerome Jones. He's tall. And what he's done with that last delivery, just held it up a bit in the air. When it comes out of the hand, it's going to be slower. When it hits the pitch, it's going to bounce a bit more, which it has done. But Drake's on 104, 173 balls just brought it into the offside. But again, good variation from Captain Jerome Jones. And as you see to our left, Philip, the excavator and Bobcat are leaving.
Well, thank God. I think you see some of my current discomfort is
And
a
you're
result
starting,
of,
yes, yeah, of the dust.
yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, and this doesn't help either. That African, that Sahara dust that is looming in the atmosphere here in Barbados. But you should have medication for that, Philip.
I do.
You taking it?
Well, I'm on air.
Is it something you have to swallow? Because they say you shouldn't disturb a man when he's swallowing.
I see.
Yeah. Now we see
Has anyone ever referred to you as naughty, fellow?
many times. I prefer it in the house, not outside.
You prefer
the
what?
house. To be called naughty at home.
At home.
When you
okay.
do it in public,
It's mischievous.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is going to be the left finder. There's been currency who's going to pick it up from the sun. And now you see coach.
Well, it makes you a very enjoyable
Sit
person
down.
to do commentary with, I must say.
Yeah, I like you, Philip. As a man should like a man to remain a man.
Well, yes, for sure.
You see Craig Sahins just jogging to extra cover. It's good to see the contributions coming from the various players to help the captain.
So Lovell has got 13 from 22. Drake's 104 from 173. 173 for 4. Currency 3 for 45. Ooh. Did that turn that big? Love to see that replay.
Again, a slower delivery. Just held up a bit in the air by the from orthodox Desmond Currency, about bounce and spun straight through the first slip. And Lovely not a tall man, so once the ball spins and bounces, it's always going to cause some concern to the batter. You see the ball just bouncing and Lovely, quite surprised. But again, you spoke about Josh Dorn as a slipper. Very efficient. It seems to be obviously at slip, you have to follow the ball. And he is doing that. Even the catch that dismissed Emilian was a full-blooded drive off the outside edge. Slightly open back face, and he took the catch, going to his left with 2 hands.
And the replay did confirm the excessive turn and bunks. So, encouraging sign for Currency.
There's a little rough as well he can work with. I don't mind it as wide, but if it's in there,
so I think we can describe that as a testing over to some extent. Good work done by Currency. For the large part, the bowlers have stuck to the task. You did see the frustration coming in from time to time. You're dealing with human beings, that would happen. But all in all, I think we've complimented Wonders for hanging in there and for their sensible batting. Sometimes we tend to only compliment when there's a measure of success. Now, it has not been a very good day so far for Wildey, but I still commend them for sticking to the task.
yeah, they've only picked up 2 wickets in the day's play at the cost of 162 runs. So it's been very good batting by the Wanderers side, particularly obviously the outstanding performance of Jonathan Drace thus far. So
if there's one flaw or one thing that one trick that they haven't tried, what would that be?
I think they have not given the fast bowler another shot from the southern end. I would have given him another 4 or 5 overs from the southern end just to see how he goes and pick up any wickets if possible. But, you know, the tendency in the elite division in Barbados club cricket, Philip, you always go to the spinners.
Yeah.
It's built around spinners. And then it robs the fast bowler of the opportunity of bowling a half a new ball, maybe looking to get reverse swing or developing the art of reverse swinging the ball. Just goes to the spinners and they bowl till the day's play finishes.
And then we wonder why we can't find fast bowlers for the regional competition.
Yeah. They're not encouraged at the club level. No shot.
Just inside the boundary, well struck. For a moment there, I thought that we would have to take evasive action, Philip.
No, he's not hitting towards us. We are up, you know, Philip. The Atkinson stand, the brothers, Atkinson stand, Dennis and Eric Atkinson, 2 stalwarts here, Wanderers Cricket Club. And that ball was smashed into the lower part of the pavilion for 4. That one is just punched out to the sweeper for another single. But I like the way Jonathan Drake's has gone about his innings. He hits the boundary the previous ball and then tucks it into the offside for a single to move to 110. This partnership is 30 runs from 47 balls. And Lovell has contributed 13, Drace has contributed 7. But he is just showing good temperament in this innings. This innings will do him a world of good.
The thing is, we're talking about Empire and Spartan and the derby next week. And I'm here checking the Empire score from yesterday. They haven't posted anything on this site here for today. And I haven't been able to seek information elsewhere because of my duties here. But did you realize that Kevin Stout scored another century yesterday?
Congratulations to him.
Yeah.
So he's in prime form, which makes that game on next week so important.
Well, I guess there's some people who might suggest he has used up all his runs already. Some people may want to suggest that. I'm sure he would be thinking, like you, that he's in fine form and therefore looking for another big score.
Yeah, but obviously, Fusion Petite Spartan versus AA Empire Bite Home. Kevin Stout will be looking to get 100 there.
But in all seriousness, though, I mean, we had that discussion about age and so on, and here's a guy who is what Kevin Stout must be around 40 or so, somewhere around there, and playing some very good cricket this season. Not that he's ever stopped playing for Empire and being effective, but 2 big centuries in the season is only like halfway through virtually So that's an excellent performance. But he is a player who has performed consistently for a number of years.
But you were at the finals in basketball, the Keith Boys finals. He scored 102.
Well, I wasn't even counting that one.
So
Yes, so that would be 3, let's say, at a certain level if you...
and the space of
but
time as well.
Did he score runs in the semi-final as well?
I think he scored 100 in the semi-finals.
I didn't see the semi-final, but
I think he scored 100.
He scored some runs.
See, he's had 400s in the last 6-7 weeks.
40 years old. I don't care what level of cricket you're playing at. You don't score 100 in half an hour. So it means that there's some level of fitness that is required. Also, Philo, I think you will know as well as anybody else that fitness also affects your concentration. So, again, the measure of fitness, to my mind, is largely out in the middle. And the things you do before, including the tests, are to get you to that point. But the real test only comes during the game, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it's a good, valid point. You know, and he's 40 years old. He's a consistent performer.
And I'm not trying to talk Kevin Stout back into the Barbados team. That's a matter for the selectors. But what I'm saying is the value of having players of that experience around. We want to chase away people when they turn 30, even from local cricket. Oh, let the youngster get a player. Which youngster are you talking about? There's a combined schools team, and there's one in the lower division as well. And there are many schools with teams all around Barbados. Which youngster you're stopping from playing when you're 40 or 45 and playing the cricket? No, you're not stopping the youngster from playing. You are helping in the education of that youngster by being out there playing with or against them. I mean, really need to be a little bit more open-minded and not just repeat things that have been repeated for
50
years.
years ago, Philip, senior players would play first division cricket. They would stop playing the first class cricket and they would come back to club cricket and play well into the 50s. David Hofer, like you remember, Spartan, Tony Howard, Arlington Hunt, George Linton, Dexter Toppin, those guys played well into their 40s. I'm past 40. But
And that's how it should be. That's how the youngsters learn.
But Telston playing at St. Catherine's, when he stopped playing, he was way into his 50s and so.
Not only that, I mean, he almost had to get a wheelchair to run between the wickets.
Yeah,
because he had his injuries, but that didn't stop his enthusiasm.
No,
it didn't stop. It didn't change his technique and his will to do well. You know, all those things make up a cricketer.
You still play table tennis?
Of course, not as often as before.
I find you're a retired teacher, and you don't do a lot of things as often as you should. What do you do?
Well, maybe when you get to that point, you will find that you don't do as many things as often as you do.
I want you to tell me so when I do get there, I'm aware.
I still play table tennis. I actually don't play. I honestly don't play as much as I used to, because there are other things that occupy my time as well. And I haven't played competitively. I think I played 1 or 2 matches last season. But in terms of practicing and so on, I still do that from time to time.
But is there a Masters table tennis tournament in Barbados?
There's a Masters tournament. To be honest with you, though, I prefer to play in the regular competition in the Masters. Sometimes, this may sound like a strange thing, but sometimes
the rally, hold on, the rally is over since last week, but that's just a loud vehicle passing. That's not a rally car.
Well, there were a few rally cars passing Lucas Street.
Yes, because we were going
to Bushy Park. Not Bushy Park. It was Bushy Park?
Yes,
yeah.
Bushy Park.
But I don't know what that's about. But yeah, by the way, not necessarily cricket, the players are having some refreshment. But the strange thing I was going to say is that the Masters sometimes are a bit too competitive for me. And when I say competitive, I am simply talking about, fellas bragging rights and things like that and how that can go. But we can get back to that. I think Anmar has something special for us. So we are going to hear what Anmar has to say and what special guest he has with us.
So we found the chairman of selectors at the Barbados Cricket Association, Henderson Brooms. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm an avid cricket lover himself. He's here at Wanderers, watching the game of the series, Wanderers taking on Wildey. Your thoughts so far on how the BCA season has been going? I know we started in April.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for having me. Obviously, a new initiative by the BCA, new president, I guess, new ideas. And we in Barbados sometimes don't like to accept change. But change is something that either brings success or it brings a different view and on how to go forward. And it's a new initiative, and I give it my full support to try to see what is best for Barbados cricket. Back to the original question, how I see the season going. I think when I look at the previous seasons, I thought so far for the season the scores haven't been too bad. There have been one or two instances where disappointment, teams not getting the kind of scores you would expect from our level of cricket. But all in all, the scores has been pretty decent. There have been a number of centuries. I think if you had to check back over the last probably 5 years, the amount of hundreds that we have had so far for this season could be the most we had in a while. So from that perspective, runs in local cricket, and even if I extend it to regional cricket, always makes for better showing. So I'm pretty happy from that perspective. There's still some work to be done. There's still some improvement in the quality of cricket that is going on, but a step in the right direction, and hopefully we can see the benefits later on down the year.
So what I gather from you is that you're generally pleased with the quality of cricket that you've seen so far.
Yeah, from the batsmanship, again, if I had to break it down in little segments, the amount of hundreds being scored is a plus. So I guess if you have a growth in hundreds, that means you're getting better scores. Obviously, we would still like to see some fast bowlers coming out, but all in all, yeah, for now I would take this little small step.
Your thoughts on what we are doing here in terms of the streaming, being able to promote Barbados football, not only Barbados cricket, I beg your pardon, not only here in Barbados and regionally, but internationally as well. Obviously, using the platform of the imagery on YouTube. How big of a plus do you think this is in terms of what the Barbados Cricket Association is trying to do in terms of the exposure for our players?
The effort is massive. I think when I look at it, I would have traveled a few tours with Gary Bell. I think he's part of this production as well. I know the passion Gary has for the game. I know the passion Gary has to give back to Barbados. Having started with Wanderers, having been given the opportunity to travel with Barbados, and that kind of spread his wings, so he became an international product. He's back. He would have given some pointers to my good friend Mr. Lane here, and he's not dropped the ball. I think he's someone that if we market him properly, he sooner or later will also be given an opportunity to do CPL or international cricket. So he's doing a good job. That part of the product is very well represented between Gary, Imagery, and Mr. Lane. From a BCA perspective, the initiative again massive. I think it gives the platform to expose our cricketers. It gives the coaches a tool to look back at what has happened throughout the game and to improve the coaching, the information given to the players.
Yeah, welcome back to Darrell's Road. Wanderers continue to frustrate Wildey, and that's another boundary. For Gerard Lovell, I say good afternoon again to my good friend, Philip Spooner.
Good afternoon, Anmar. Good afternoon, viewers.
Yeah, another 152 runs. Final session. And what a thing it would be. Highly unlikely, though, that Wanderers will go after this. Will they need another 6 wickets?
Yeah.
How attainable is that?
Mission not improbable, and I don't think Wildey will bowl that badly to facilitate that, nor do I think Wanderers will score so quickly to mount a challenge. Shot.
Yeah, runs. Just one, in fact. Up not to come back for this second.
think the wind have gone out of the Wildey sails now. The thoughts of victory sailed. Drakes digging in deep, long, and earning Wanderers what looks like a draw on their home. Got it on your head.
You don't want to tell the.
I was wondering what he was looking at. I'm seeing him on his head and I'm wondering what he looking at. So I was looking at. Sorry, listeners and viewers, about that. We had a temporary moment there of amnesia.
Yeah, I forgot I had my glasses on top of my head. I went looking for them. Philip was so confused.
Yeah. So we apologize for that. That brief moment of interlude. So we're back at Wanderers now, and we're seeing clearly now.
Yeah, these young cricketers having a knock in the nets. The future looks bright. It's a good shot.
So you can see it in the future, Admiral? You said it looks bright.
I'm seeing clearly now.
Okay.
Yeah, Jerome Jones. The skipper just concluded his over. Looks like Tariq O'Neill will continue from the Prof. Edwards end.
Yeah, none for 54 in this innings after taking 6 in the first innings. So second time around, he's gone around the field, the ground, and Drake's ensuring that he goes wicketless, and they'll want to continue that as well.
Yeah, Drake's there looking for the cut shot. Not far away from the outside edge either.
It's not good from Drake's. Unnecessary. Look for adventure. Miss a cut, then miss a slog sweep. So he needs to rein himself back in again and realize it's not over till it's over. He needs to see the job through.
Yeah, those two missed shot attempts. Look, in my opinion, like he wants to show some form of aggression. Jonathan Drake's bit surprising given the stage of the game at the moment.
Yeah, it's out of character. Not only out of character from the way he played today so well, but out of character from the way he plays generally.
It's a good shot. And it will go all the way for boundary.
They only get one.
Didn't go all the way.
The leaves, the gathering of leaves on the boundary edge held up the ball, and they only ran one.
Yeah, Lovell thought it was a boundary, so did I.
Well, he hit it with all his might. But it settled in these leaves, these brown leaves from the trees, and it just stayed there, didn't cross the rope.
Yeah, they continue to tick off the runs one by one. Yeah, Gerard Lovell, the Wanderers captain, a young captain, spoke to Coach Ricky Clark yesterday about his elevation to the position and how he's been handling the added responsibility so far. That's crunched away. Goes all the way into the fence. And it's another boundary for Wanderers.
Well, I think the tempo has changed significantly. They're going for it. If the captain comes on players like that, with such enterprise and such gusto, as you can see here, the slash from a full toss, wide of off. If he's going to play this way and up the tempo, it looks like Wanderers could be contemplating even briefly or wildly contemplating a go at this target. Who knows? We could well be here at 5:30 with 30 to go off 3 overs.
And that brought the over to N. 195 for 4.
A changing approach from the Wildey men. They now, for the first time in a long time, in what looked like forever, there's a reintroduction rather of pace in the form of Gill, left arm seamer, who's going to be coming around the wicket to Drake's field spread in a defensive mode. 2 out on the boundary on the leg, 1 on cover boundary.
Here's Gill.
Oh dear.
That's 4. So good intent from Wanderers here, and not the start that Gill wanted.
Not the start that Wildey wanted either. A well delivery down the leg side, asking to be dispatched. Really nothing on it. The ball, an old ball. If you're not going to bowl it wicket to wicket or try to get reverse swing, you could go around the park. And the batsman well entrenched on 120. He's not going to miss out on that freebie. So clear intent from Wanderers. They've upped the ante. Mid off now is going back to long off on the rope. And Wanderers on the charge. Well.
That's the 50 partnership between these two. Brings up the 200 runs for Wanderers. 50 runs off 70 deliveries. Gerard Lovell and Jonathan Drakes. Lovell on 24. Well, Drakes on 120. So 138 more required. Just another hour or so left. And this the final day. Oh, that's gone. Dispatched away. And that's another boundary, Philip.
Yeah, it's free wheeling here now from Wanderers. The captain has come. Obviously, he has clear intentions that he think he can mix it up, and he's done exactly that. That was well played, full toss, but they still need to be put away, and he spanked that. Really timed it well, and at one point it was traveling at a rate of knots. It looked like it was going to clear the fence. It landed just inside, and Wanderers have flipped the script, and Wildey now under a lot of pressure. Their hands everywhere, hands flying everywhere, advice coming from all corners, but they look like they're feeling the pressure. Nasty.
It's gone right through.
Hit. It looks like it hit the keeper in the head.
Demetrius Richards.
It's a lot of banter next door to us. Some of it hugely irrelevant.
Graham Matthews very vocal. Oh, that's a good shot as well.
So they're thinking if they can get 8 and over from here, they're on the charge. And they keep saying that thing, but this is not a T20. We're feeling restrictions and all that. So this well, the tempo is up and it's good enterprise. I think Wanderers also have to be conscious that a wicket or two can change the game.
Yeah, down to fine leg. Come back for 2, so 208 for 4 after 64 overs have been bowled here in this the second innings.
Yeah, rather poor over from Gill, if you're being honest. He's been brought back to get a wicket, you know, to try and break this partnership, which is now going up to 54. And he was both sides of the wicket offering boundary opportunities, which the batsmen cashed in on. So, well set up this game. Still, obviously, it's now in the balance, but I think both teams will round the time eventually in terms of forcing a victory. But cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties, and Trey's well entrenched, 121, Captain Lovell ready to roll.
It's a good shot as well. Fielder coming around. They come back for 2 now.
I think we got a long way still to go. There's still a fair amount of, well, we haven't even started the 20 over, the mandatory 15. And both teams thinking they're still in it to win it. So we could be here for a while yet, being entertained.
Yeah, Tariq O'Neill continues.
So we're still 2 overs away from the mandatory 15 in the last hour, so still a lot of cricket to go. 15 overs, 90 balls, if my maths is correct, and 127 off 90 balls is doable. So
very gettable.
Yeah. If you look at it in that context, it's Wanderers in the advantage.
Yeah, well played. This is a very crucial period of the match, Philip, for both teams. As you rightfully mentioned, if you look at the context in terms of runs and potential balls left. Oh, that's a good shot.
Oh, brilliant.
Innovation from Gerard Lovell, the captain, leading by example. Boundary.
What a shot. What a shot. Reverse. Sped away into the backward point boundary. And now Wanderers giving themselves a chance here.
That is such a good shot.
Yeah. Enterprise and seizing the moment, really. Looking at O'Neill, is not a wicket yet in the second innings after 6 in the first, and the Wanderers believe enough that they can win.
Yeah, level there. Look at that.
Premeditated.
Yeah, 7 off the over.
The last 2 overs have brought 20.
215 for 4. What a battle. What a contest we have here on our hands, and it seems to be heading towards a entertaining final couple of minutes.
Yes, the game has stayed competitive throughout 3 days, which is great to see. Remembering that this is club cricket played by amateurs at the weekend, and this is good competitive bat versus ball. So this is, you want to see this. You want to see these kinds of performances. You want to see batsmen doing what Drake's has achieved today, digging in deep under pressure, getting a big score, and not only getting a big score, but carrying on after you get that 100. And what they call a daddy 100, looking to build and build. And if somehow by a miracle Wanderers can win this, this would probably go down as one of the great knocks in the club's history. Considering the club has been around for 149 years, that's a remarkable thought. But the next 45 minutes will tell us the tale.
Yeah, Desmond Currency is back so far. 3 for 47. Has been value for money.
Yeah. The investment is paying off.
He was the man to find the breakthrough when Emilian and Threats were doing so well. Swing and a miss.
He decided to come back over the wicket. Early in the day, he was throwing around. It caused a lot of problems. At least he restricted the scoring when he was throwing around. Now he's over, and he's probably thinking he needs a wicket here. Being tight is not an option. He needs a wicket, and he's going to roll the dice now. And this is proper blackjack. Well played. And let's remind our viewers, Drake has been batting all day. Started yesterday evening, he put in 45 minutes yesterday, and now he's been going all day. We started at 12 and we're now approaching 4:40, so it's 5 hours of batting. 124 for 193 balls. Class act.
Yeah, a couple of field adjustments. Currency just sending the fine leg a little whitish. Oh, that's mammoth! And it's gone all the way for boundary. What are we seeing here? Philip, what are we witnessing?
Well, we're seeing a captain who's man-possessed. He's looking to win this. There's no doubt he's come out to win this. He has been given a license to thrill. Or he's given himself, rather, a license to thrill. He is the captain. And he's thinking, if I can get this down to 75 or 50 in about half an hour from now, I can mix it up. This is Baz ball. This is love ball.
Brendan McCallum will be happy.
Happy with what we're seeing here. Yeah. Currency changing the angle and the trajectory. Now he's come around the wicket. He doesn't want to give anything to hit over cover, so he's changed the angle, and Lover's smart enough to adjust.
Over comes to an end. 6 off of it. 221 for 4.
Partnership Morton along now to 71. It's good going, if you're being honest. You look at the Wanderers camp there. They look very clued tuned in to what's going on here. They're rallying. They're shouting support to the two batsmen in the middle. And they're thinking that we can pull off a major heist at the death. They don't want it to go to penalty kicks. Proverbial penalty kicks of cricket. They don't want it to go that far. They want it.
Still 117 away. Wanderers, but they'll be thinking, as you rightfully mentioned, Philip, if they can get under 100 runs here, they're definitely in with a shout.
Yeah.
It's Tariq O'Neill to continue. Yeah, Lovell there looking for the first sweep.
The reverse sweep were earlier, we give him that, but he is hitting it nice and straight. So I would advise him to continue to go that route downtown. The reverse is let's put that away for now. So the 15 start after this, right? So we're approaching that period that we all know as the final countdown. The 15 overs will start after these next 4 balls. Oh, it's dropped! Chance!
Another boundary.
Eluding first life for Drake, eluding the keeper and to Dorn's left. Neither of them could hold on. It flew. I mean, to catch that would be brilliant. And will they regret this miss? A bit wide. There's Dorn. Tiring. It's been out there all day. On the leg side single. So they're rotating the strike. They're scoring off every ball. And that's a minimum then of 6 and over. And in 15 overs, that's 90 if you can score the minimum ball. And you need 111. So this is doable. Because they're in now. This is not 2 new batsmen at the crease. This is 2 entrenched batsmen. The partnership is 80. So this is looking doable. Meanwhile, a red card for Luca Raggiani. Italy won, Greece 0 in the World. Well, Italy not in the World Cup, neither Greece. So that's as friendly and international as you'll ever get. And a guy gets a red card.
Yeah, over comes to an end. 228 for 4.
So we will now see the signal, we believe, from umpire Sherwin Codrington. That so we will now. We are now seeing the signal from umpire Sherwin Codrington of the start of these always interesting 15 overs to bring the game to an end. And this is intriguing battle now. This is where boys become men, and we separate the cat. Well, who you separate the cat from? No, it's the cat above the pigeons. You separate the men from the boys. Right, so all to play for, I think. 15 overs to get 6 wickets, and 15 overs to get 110 runs. And,
Chance.
He's out. He's out. Straight to mid-off, on the fence. Jones making the adjustment and catching it quite comfortably. And just like that, Lovell goes. And Does this mean the chase will come to an end, or does this mean that Wildey will apply more pressure and go for the win on their end? One ball could change it all. Down the pitch, to the pitch, but not getting the elevation, and despondent as he goes back to the pavilion. But well played to the captain level. He kept Drake's company very well. They added 80, and they gave Wanderers a fighting chance.
Yeah, good knock. And what it means that this man walks to the crease, Ian Boyce. With his team, 228 for 5. Still another 110 runs required. You can hear in the background the applause from the Wanderers players, showing appreciation for the knock from their captain. Job not over just yet, though, as Desmond Currency continues. He's now picked up his 4th wicket. Yeah, interesting to see if this wicket would have changed the approach of Wanderers or even the approach of Wildey. 5 wickets to win, 110 runs to win, 15 overs to bowl. So that is the situation. Very entertaining. Edge of your seat stuff here at Darrell's Road. He's going, first ball. The carrot is dangling. Boyce is gone without scoring.
Wow. Wow, that's cricket for you. That's cricket for you.
Wanderers down and out, coming back into the game, and now Wildey back on top. 2 wickets in 2 balls, who would have thought it? And darn, safe pair of hands on this occasion, poaching that one quite comfortably. But more pressure again on Drakes now. He's got to keep going, because I don't think Wildey are going to agree to a call off. Still with 88 balls to go and 4 wickets needed. So Corbin emerges from the pavilion. Currency now has 5 for 53 off 21.2. He's on a hat trick. You can expect the fielders crowded around the bat. And game cracked wide open. Wide open. And,
yeah, game of glorious uncertainties. Philip, and yeah, 2 wickets in 2 balls for Desmond Currency. He's got a 5, and Joshua Corbin will be under immense pressure here.
It's like Baggio taking that penalty in '94. He said the goal bars look like a needle eye. Wanderers staring down the barrel. After being completely on top 2 minutes ago, the script was flipped, and it's now 2 slips. Cover in, point in, mid-wicket in, hat-trick ball.
Yeah, Corbin survives.
Only just inside edge. Inside edge. He missed that. It was curtains for Currency. But still on the attack, Currency.
Yeah, Corbin will be defending for his dear life here.
He's tangling the carrot. He's looping. 4 wickets. 4 wickets. Oh, well bowled. Excellent over. Excellent over.
Yeah, dot to end. A double wicket maiden for Desmond Currency. Yeah, Wanderers 228 for 6.
Excellent comeback from Wildey when cometh the hour, literally the last hour. Cometh the hour, cometh Desmond. And you see those last 3 letters in his name. W-I-N. He's playing for victory. He's confident and believing that he can do the job. He threw it up to Level, who held out to long off, and then next ball you coming back on an edge to slip. So Wildey cock a hoop again. Jones introducing himself again from the south, so they've done away with the seam of Gill, which was a failed experiment, and they're taking O'Neill off from the south, and it's back on the full attack now, full throttle from Wildey.
Yeah, just reading some news here. Christian Eriksen,
yeah, went down again with concussion, and we know he has a history of cardiac issues. So let's wish him all the best. Wish him all the best. You don't want to see that, but they said he's been taken for treatment and he's fully conscious. And should be okay. Bit of talk between Drakes and Jones. I think I'd prefer to see the bat and the ball doing the talking. It's foolishness really about banter in the middle is unnecessary, and it just gets in the way of the quality of the cricket, I think. I'd rather just see people play.
And I think it's safe to say here, Philip, that Jonathan Drakes now is the key to this game. If he continues to bat, Wanderers will feel that they can at least get the draw. Wildey will think if they can get Drakes out, that perhaps they can go on and win this match. So,
correct.
Drakes all important in terms of the outcome of this match. Shot. That is a lovely shot. 4 more.
Game continues to be intriguing, enthralling battle at the moment. These two going at it verbally, and then Jones wide and Drake's essay is a classic square drive. Speeds away to the boundary, so still happening.
Yeah, another over comes to an end. Wanderers 233 for 6. Yeah, that man, Jonathan Drakes, continues 134 of 202 deliveries, and he really has been the star of the show today, and really has kept this Wanderers team in the contest.
You know, he's a one-man show. I mean, Million early in the day was resolute and he did a job, but he fell 15 minutes before lunch. Drakes just continued to carry the cross all the way, carry the cross on behalf of Wanderers, and doesn't look like he's going to give it up anytime soon. He looks almost impregnable. And every shot he plays looks better than the one before. And he looks like he still has the energy to bat another. The next 13 overs as I'll be required to get a draw. So it's good entertainment here.
Yeah, solid start from Currency to this over. Well played.
Yeah, he realizes the threat that is Currency, and doesn't want to devalue his team's chances with a bad shot past his wicket. So he's backed it in. Wildey really need to be more attacking here. They can't just wait for somebody to make a mistake. Last over Currency made a breakthrough, and he has to believe that he can do it again. Drake's now starting to toy with them a bit. He's playing to his own tempo, his own song and dance, and Wildey must be proactive. They must throw the dice, and everybody must be in on this.
Yeah, just the 1 run conceded so far off the over. Final delivery left. Into the dot.
Corbin with a full block. Just out there to defy the Wildey bowlers. 2, 3, 4 for 6. And still 104 off the target. 12 overs left, which is 72 deliveries. Jones, who has not stopped talking since the last couple of overs, is just going on and on and on, totally unnecessary. And the thing about this is that when players do that, they don't understand that other people on the field are affected, that not every member of your team on the field, is about this sort of nonsense. So the quicker he cools out and just gets on with the game, the better for everybody. But as captain, he's got to know that his example is what the others feed off of. So he's got this defensive field with just a slip in attacking position. All the other fielders are just there to stop the ball. He needs to bring somebody closer, be more attacking, look to create an option for a wicket. But if he's just going to talk and yap on, it's helping no one. Drake's continue to defy.
Two dots to start, Jerome Jones.
And it looks like a deliberate misfield there from the man at extra covers. Gives Drake's a single so he can get 3 balls at least at Corbin. And Corbin needs to know his assignment here, just block and defy the ball in attack. So we'll see how he handles the pressure. Field comes in a bit, but still no attacking men around the back. So it makes you wonder what Wildey's thinking is. Mid-on comes up. Sorry, long on comes up to mid-on. Deep cover comes into extra cover. That's about it.
Yeah, just wonder what is the plan from Jones and the Wildey point of view.
Well, Jones' plan clearly is to talk the batsman out of his wicket, because he's mouthing a bit. But he needs another man around the back. This looks like the period where error can happen. Inside edge is a thing. You saw it yesterday. Mosley, big inside edge from Currency. So anything can happen when you have men around the back. But there are none. Oh, dear.
Catches a cry. And it's taken. The plan works, perhaps, for Jerome Jones.
Unbelievable.
And
What
Corbin's gone.
What a terrible shot under the circumstances. Caught that long off when you're trying to draw a game is unforgivable. And you just, no conviction in the stroke, not to the pitch, but he decided to go through with it. Look at it. Yeah. Not convincing at all. He never looked like he would clear the boundary, and the mid-off fielder comfortably coming in and cushioning it safely in his hands. And Wanderers really and truly, if you're being honest, are in self-destruction mode. And doesn't take much from Wildey now to finish this off. 3 wickets needed, 11 overs, and this is Wildey's game to win.
Wildey now into the tail. Their tails are up as Ray Matthews comes to the crease and he joins Drakes. More pressure now will be on Drakes to continue and be there at the end, but he's running out of partners.
They've lost the plot completely, have Wanderers. They're obviously not playing to win anymore. They've gone into the shell, but then they're just playing bad shots, loose shots, unnecessary shots. And they're giving their wickets away. And Currency continues to wheel away, and Drakes continues to dig in, but McAllister is getting ready for his anticipated innings, and Matthews, number 9, is in. And Philo, half an hour ago, you were saying Wanderers in the box seat. Now it looks like Wildey in the driver's seat.
The one that's in the back seat now.
Yeah, the backseat drivers.
What a twist. What a twist this is. Wanderers cruising. And then some injudicious shots have cost him wickets. Desmond Currency has picked up 5 for 54 in his 24th over. Jonathan Drakes is still there, 136 for 211 balls. And Wanderers staring down a very dark hole.
Yeah, Currency to continue.
It's all down to Drakes.
Yeah, I said a bit earlier to Philip that Jonathan Drakes, in my opinion, holds the key to this game. The result hanging over his head, really.
He's the key to the combination. And if you get that key, then you'll be able to undo the lock. And once you open the lock, then you open the door. So he is the key. I call him the glue. He's been there for resolute from yesterday to this evening. And now he's been joined by Ray Matthews, the hero of last Sunday's Shield game against ESA Pickwick. Different connotation here, different setup in this game. They require 102 runs. This is the second over of the 15. So there's no way that Wanderers will be going for those runs. So Ray Matthews have to play against his normal style of player. And when the Wanderers team was cruising, Ray Matthews was chatting.
Yeah.
Now he's in the middle. And I can imagine how much chat he is getting now.
Yeah, was one of the more vocal players here in the pavilion. Matthews had a lot to say. You have to back it up with his bat.
And the bowler rolled the ball back down the pitch to show him that this is what you have to hit. This is a good challenge here for young Ray Matthews.
Yeah,
Desmond Currency, obviously 5 for 55. The pick of the bowlers for the Wildey team. And he'll be looking to pick up a 6th wicket if possible.
Yeah, Matthews there having a lot to say to
There's no back pad on the leg side. St. Hill now, the coach is asking for a helmet, and Jerome Jones is saying relax, because he's the captain, he's at long on. So this is a little challenge for Ray Matthews. He's normally a striker of the cricket ball, but now he has to readjust and try to bat his team to safety. As you see the 12-man running out with water, maybe some instructions as well from the captain and coach, because Drakes knows that he has to stay there.
Yeah, 236.
The manager of Wildey is in our shot. Looks very pensive, doesn't he? Someone wearing a yellow cap, so that's a Wanderers supporter. So it's good to see on Mars some, sprinkle of spectators. This is an interesting game.
Yeah, nice Sunday afternoon here in beautiful Barbados. The sun is out. What a lovely evening it is.
It is a nice breeze as well. I had a walk by the gardens in Savannah this morning. I stopped and sat in one of the benches, and I felt like I was in heaven. There was a nice cooling breeze blowing from the east.
Your early morning exercise, Philip?
No, I was coming to cricket. It's the first Sunday I've got a bass in over 20 years.
I'm just nowhere to get off.
Yes, I'm an adventurer.
Okay.
Yeah. Once I have my backpack, I'm well guarded. I just walk in from down by the BDF. It was a nice, cool walk. But Jonathan Drakes will be the star of the show here. Continues to show his class. Jerome Jones still pegging away. No one in front of the bat at all. Slipping Joshua down a backward point deep. Deep extra cover, deep cover, long off, long on. Deep mid wicket, deep backward square. The only man in the 30-yard circle on the leg side is the short mid wicket. So Jones is asking Drake to have a single. And he does take it with relative ease to bring Ray Matthews, the left-hander, into strike. And that is what Wildey will want to do now. See Dorn get the helmet from behind the keeper and bring in a 4 short leg, I presume, and put some pressure on young Ray Matthews.
Yeah, still 101 runs away.
It's a long way away. And what time did you have on your special watch?
It's not a special watch, it's just a citizen.
Right. But you're a citizen of Barbados.
8 minutes after the hour, 5 o'clock.
Right. Yeah, what, 12 more overs left? And I can bet you Wildey will make wonders about all 12, you think?
Unless they bowl them out, of course.
Yes, they have 3 more wickets to get. Where Matthews using the build to mark his guard. A la Shivnarang Shandapal, who made that very famous. Despite batting spikes, he used to take the bill out. Then Kieran Pollard followed. Matthews just looks around the field and settles. This is going to be a good challenge for him. A big smile on Jerome Jones' face.
Yeah, he's enjoying it.
Yeah, he loves this challenge.
The battle.
He likes where this game is poised, right on the knife edge. One mistake here from Matthews and he's going to let the dogs out.
Yeah, ends with a dot. Jones. Wanderers 237 for 7.
Continue to show good resilience. Wildey will bowl out for 292 and 52.2 overs. Wanderers in the first innings 136 and 48.1. And given a huge task of 338, they find themselves 237 for 7. 101 runs more than required to win this game. Wildey obviously looking at the 3 wickets they need to get to get about 19 points, I think it is. At the moment, Wildey will be left. Thus far, they have 9 points from this game. I think Wanderers have 3 or 4 points, and if they draw, they will add another one. So Wanderers will go to 5, and Wildey will go to 10, and maybe they'll go, I think, 3rd or 4th in the standings. Jace needs to be careful here. So Desmond Currency just bowled up delivery from behind the back of the arm, trying something different, and Jace is looking to paddle it, missed it. Needs to be careful.
Oh, that's loose from Jones. And that's 4 more. So under 100 runs now. for Wanderers.
Yeah, you just don't want to toss it up like that and invite Jonathan Drakes to take advantage of it. He did. He got a full, juicy full toss, and he smashed it down through forward square. Craig St. Hill, the player coach, is obviously trying to get into a property. Trying to get into a property to get the ball, but someone showed his name. So he needs to be careful there, because I don't think you can go into that property with those big dogs. So match referee, Mr. Ross, has to run out and give them a different ball to play with, and that is one of the problems here at this ground. Once the ball goes into the properties on the western side of the ground, the balls cannot be retrieved. So clubs go through a lot of balls while playing here.
Yeah, the conversation continues in the middle between Matthews and Drakes.
That conversation can only be let's take it to the end. I can't see it being anything else. They require 97. I can't see Jerome Jones allowing Wanderers to get up to 97 runs in the remaining overs. So it's about batting deep, continue to not to give wickets away, and just try to hold out for a well-earned draw. Because an elite team to bat an entire day under such pressure after starting at 11 for 2. They're currently 241 for 7. One would say is a very good batting effort. As you can see, the manager and the president of the club are trying to look for that ball, but they dare not go over there. There's some dogs as big as monsters over that wall.
Lions, perhaps?
Yeah, so they need to be careful. It's quite sad, though, that you have a cricket ground plumb in the middle of of estates and homes, and there isn't that kind of relationship where, if the ball comes over, you can hand it back. So it's just an unfortunate situation here at Dalles Road, but that is the way it is. And when you come to Dalles Road, bring a lot of cricket balls.
Back with Currency.
And that familiar forward defensive shot from Jonathan Drakes. Full back face presented onto the ball. And the bat is so sweet. The ball hits that back quite nicely. An easy single down to long on by Drakes, which is where Matthews in to strike. And then we're going to see the field converging like vultures. Captain Jerome Jones asks to see the ball. He's gripping it. Obviously, he may be looking to bowl it from the southern end. Because Wildey still sense that they're in with a chance here. And Mar to pick up some more valuable points and winning the game.
Yeah. Do agree?
Yeah. Forward defensive by Matthews.
Yeah, he plans to be there at the end, where Matthews.
He should be, if Wanderers are to save this game. Needs to show resistance to temptation at this stage of the game. Jerome Jones is jogging up from long on. It's really interesting to see a captain feeling that long on and then going up to the southern end. Looking to obviously maybe to bowl. It's not a big field at Dalles Road, but to have a captain at long on, marshalling the troops, it's quite fascinating. He knows the importance of getting Jonathan Drake, so he's taking it upon himself to be the one to get that wicket if possible. Some spectators there giving support, which is always important. Not only Dr. McCaskey, is it? Zach McCaskey, father, in the red shirt.
Yeah.
He's a dentist. You go to him? He's your dentist?
Not quite.
He's too short. Obviously, his son Zach McCaskey plays for Wildey. Barbados player and West Indies player as well. Zach McCaskey been on a couple of tours to Australia and England. Well, there's a man in front that's setting it off for Jonathan Drakes. The ball has changed, so might be a ball of better quality, a little harder, which will offer the assistance of bounce. This punches is one off the bat for the easy single.
Yeah, you get that sense that the sting has now been taken out of the match, Philo.
You think, Anwar? I think Wildey is just waiting for the Wanderers players to make batters to make a mistake. With Ray Matthews on strike, who likes to hit the ball, who have to restrain himself, it is a challenge for him. If they pick up the wicket of Ray Matthews in this over, then Wildey will be certainly looking to wrap it up. But they also have to remember that their overs have to be bowled. And the longer these two bat, the more they eat into the overs, then you can say they will give it the fight. But Wildey wants to win. So I don't see Wildey letting up so easily.
I just heard Richard.
Yes, that's the manager, Melissa. She told me that she scores all the runs, but they have to go there and make them. We cannot underestimate Jerome Jones. He's smart. Our cameraman, Mr. Gary Bell, is bringing a spanking new camera. It has on it a TONGVEO. Seems to be a very sophisticated looking camera.
Tonville? Is it English?
A lot of Russian stuff. And the battle continues here at Darrell's Road as the sun prepares to set in the west. Some tired-looking bodies from the Wildey side. It's been a very long day, and they came here this morning. Wanderers at 11 to 2. They never thought that at 20 past 5 they'll be still on the field.
Yeah, well left. Drake's that occasion.
What are your thoughts about this Drake's innings, Anmar?
Phenomenal. He's put up his hand when his team needed him most. Jonathan Drake's one of the most experienced players in that Wanderers dressing room. Obviously a Barbados player as well. And he exhibited exactly that here today, and one would have expected this type of innings from him. Stuck in, was patient, showed good composure, and has really reaped the benefits of his approach and his display.
Yeah, it's good batsmanship displayed here by Jonathan Drakes today. He struck the ball to all parts of the boundary, showed good control. Actually controlled the innings from yesterday after they lost those 2 quick wickets. And he came back this morning and he showed the class that we expect of a player of such quality.
Yeah, over comes to an end. 2-4-3 for 7.
Yes, a good reply. Starting the day at 11 for 2, they've moved on to 243 for 7. So they've lost 5 wickets. For 232 runs, which was a good batting effort. Current run rate is 3.20. Jonathan Drakes is at 144 not out from 228 balls. And he's been joined by Ray Matthews, who has not yet scored but has faced a dozen balls. As I welcome Philip Hackett. How are you, Philip?
Doing well. a bit trying to maybe unravel a few mysteries, but I'm doing pretty okay, I guess. Jonathan Drake's 144. I enjoyed his innings and his dedication, his cricket intelligence. Certainly, I hope he's a good teacher.
Well, they say if you're preaching the church, you preach, and if you're teaching the school, you teach.
Well, I hope he can teach some of his teammates how to
Be patient.
read a situation.
Yes, game awareness.
Yeah.
But
I mean, lovely young man. I had a chat with him a couple of series ago when he scored a century, but I sat there and I was saying to those around me, for about 20 minutes he was trying to get out and eventually he succeeded.
yeah,
And that opened the game.
it opened the game slightly because Ray Matthews is to score. But what I like about the wicket of Lovell is that you could actually see Jerome Jones is holding the ball back as his arms, as that left hand came over. He held the ball back to delay. And Lovell went through the shot too early and obviously hold out.
But it wasn't just a single error in judgment for which I think you can forgive anyone. He was actually trying to get himself out for about 20 minutes. Reverse sweep. All, I mean, what was that about?
It's trying to thing.
I can't speak to his practice routine, but I would be surprised if too many players in the elite competition, other than the UWA players, practice 150 reverse sweeps 3 times a week.
Yeah, it's not a shot that was on.
What I'm saying is that you watch television and you see guys doing that, but there's a professional cricketers who practice and practice, then practice some more and practice again.
And these are semi-professional players.
You mean they're paid players?
Oh, okay.
But these guys, I would like to believe, given the cost of living, that most of them work. And in Barbados, unless you're working shift, most people then work around 4:35. The light in Barbados fades around 5:36, and many of the grounds don't have lights installed. So when are these guys going to practice these things repeatedly so that they can come and execute?
Yeah, but you also draw an interesting connotation yesterday with the coach for Wildey. He's the principal of a private school.
Yes.
And one will have to wonder how much practice sessions, meaningful practice sessions are conducted.
But I don't know how many are conducted, but I from what he said, it's clear that he doesn't practice a whole lot for himself. He admitted he played because there was a shortage of players. And there's nothing wrong with that if he's a coach and he doesn't practice for himself because he's not meant to be in the team on a regular basis. That's fine. But you're talking about how many sessions he can supervise. He didn't really get into that. Bear in mind, it wasn't the one conducting it. It was he's dropping. And, he didn't. I don't think he got into that. But I would imagine, though, that if you're the coach and you have some challenges with time and so on, you put systems in place so that the work is still done.
Because Wildey are doing well. They're defending champions of this BCA Elite Division. Good delivery. The ball just spinning and bouncing. Feel that silly mid-off got up too early. And the ball just went down by his shins and onto the offside. So obviously, as a coach, you want to have sessions that, that players can actually go through their drills.
Yeah. I'm sure something is done because bear in mind, too, that you've got a number of other experienced players, some of whom may even have had some exposure to coaching as well. So, it may be a collaborative effort. There's a head coach, but he doesn't necessarily have to do everything. I don't know. Maybe that's something we can talk to him about because it's interesting. But these are the realities. I mean, these are guys, for the most part, not only in cricket, in sport in Barbados, most people who participate in sport do so when they can find the time to do so when they're not working.
Yes.
That's the harsh reality.
It's interesting, but wonders continue on the backs of Jonathan Driggs. Seems to have gone ultra defensive. Curry looking to bat the remaining overs out or until time is called.
Well, he's got 144. I don't know if he scores another 20 runs if 164 is significantly better than 144. So he doesn't need to boost his stats anymore. He just needs to stay there so the side doesn't get beaten.
Yeah, he just opted for some batting practice. The Wildey team, they're the ones who have to try to pick up the 8th wicket, and if they do, then you will see them moving around quite quickly. They're trying all that they can. We now see another bowling change. Captain Jerome Jones has removed himself from the southern end. He's going to give it to Tariq O'Neill, who surprisingly have not picked up a wicket in the second innings. He's bowled 19 overs. He has no wicket for 75 runs.
Well, he got 6 in the first innings. It shows that, you know, you don't successfully fish every day. He's not bowled badly necessarily. I don't know. You may have a different view. Or assess his bowling for us.
Well, every day is fishing day, but not every day is catching day.
But do you think he bowled well enough that he deserved a couple of wickets in his innings?
Well, the stat shows he hasn't picked up a wicket. I just think that he has not used more variations in his bowling. I think on a surface like that, that's quite placid. For the off spinner to be effective, you have to learn to loop the ball.
Yeah.
Get the ball above the batsman's eye line. You got to use space and
look
dive.
up, so to speak.
Yeah, make him look for the big shot.
Bowled him! Well, he certainly bamboozled him with that delivery. Philo Wallace came forward, seemed to have thought that he had it covered, but he didn't. The ball crashed into the stumps. Is this game still open with the 8th wicket going down?
The game is still open. We still have a couple more overs to bowl. You see the off spinner Tariq Hoyt from that southern end. Passes the umpire. And Ray Matthews has played down the wrong line. And the ball cannon into the stumps. You can see the joy of the Wildey players.
Watch the replay. Let's see. Watching the replay, he comes forward.
Played down the wrong line. The ball beat the outside edge of the bat. With the bowler coming around the wicket to you as a left-hander, your first aim is to cover your off stump.
Let's see it from this angle now. This would even give us a better idea. He plays. Did not come between bat and pad.
Bat and pad. I hit the leg stump.
But there was a
so he played the wrong line.
Highway between the bat and the pad.
He played down the wrong line.
Yeah.
Completely bamboozled there and was being castled. And now we see
Zaire McAllister, better known for his bowling, I think.
Yeah, I've never seen him play a defensive shot.
Well, I think that's about to change. I think you'll see I think you'll see him play a defensive shot.
Sometimes too, Philip, a batter who is accustomed hitting the ball, who has to then change that mindset to being defensive. You'll find that more often than not, they miss lines, they miss the limes. Like we see clearly with Ray Matthews, that ball pitched between middle and leg, and he played down leg side.
I would have preferred to see Shannon Gabriel get out like that than the way he did against Pakistan back then.
Yeah, but it's just Ray Matthews, the hitter of the cricket ball, has to know adjust the block.
Well, Ray Matthews can bat, has some claim to batting as an all-rounder. Zaire McAllister, I'm not so sure. So if he tries to defend his wicket and he gets out, I don't really have a problem.
Well, we're on the same boat.
Yeah.
McAllister should not be batting.
He should not be batting.
No.
Yeah.
Should not.
As I said, the captain, Gerard Lovell, is a lovely young man, but really poor error in judgment. The man of his dismissal, you could see it coming. That's the thing. At that point in time, you needed to simply not get out.
That's right. You cannot win the game.
You would have to be very naive, and I'm using the word naive because I'm on air. Not that I would use anything, off color, but they're more vivid words that could be used in place of naive.
Yeah.
You would have to be downright silly, to think that Wildey would allow you at that time with just over 100 runs required and about an hour of possible light left. You would have to be downright silly to think that Wildey would allow you to score 100 runs in an hour. When to get those runs, you would need to hit sixes, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And you see what's all around. Every six sends the ball into somebody else's property, or almost every six. And that could take 10 minutes to recover. The ball went into the covers yesterday. And, of course, the Wonder side, being aware that if a declaration comes, they will have to bat. They took a while to find the ball. So... and there's nothing wrong with that as far as I'm concerned. I mean, you can't carry it too far. Okay? You really think that Wonders did not have a ghost of a chance of winning that game when
This game,
when this game when Lovewood gave his hand away.
No.
And when the guy before him, Watson, gave his hand away.
Yeah.
They didn't have a ghost with it. And if they felt that they had a chance, they don't understand what's going on out there.
Yeah.
Well, they would never, enough cricket would not play. They could only win that game if the ball, they would have to play till like 8 o'clock. The guys are going to slow the game down. Rashad Gill is going to come back into the attack. He's going to run up. If he wants to from the boundary, he's going to miss his. Come on. You really think that Wildey would have allowed them to
No.
think? So what was the hurry?
No, Wildey would not have allowed Wonders to even get close to those two runs. Wildey would have prolonged the game till bad light come into play or something. So it's about Wonders obviously just sitting in and relaxing, enjoying the Sunday afternoon and back. But when you have young players who like to hit the ball and have to go against that nature, it's very hard for them to restrain themselves. And we saw it when they lost the captain and Watson and Ryan Matthews as well now in the defensive mode. They're so ultra defensive, playing down the wrong line.
So he's under pressure now because he has to come out when he should not have had to come out.
Yeah.
And then he has to play a role that he should not have had to play.
That's right.
In fact, he should not even had to come out.
So
Ian Boyce, one of the most reliable batsmen,
Yes.
went out there and got one ball. For
Yes.
job, he should never been out there.
Yeah, should never.
So
I know you have McAllister being out there with Jonathan Drakes. Now they're going to apply some pressure to Drakes to force him now to play shots. Because he was just ultra defensive, just blocking. Now you see the Wildey players have all the energy in the world. And they're bowling out with a silly mid off, a slip, point, extra cover on the 30-yard circle, a short extra cover catching, a mid on, a mid off, and a deep mid wicket.
I would say the Wildey players have been injected with new life by Wonders.
There's some funny things happening in Barbados. You don't want to use injections.
Okay. I've been gifted new life by, that sounds better?
That's better, yeah.
Yes, they've been gifted new life by Wonders.
Everybody loves gifts. Yeah. You like gifts, don't you?
I do, but, and anyone hearing me would think that I have some particular interest in wanting Marietta. I don't. But I just don't like to see bad cricket.
Yeah, this is bad cricket by Wanderers. They were in cruising mode with no pressure at all. And all of a sudden, now they find themselves hanging on for survival. There's obviously the temperatures are flaring. A lot of banter. Jonathan Drakes is pointing to Taylor, saying you have to relax, you're talking too much.
So
and everyone is shouting instructions. You can hear it coming through the effects mic.
Well, it's made for a more exciting end, but not necessarily good cricket. I think the good cricket here is being played mainly by Drakes. Now, I'll give Wildey credit. I already said earlier today that it's not been a good day for them up to the point in time when I was speaking back then. But you give them credit for hanging in there. And in the end, the hanging in there has helped them to be in a position where they could still go on to win. I'm still thinking the draw is the most likely result, but who knows? 2 balls, that's all that's required. And when you have these situations now, if Drakes is thinking about stealing the strike, I'm not so sure he should, because those situations usually end up in somebody being run out.
Yes, it's the last dismissal you don't want.
So maybe Drake should just bat at his end and hope that McAllister can hold on. I don't think that's the plan, though, because they were looking for a non-existent run. So the game has come alive in that respect. And I suppose...
How many overs left in the day's
poor
play?
judgment will do that, too. We've got to find out how many overs are left in the day's play. And a minimum of 2 overs left. 2 overs left.
2 overs left. 12
okay.
balls.
And the 15 overs start at what time, gentlemen? So 2 overs are 10 minutes. Well, when I say or 10 minutes, if the 2 overs are completed, they still have to play until...
Super Blink Guardiola as well hanging on for their dear lives here as well.
The 15 overs are finished? Okay.
Tina Best has picked up 4 for 40 from 9 overs.
Just double checking with the scores there to...
So out of 8 wickets, Best has 4.
Information. That's the other game.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
Races
and the 8 wickets down in that game. So Best bowling his team to victory then. Rolling back the years, Philip Wallace.
Yeah, you can only roll back years because you can't roll them forward.
Yes. Tino Best, the fastest bowler in Barbados at age 45.
And McAllister's defending full back face. So how many overs are left for the day's play is completed?
Well, after all that discussion, I'm still uncertain.
Okay,
They
so
said 2. They said 2.
what you taught at school?
Yeah, they
You were
said 2,
teaching.
but there are other considerations
What you
which
taught
I
at
have
school?
not been able
What
to
subject you
confirm.
taught me you were teaching?
A number of different subjects.
Well, what are some?
Well, okay, a number of different subjects. You never let me finish anything before you move on to the next point.
So when you get to the point.
Yes, I'll tell you after this delivery. Outside land, the awesome. Yeah, so a number of subjects, and at the primary level, started off like most primary school teachers teaching a range of subjects, and then after a
what?
while,
You
like
haven't
a
named
range
the
of
subjects.
subjects you do in primary school, maths, your English, your social
That's
studies.
better. That's better.
Yeah. Then of course did some further retraining and specialized then in physical education and taught some music as well.
At which level now?
Well, actually, I did that at both levels.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is both levels? They know
Primary
primary school
and secondary.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you. I like clarity.
A bit of tertiary as well.
Okay.
I'll tell you. You want to hear about that as well?
Yeah, you're an interesting dude.
Oh. Yeah, well, that would be mainly technology subjects.
Like?
Oh, there. Video editing, video productions, smart board, the use of the educational smart board, other technology courses.
Okay. You shame to speak about your
It's not about
your
being
achievements,
shame.
you know.
I don't speak. I'm a very humble person.
All of us are.
And but you did ask, and it would be impolite not to respond.
But you should respond. I want to know about you.
Yeah.
This is.
But you may want to, but I'm also sure that our listeners and viewers have that same interest.
But you see, the thing is about it that we cannot see them, but they can hear us.
Okay.
And they will hear about you, Philip Hackett. You've been around for a very long time. You're iconic in the radio broadcast. Now you've come to streaming. And it's interesting to see the transition that you've made.
Interesting. Okay. I guess that's an interesting comment.
That is a truthful comment. The spectators are there. Ryan O'Neill is there. He's
Oh,
watching
yes,
his
there
son.
he is, yes.
Yeah, we had a chat this afternoon. I told him his son needs to use variation. He told me to speak to him. I said,
Did
but you're
you?
his dad. Well, he speaks to him more than me.
But come on, Philo, you know that very often a youngster would listen to somebody else before they listen to dad or mom.
Yeah, but Ryan
In
would
fact,
tell him.
that starts even at primary school age.
Yeah?
Very often you find that parents, well, it may not necessarily be as much like that now because the youngsters are different mindset, but over the years, it was not uncommon for a child to say to mommy or daddy, but my teacher told me this or my teacher told me that, to conflict pretty much with what the parent is saying.
Yeah.
So young children, even at that age, often get more wrapped up in what the teacher says.
Yes.
And, I don't think it changes that much moving on into teenage and young adulthood when it comes to specialty areas. I think that a young person playing cricket would tend to be receptive to a Philo Wallace, for example, even if dad or mom or brother or sister is saying the same thing.
Yeah, I like the control that the umpire Sherman Cudgeon has brought to this game. We know we're coming into the latter half of it. And a little temperature, a little tempers are flying, the words are flying left, right, and center. And he's obviously insisting on the players to just keep it down. It's good to see the umpire taking control of the situation out there in the middle. But Jonathan Drakes continues to fight on for one. He's very resolute in defense. So it's very good technique in defending the ball. Currency not giving him anything, and he's trusted McAllister for 9 deliveries.
So that one sneaking through.
Yep, that is not what Wildey wanted. They wanted to get McAllister on strike. And McAllister goes down to the non-striker's end and does the jiggle. So Drakes now has the responsibility of facing the next delivery from the southern end, where Gill tries to kick the ball into the boundary for 4. The umpires already called over. But you know Gill from table tennis, you told me.
Yes, Rashad Gill, very good young table tennis player. One of these players who obviously, I don't know if you said all-round sportsman, but certainly involved in 2 sports at a high level. Part of the Barbados junior team in recent years. And a player who, in my mind, is good enough to go on to do senior duties if he continues to take the game seriously.
Does he play left-handed?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
Yeah. He has a brother who is even better than him, but he's right-handed. And he's currently on the national team,
Very good.
the senior national team.
Very good.
One of the top young players
in the country.
Yeah.
How is table tennis evolving in this country? Because when I hear table tennis, I think about Matthew Farley, Dale Rudder, those type of people.
Trevor Farley.
Trevor Farley.
Sure, yeah.
Matthew Farley is a principal. Sorry, former principal.
Yes.
Trevor Farley.
Yeah, well, Trevor Farley is actually the current senior national coach. So he's still
He's
involved.
transition.
Well, in a sense, yes. Well, I say in a sense because as recently as the year before last, he was still competing at the regional level.
Right.
Didn't do that last year or this year. Just the coaching, and he's also the president of the Tennis Association.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, so that's not so bad because, I mean, you're mentioning him because it means that you're relatively current. His era was not that. He's been around a long time.
Yes,
but
yes,
if you
yes.
if you know that name, it means that you really have an eye on the
No,
table
I
tennis.
follow table tennis. I like table tennis, lawn tennis.
Yeah,
I like rallying,
yeah.
and I like motocross.
Okay, so you're all around sports.
I like
sports
skiing.
level. Yeah, but his heyday was basically in the era of another guy called Robert Roberts.
Robert Roberts,
Robert
correct.
Roberts, Trevor Farley,
Yes.
and who was that other player now? Farley, I think he called us a senior moment. Then, of course, Kevin came along. In fact, both brothers, Kevin and Trevor, have won Caribbean championships. Yeah. Prior to them, you had the Trevor St. Hill, the late Trevor St. Hill, Gregory Reddy, who lives in the States. So table tennis is still being played, and I don't think we are doing as well as we're accustomed. So there are plans being put in place to try to get back to that level. Our top player right now in the male section is a guy called Tyrese Knight, who does most of his training in the USA.
And then you had Khabibi Mosley.
Khabibi Mosley, probably one of the best females, if not the best, to represent Barbados.
Yeah.
Of course, in the males, the best that we probably had is, many would say, Robert Earl.
Yes,
Then, of course, Robert. In terms of championships, would probably Robert Roberts. But
They
you
send
see
the official scores and
yes,
the match referee
Ray
behind their
Matthews
laptop.
I don't think Ray Matthews is checking to see how many runs he scored.
Scored none.
But
the score at the moment is 247
he's
for
probably
8.
been having a conversation with his manager, who's sitting in front of him.
Yes, McAllister is going to take strike to Jerome Jones. He's trying to maybe not. I can't say kill time because you can't kill time. Just waste a few minutes as he has an umbrella of fielders around him. Jones is going to come in from that southern end. Quicker delivery of McAllister, just defend and pass the wicket. You can see he's a real tail ender because he passed the wicket with almost the face of the bat, like left the pitch is soft.
So this is the first for you, really, because you said you've never seen him play defensively before, and he's done that a couple of times. In fact, is that it? I see oh, no, it's not it. I was wondering why McAllister was coming in this direction so quickly. I couldn't imagine that the teams would agree to call it off at this point. With two balls, really, two deliveries away from winning Wildey, since they only need 2 wickets, and that could happen in 2 deliveries.
Yes.
They may bowl 20 and it doesn't happen, but it could happen in 2.
It could happen in 2. As McAllister takes the Bills and shift them around. This is very still an interesting game. Wildey is not going to let their foot off the accelerator here. They're going to bowl every ball of these 15 overs at the Wonders. Batter Jonathan Drakes continues to show good resolute, good temperament. He's 147 not out. And Desmond Currency is going to bowl to him from another end. And again, he defends. He's bowling to a silly mid-on slip, point, extra cover, catching, mid-off, mid-on, short, mid-wicket. No one deep on the leg side.
So they don't have much time now. I understand it's just 1 minute left before the time runs out. The overs have already been bowled, my understanding is.
But that's fine. This is what cricket is all about. It takes you right down to the nitty-gritty. Wildey's still hunting for a win. And this is good cricket. This has been a fascinating day's play in the BCA Elite 2026 cricket season. This game between Wildey and Wonders, the 2 W's. And it's coming obviously to the end of the day's play. Players have been asked to move. There's another fielding change as well.
So I guess you had to cancel your post-T plans because, like many people, maybe you figured that this game would have been over before tea today.
No. I don't procrastinate.
Okay.
I deal with the real.
I thought really the odds were in favor of a Wildey win at some point during the day. But
The way Jonathan Drake started today, Philip,
uh-huh.
you can see that he had his mindset on batting the entire day and getting 100.
But I think he had his mind set on the big one from yesterday already. He's had a great match and hits a 6 to bring up his 150. And that, I believe, is that as he raises his bat and helmet to the applause of his teammates and a few spectators around. He's a happy man. And Philo Wallace, had I batted for an entire day to save a match for my team, I would be happy too.
He's a hero. A fantastic display of batting from a well-talented and well-put-together young man. He came yesterday and he weathered the storm. Came back with his team backs against the wall, 2 wickets down for 11 runs. And he's finished on 153.
And here's the celebration. Here's a celebration hit again.
Hitting it straight over mid-wicket, over the boundary for, as they call it now, a maximum. But we say 6, a well-played innings of 153 not out. Batting the entire day and to bring some respectability back to this Wanderers Cricket Club, who were actually steering defeat when this play started this morning. So a very good game for Wanderers. Good fight shown by Wildey. Obviously could not polish it off, but Wanderers end up drawing the game and showing that the better and the stronger side coming into this 5th round of matches in the BCA Elite 2026 season.
Well, Philo, you asked me earlier what I used to teach, and there's in primary school, over the years and back in the day, so to speak, most of the teachers, if not all, taught some arithmetic, mathematics, and so on. And therefore, it would be very obvious to someone like myself that 6 would be the maximum boundary that you could score in a cricket game. The fact that it's now referred to as a maximum, I don't know if others have now discovered that it's a maximum, but to me, in cricket, you have 4s and 6s.
Well, that's fine. Yeah. That is a fantastic innings from this young man. And I think that this goes to show that once you decide to apply yourself, and there's a gentleman on the outfield in that blue shirt. He's been watching cricket here from the Dennis Atkinson and Eric Atkinson days. And he said that the batters always struggle to score hundreds. And today he's a very proud man. I came here today at quarter to 11. He was here sitting. And he's walking up now to go and congratulate Jonathan Drake.
Right.
Because he's been watching cricket at this club for a very, very long time. And this is what local cricket means to these spectators. They can go on the outfield, they can touch their heroes. And Jonathan Drake certainly is walking back to the pavilion as a hero. He's batted wonderfully well. He has all the rights to smile and be celebrated for this wonderful innings he showed today. Good temperament, good shot selection, good game awareness. And this is the qualities that we want to see from our Barbados players. And the coach, Ricky Clark, too, as well, will be quite happy to see that the young men have stood up and have weathered the storm that was thrown at them by Wildey.
Yes, no praise is really too great for Jonathan Drake. I mean, the manner in which he read the game, read the situation, down to the very last ball. He knew that with that last ball, even if he had been dismissed, there would not have been time for anybody else to come in, Philo Wallace. And he launched it over a wide long on for 6 to raise his 150 and to celebrate. So everything he timed perfectly. And, if I seem a bit taken in by that's because it's so rare nowadays. I mean, to sit here and watch cricketers give their hand away after tea today, when all that was required. I mean, you're out for 42, you could have been 16 not out. The game could have ended, So, it's disappointing to see that sort of ridiculous situation. And but then you balance that against the performance of Jonathan Drake, and you leave cricket happy.
Yes, this is what people want to see. This is what they want to hear about, where a player can come in at 11 for 2, and he's still there at 253 for 8. 153 not out, 258 balls. That is a marathon innings. Batting through the difficult periods, the easy periods, then the difficult periods, and batting to the end. And the beauty about his innings is that he hit a 6 at the end of the day's play to bring out his one.
Yeah, I think he had 4 6s altogether, but timely, never swiping, never
proper cricket shots.
Proper cricket shots, and at the right time,
certainty,
to the
clarity,
right ball.
Clarity of mind, what he wants to execute, the shots, that was all part and parcel of the package. here at Dallas Road today. We see the chairman of selectors and the brooms going out into the middle to have a look at the square. But Jonathan Drakes have done himself a world of good, and you can hope now that this innings will kick him into gear for better innings to come as the season continues.
Yes, and I would imagine that Henry Brooms too would be among those who are quite pleased because he was part of the selection panel. In fact, heading the selection panel that would have selected Drakes a few years ago and have stuck with him, throughout. And good to see that he has done so well for Barbados and now doing well for his club as well. So,
well, Jonathan Drakes is saying he has to call his agent. He has to get clearance. I like him, He's always on the money.
He has to get clearance from his agent?
He's going to come. He's going to come and do the interview with you, Philip.
I think he's doing it with me.
Yeah, he's going to do it with you. You're the interviewer, not me. I'm just a layman here.
You're just the
sidekick.
The sidekick.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, I didn't know that. So, Jonathan Drakes. Well, I'm glad that you were able to drop by to have a few words with us because we ran out of words to describe your performance here today. I'm not going to even try to apply any words. 153 not out off 258 deliveries. You batted an entire day. You came in yesterday at 11 for 2 and at 253 for 8. 84 overs into the innings. You're still there. What brought you through all that you experienced today with Wildey throwing it at you?
Obviously, we came in yesterday behind the 8 ball. I thought Wildey, played a good game. The bowlers were disciplined. And that's something that, I look forward to that challenge. They're one of the better bowling attacks in the competition. And I think as a player that has represented Barbados, it's a good opportunity for me to test my abilities, whether it be concentration, whether it be aggression, and knowing when to attack or not. But what contributed to the success today was just, playing each ball in its merit, just respecting the particular period of the game, recognizing when Wildey's on top, recognizing when, I am on top. So I think it was a, good exercise this innings.
And you had a very good partner at the early part of the day. In fact, you both batted through that difficult period towards the end of yesterday when you ended at 11 for 2. Pius Emilian, who we figure was the night watchman. I don't think he would be scheduled to bat at number 3. And today, when most people would have expected or would have been satisfied had he been dismissed, let's say after 10, 15 minutes. But he was dismissed just 15 minutes before tea. Loved the partnership with yourself that set the stage for all that was to follow. Say something about him.
Yeah, I think Pius is a fighter. He's one that's very determined. Yesterday he said that we would get the runs, we would chase down the runs. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. But, a lot of credit goes to Pius, his determination and his willingness to do the job. We had a plan where we just wanted to assess the first hour. And I think he did that, to the best of his ability as a night watchman. And I think he has ability, to bat somewhat. So we just really stick to the plans in terms of starting and setting up the innings for a long haul.
But to what extent, though, did his performance surprise you? I mean, I spoke with him, and I asked him if that's the longest he's ever batted at this level, and he dismissed that thought and did admit that he was working very seriously on his batting. Is this something that you expected maybe from him, or was it as much a surprise to you as it was to us?
I don't think it was a surprise. As I said, Pius is a real fighter. He wants to do well, whether with bat or ball. So I would say that, he put in the work. And, he went to and execute. So the work was there, the work was done, the preparation was done. It was just a matter for him to execute, and he did that.
I think you read the game pretty well, but how much of that was your influence as opposed to his own individual reading of the game? Did you all talk a lot, and if so, what did you talk about?
Yeah, sure. We spoke a lot. We spoke about, spending time, which bowler to attack, which bowler is more threatening, which end was giving him more difficulty. So we discussed those things. We looked at breaking it down in 5 overs. So the moment we batted for 10 overs and saw one bowling change, two bowling changes, we know that, Wildey would eventually get frustrated. And that was the plan, for him to spend as much time out there as possible and see at least one or two bowling changes, which he did. So that was the plan. I think Pius, he's responsive to the plan, so he did well in doing that.
So what about this chasing down these runs? I mean, even when I spoke with him around the tea interval, I get the impression that, the thought was to assess at tea and see what would happen after that. At any stage during the day, did you all make a determined effort or a serious effort to chase down the runs?
Yeah, we the partnership between Lovell and myself, the captain and myself, that was when we were actually, setting goals, scoring 7 runs or over, 8 runs or over. If we get a massive over, we would also, take that. But in that period is when we were actually looking to, put Wildey under some pressure and go after the runs. And, unfortunately, when that partnership was broken, they kind of took some of the momentum out of our favor. But in that period, we were actually looking to get the runs or get closer as possible.
But the thing is that, for my own part, I felt that given the time, it was unlikely that Wildey would allow enough cricket to be played, given that balls may go to the ground and so on. You could easily slow down a game. And that the idea of trying to win the game at that point could possibly lead to Wanderers losing the game, which would have been a shame after all the hard work. Did you all seriously think that you had enough time, given the fact that Wildey could strategize, to actually seriously win the game and that it was worth the risk?
I think that's a good point. So as I said, we constantly assess the particular period of the game. I think at that time we weren't taking many risks, Jared, the captain and myself.
But you weren't, but I think I saw some risk being taken by the captain. I don't know how you felt about that.
I mean, that's a shot that he practices, the reverse sweep.
Yeah.
So that's actually one of his better shots.
Mm-hmm.
So again, once we prepare well and back our preparation, it's just a matter of executing. But I take your point in that, if wickets fall, just like how it went, we were in a bit of a scare now to hold on to defend and not get defeated.
But the thing about it is that through it all, that even brought out more positive things from you, because you didn't let that floor you in any way. You simply went back into the other mode and successfully ensured that things worked well for you. In fact, you may even have influenced Zaire McAllister, because one of my fellow commentators was saying as he was going out to bat that they'd never seen him play a defensive stroke. And he played quite a few out there and played them effectively too. So we'll give you credit for that.
Yeah, Jair, he can defend. And let's remember the game he won for, won for West Indies A against South Africa a few years ago. So I think he's capable of defending.
Yeah.
And the situation called for him to defend his wicket, and he knew what he had to do. So credit goes to him as well. Yeah.
And you finish off in grand style. Now, tell us about that finish, that exclamation mark. What was that about? Was that in an effort to make sure you get your 150? Was that a celebration, knowing that even if you had been dismissed, that the game would still have ended? Or what was going through your mind at that point?
Yeah, I think, bringing up the landmark. Obviously, the guys were up, and once I knew that, they couldn't win. I knew there was the last over, and I knew it was the final delivery, and so I knew that even if it got out, we would have still drawn the game. So just bringing up, putting some icing on the cake, with bringing up my half cent, 150.
Well, it was a fitting end, really, and I can see that you not only enjoyed it by your reaction, but you felt pretty pleased with yourself, as you should, because, I mean, we don't see this sort of thing in our local cricket that often, where a batsman bats an entire day under this sort of pressure, and it doesn't even show the pressure by the way he plays calmness throughout the day, guiding the other batsmen for the most part. You have every reason to be proud of yourself. Exactly. Describe your feelings now this all finished.
Just, as I said, keep challenging myself to improve as a player. And you look at the great players, the Joe Roots, the Steve Smiths, even beyond them, the Sachin Tendulkars, the Brian Laras. Those guys are able to adapt to different situations. They're able to, soak up pressure when need be. They have different modes of play. And, if I want to improve and carry my game forward, I was just looking at being able to bat long periods and being able to spend as much time with the crease as possible. But a lot of credit goes to the preparation that I've been putting in, and it's just a matter of having a solid plan and knowing that I can execute. So all in all, I feel very proud at the achievement. Unfortunately, we would have liked to win the game, but this is also very good to make sure that we don't lose the game today.
Yeah, well, sometimes, a draw is as good as a win. And especially from your personal perspective and your personal performance, you're definitely not playing selfish cricket, so I'm not going in that direction, but I'm saying you have every right to be proud of your achievement and to be happy about that. But just before you go, something you said there about improving your game and so on, what are your goals really in terms of your cricket? You play for Barbados, you're 31 years old now. How do you see your future? How do you see yourself in a year, 2 years? What's your plan or your objective?
Yeah, I think the goal obviously is to always represent West Indies, contribute to the success of the region. So that's a goal for me, to play for West Indies, to represent the region, and to do well. I think having come off with the first-class season that just finished, there's some areas that I needed to improve, and I need to improve. That's the goal, to always constantly improve and try to get better. And a lot of it is mental. A lot of it is the mental side of the game. So just trying to improve that and take my batting to the next level.
Well, Jonathan Drakes, thanks for the entertainment. Thanks for the display of all the positive skills, the positive things that you showed us over the last 3 days. Even in your first innings, not 42. You showed a lot of determination there, and I guess the second innings effort was a continuation of that mindset. So congratulations to you. Well done.
Thank you.
And all the best in achieving those goals that you shared.
All right, thank you.
So 253 for 8. The target was 338. They fell quite short of that, but no disgrace at all. A credible draw for these two sides. Wildey, they gave it everything they had on the final day, pushing for the win. But in the end, Jonathan Drakes was the main person standing between them and victory. Well done to McAllister, hanging in there for 10 deliveries, not out on one, and all those who contributed during the course of the day, especially Pius Emilian, who batted so brilliantly, coming in as night watchman and batting almost the entire first session. So, with that news then of a drawn contest here at Darrell's Road between Wonders and Wildey, Philip Hackett on behalf of the entire commentary team and the technical staff saying goodbye from Darrell's Road.